Chapter 30A, Section 18, and the Governor's March 15th, 2020 order imposing strict limitation on the number of people that may gather in one place. This meeting of the Northborough School Committee, Southborough School Committee, and Northborough Southborough Regional School Committee will be conducted via remote participation to the greatest extent possible. Specific information and the general guidelines for remote participation by members of the public and or parties with a right and or requirement to attend this meeting can be found on the district website at the URL listed on the agenda. For this meeting, members of the public who wish to listen or watch the meeting may do so in the following manner: NCOT Educational Channel, Verizon Channel 29, Charter Channel 194, or the SAM Government Channel, Verizon Channel 37, Charter Channel 192. No in-person attendance of the members of the public will be permitted, but every effort will be made to ensure that the public can adequately access the proceedings in real time via technological means. In the event that we are unable to do so, despite best efforts, we will post on the district website an audio or video recording, transcript, or other comprehensive record of proceedings as soon as possible after the meeting. So the first order of business would be to have the committees, have the committee chairs call their committees into to order. Northborough.
Thank you, Mr. Challen. I call the Northborough School Committee to order for the joint special open meeting of Wednesday, August 12th, 2020. The time is now 6:11 p.m. and all Northborough School Committee members are in attendance.
For the region, Joan.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to call the Northborough Southborough Regional School Committee special joint open meeting of Wednesday, August the 12th of 2020 at the time of 6:11 p.m. And we have all members in attendance and one with a calling in by telephone.
And at this time, I would like to call the Southborough School Committee to order for this joint special meeting tonight, August 12th, 2020, at 6:11 p.m. still, and all members are in attendance. I'm sure that many of you saw the front page headline in the Metro West newspaper yesterday. It said, "Biggest decision in the COVID era." They were, of course, referring to the schools reopening. I've lived in this community of Southborough and Northborough for over 40 years, and it's been an incredible experience to be part of this community where so many constituencies have worked together tirelessly for a common goal: to provide the best education we can for our students as safely as possible. And this is a challenging balancing act for sure. The strategy that will be presented and voted on tonight is a tribute to people working together incredibly hard. Superintendent Greg Martineau, the district staff, central office, school committees, teachers, parents of students, and community members who have no children in our schools. The goal has been to create a reopening strategy that will enable us to open in phases throughout our communities and across all of our schools. Now, I think everyone is aware that each school committee could approve its own strategy. It could be different from the other committees, and that is the right of each committee. On the other hand, and I want to make clear that we have all been working together because we recognize that having a common strategy is really the optimum way for the district to manage and execute any strategy. If we were to go different directions, there is no question that the efficiency and ability of the district to manage and execute would be greatly reduced to the detriment of everyone. I just want to briefly talk about process to let folks know kind of how we will proceed this evening. The first thing on the agenda is going to be a presentation of the reopening strategy from the superintendent and the central office staff. At the end of that presentation, there'll be a question and answer opportunity for all members of all school committees to seek clarification and ask questions regarding the reopening strategy as presented. And we'll be using the hands up feature, and hopefully I'll be able to call on people in the order that they raise their hands. Upon completion, when there are no further questions, I'll entertain motions from the committee to vote on the reopening strategy. Before we vote, we'll invite all school committee members to make a final comment if they have any. When done, I'll ask if there are any final comments. At that point in time, all the committees will vote. And with that, I'd like to turn the presentation over to Superintendent Martineau.
Thank you, Chairperson Fallon. First, I'd like to also share with the audience and the committee that joining with me in terms of the presentation is Rebecca Pellegrino, Director of Finance, Keith Lavoy, Director of Operations, Marie Allen, Director of Student Support Services, Heather Richards, Director of Human Resources, Julie Doyle, Director of Technology, Jennifer Henry, Early Childhood Coordinator, Stephanie Reinhorn, Assistant Superintendent, and Mary Ellen Duggan, Health and Wellness Coordinator. Also this evening, helping with a presentation, we have Sean Bevan, Principal of Algonquin Regional High School, Gary Hershuk, Principal of Trotter Middle School, Michelle Carr, Principal of Milliken Middle School, Amy Souls, Principal of Z School, Kathleen Valente, Principal of Neary School, and Alana Sear, Principal of Proctor School. So they will be joining me in this presentation. So I remind myself daily, if not hourly, that these are extraordinary times and circumstances where there are no best solutions, only solutions with significant trade-offs. I'm also confident that this pandemic will pass, and that what must endure are the great traits of our educational system, which are the student-centered focus, partnerships between all stakeholders, our outstanding educators, and the trust that exists with our educational community and communities. So this evening is a discussion around reopening strategy. And the real question is, how do we open our schools? Over the course of the summer and culminating in last Wednesday's joint meeting, the school committee voted a district reopening plan, which really articulated 4 models: remote learning, hybrid learning, about 50% of students attending at one time, in-person learning with new safety requirements, which is 100% students, and then ultimately, which is our goal, which is return without restrictions. We did a lot of thinking as a central office leadership team and principal team as what is the goal? And we shifted our thinking from the binary choice of what model is the best model to a reopening strategy using these models. And this evening, I will present the reopening strategy. So the reopening strategy really takes into account 2 components. The first is medical criteria for moving in and out of learning models. And the second is a differentiated and phased approach to reopening schools across the district, with a guiding principle of prioritizing the physical, social, and emotional well-being of the school community, students, and staff. So first, I will speak to the medical criteria. So to begin or move forward with any in-person learning, we've worked hard over the summer to ensure that we have our screening protocols, our social distancing, hand hygiene, cleaning and disinfecting protocols and procedures in place, and mask protocols in place as well. We also were very fortunate to have a Northborough citizen and parent who was able to conduct an air quality site assessment of all of our 10 schools and has provided us data that speaks to that all schools meet or exceed air quality standards set by DESI and the CDC. Also part of our metrics we're looking at is regional testing availability and contact tracing capacity must be in place. So we've been working very closely with our boards of health. And also we've been very fortunate to have community members who are doctors and work in the healthcare industry who've been also guiding this work. And we are pursuing rapid testing and regional testing sites so that we have ability to quickly get data back to us in terms of positive testing. And then lastly, really looking at the communities of Northborough and Southborough, positivity rate, the 7-day average, less than 4%. And I will say that this is being reviewed by our boards of health and medical team. And this is information that was recently released as of yesterday by the governor and then by the Commissioner of Education. So yesterday's medical criteria that was released really provided an important component of decision-making for how we move in and out of models. So there are basically 4 color-coded metrics. So if the average daily case is greater than 8, it's a red, and it would be a remote learning model. If the average daily case per 100,000 is between 4 and 8, then it's either hybrid or remote if it's in extenuating circumstances. And then if it's green, average daily cases per 100,000 is less than 4, or fewer than 5 total cases over the past 14 days, we'd move into a full-time in-person or hybrid model. This medical criteria was established by the COVID-19 Command Center Medical Advisory Board, Dr. Sandra Nelson, Infectious Disease of Massachusetts General Hospital, and Dr. Lloyd Fisher, incoming president of the Massachusetts chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics. Again, this data was released yesterday, and it's also being reviewed by our medical team and boards of health to make sure that there's a local context. So again, medical criteria, so there's a lot of information in the news about positivity rates across our country. And this is a graph from Johns Hopkins University that really depicts kind of positivity rates. And it shows where Massachusetts is. So there are very few states that are in a position to really think about returning students back to school. And at this point in time, with the current metrics, Massachusetts is one of those states. Also, looking at the medical criteria, it's looking at what are the positivity rates in our communities of Northborough and Southborough. So currently, the Northborough is 0.4% and Southborough is 0.3%. So this is part of the factor in looking at the medical criteria around what is the best model, what is the best reopening strategy for our communities. So that's the medical criteria. I think also it's really important that we're looking beyond the pandemic and what needs to endure past this pandemic. These are very stressful times for our educators, for our families, and for our community. And it's important that we remember what we want to endure once this pandemic is past us. So the things that we've highlighted are, we want it to be a student-centered focus from every employee, regardless of the role. Our positions and our roles are about helping students learn and grow and be successful. The second key point that we want to make sure is endures past the pandemic is that we have outstanding partnerships between all stakeholders. And I was recently reminded of by a community member who I spoke with for a length of time that we have a tremendous amount of resources and expertise in our communities of Northborough and Southborough, and that those partnerships allow us to be a strong organization and a better organization. Also, the next enduring item is relationships with educators. So the most important role we have in our organizational system is that role of an educator and teacher. They're the closest to the work, the important work, which is educating students. And we are very fortunate to have a highly qualified, talented, and dedicated faculty and staff and employees across our 10 schools. And lastly, trust. So there's a tremendous amount of trust that exists within our educational community. And although there are always exceptions, we want to make sure that we are meeting the standards of our community and our families, and that we are serving our stakeholders well. So I'll first start, why does the reopening strategy that I'm going to present not include 100% in-person strategy model at this point in time? So we began early in July looking at the feasibility of 100% in-person return with safety measures in place, masks, social distancing, cleaning protocols, hand washing, screening. And we found that it was first, all of the safety measures and protocols really had an impact on the overall instructional environment for students and what teachers could do with students. There was very little flexibility in employing instructional best practice models. Also, we looked at 3 to 6 feet as the distance of social space and social distancing in our classrooms, in our systems. And although it was possible in classrooms, very tight, it was impossible in our hallways, cafeterias, and buses. And one of our key areas that we really were focusing on was making sure that we were doing our safety protocols with integrity. And we felt having that 3-foot minimum distance really compromised that social distancing with integrity. Also, the financial implications of a full in-person return at this time. The cost of additional personal protection equipment, substitutes, transportation, increased nurse staffing would be needed. And I'll just comment on the FY21 approved budgets. Again, on the onset of the pandemic, we're asked to go back to our budgets in each of the three districts and reduce the budgets as a result of the pandemic. So reductions were made at that time. And in terms of overall state landscape, we are also waiting for more firm numbers in terms of aid to education, which is Chapter 70 aid, circuit breaker, which is reimbursement for special education, and as well as regional transportation reimbursement at the high school. So at this point, I will present to the community and the school committees our recommended differentiated approach to phasing in back to school. So again, the question really was not about what is the best model to begin with, to open school with, but rather what is the best strategy to begin with. So at last Wednesday's school committee meeting, again, the school committee voted to include 10 professional learning days at the start of the year, which was part of the Commissioner of Education's recommendation and negotiation for districts. So as a result of adding those 10 professional development days, the first phase really is 8/31 through 9/15, which is reviewing training and health and safety protocols for all of our educators. We have 800 employees across our 10 schools, and that will be a significant focus of the first several days. Also spending time on digital literacy and technology professional learning. So a significant investment, time and energy on how to use the digital learning tools in a remote and hybrid model, as well as an in-person model at 100%. Providing time for classroom setup, and then collaborative planning. So lesson design, lesson planning, and preparing for the first 6 weeks of schools. And lastly, also spending time an educational campaign for parents and teachers, making sure that parents and students have the educational supports and PD offerings that help support their work at the home front. And lastly, educator and student connections. So making sure that educators use this time to make connections with families and students. So the next phase is phase 1, which is the first 4 days of the academic year, which begins on September 16th. And I'll just point out 2 items before I go into the phases. So in all phases, a limited number of students with complex needs as well as English learners will be prioritized for receiving in-person instruction during remote learning and hybrid learning. In this phase and differentiated strategy for reopening is contingent upon the health metrics, which I talked about earlier.
Excuse me, Greg, do you
Greg.
mind zooming in a little bit for our audience?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Could you just zoom in a little bit for our audience? Thank you. And also for audience members, if you go up to the view options, you can actually zoom in manually yourself as well. Thank you.
So the first phase is phase 1. Again, it's 9/16 through 9/21. So pre-K program begins with an in-person as per schedule in the district reopening plans. And again, Jennifer Henry is with us as a panelist to speak to that if there are any questions. And the grades K through 12 would begin with 4 days of remote learning, with the focus being on building a community and setting expectations, establishing classroom routines, and remotely learning, which will be part of the hybrid and remote learning models. All students in the standalone remote program would also begin by building foundation based on relationships and routines. The second phase begins on 9/22, and grades K through 5 would begin in a hybrid model, and cohorts A and B would follow the hybrid schedule. Grades 6 through 12 in phase 2 would remain in remote learning, and students would continue their coursework in that mode. In phase 3 begins on 10/6. So we would phase in middle schools, grades 6 through 8 into a hybrid. And again, we'd follow the A-B cohorts with a hybrid schedule. And grades 9 through 12, again, would remain in remote learning. The last phase, phase 4 of reopening, is 10/13. And again, grades 9 through 12 would enter into a hybrid model, again with cohorts A and B following a hybrid schedule. And lastly, phase 5 would be pre-K through 12, full in person with health and safety precautions. And that date is to be determined. So what's the rationale behind a phased approach? So first, we talked about being differentiated. It adheres to the medical criteria while taking a conservative approach. It provides educators and students an opportunity to set a routine for remote learning, the hybrid or remote learning models, as well as a standalone remote program. Allows for transportation teams to organize and implement routes in a streamlined, organized, and gradual manner. And all routes are being adjusted due to the requirement of having assigned seating on the buses and 1 student per a bus seat. And it supports the survey data, which identifies a majority of the families, 60% of the families who want to have an in-person learning for their children. Also allows more time in grades 6 through 12 to monitor the health metrics, which will enable the district to adjust required. It provides students with in-person connections to faculty and staff, peers, and allows for in-person instruction, which cannot be replicated in the remote environment and can significantly improve the learning experiences that are possible on remote days. And lastly, it recognizes that the varying age levels and individual needs of students require different educational supports. And again, throughout all of these phases, there are students who would be attending with more frequency. So that is the recommended phased approach. And I'll also talk about some of the concerns that we have moving forward. So first, a concern is really having a comprehensive testing strategy for COVID-19. We are working very closely, again, with our medical council and district physician around establishing testing protocols, potentially surveillance testing and rapid testing, and that is moving forward and currently being led by Dr. Ciarnella. Another concern in the model of in-person, 100% or a hybrid is staffing. Again, these are very challenging times for our educators. Not only are they living this as educators, but also are experiencing the challenges of raising a family in this environment as well. So staffing, we're concerned about the health of our faculty and staff, and that many of our faculty and staff may opt to take a leave of absence because of potentially underlying health issues or personal family reasons. We're concerned for our families because we acknowledge that this is a significant burden in any mode other than 100% in person for our families, that it shifts some of the expectations from the educational to the community, and it requires a tremendous partnership. But we also understand that families are working, they have their own challenges and obstacles at home, and this is a very difficult situation, and it is a concern of ours. And we're endeavoring to try to support families to the best of our ability. We're concerned for our students. So our students are very bright, knowledgeable, and intuitive. I think they have a keen sense that the world around them has changed. There's increased stress of our students. We want to be able to create some sense of normalcy. And what I hear most from families is just that lack of peer-to-peer connection and that incidental learning that happens when students are at school. And the last concern that I'll share is just financial, that our fiscal year 2021 budget did not predicate that we'd be in a pandemic. And there are costs associated operating at this time that we did not project or foresee. And it is a concern moving forward in regards to the financial impact of COVID-19 on our operating budgets. So with the financial impacts. So at this time, I will have Becky Pellegrino, Director of Finance, speak to our projections, what we're projecting to be the financial impact on with COVID on our operating budgets. Becky?
Thank you. So this graph here represents some of the areas that we are most paying attention to as we proceed through this school year. And it also represents some of the differences between a remote, a hybrid, and then a 100% in-person model compared to the budget. Greg is bringing up the most recent for me here. So we also have put together a listing of some of the funds that we anticipate receiving as well for the 3 districts. So there are 2 grants that are currently available to school districts. The first is the school reopening grant, and that is based on $225 per student in each district. There is one provision in that grant that we need to be mindful of, is that this money does need to be spent by the end of the calendar year 2020. We have heard some talk that it may be extended, and you also know that there are still negotiations going on in DC for further funding. So we are hopeful that we will have additional funds that become available at some point in time to school districts. The second grant that was made available to us is the ESSER grant, and this funding is based on a school's Title I population. So we did receive fewer funds in this grant. However, we do have until the end of fiscal year 22 to spend down these funds. Some of the areas that we are especially concerned about, and for those of you who have been in meetings with me, we have been talking about our substitute line item. Heather and I had met again today to further review these numbers and have created what we think are some very good projections for the upcoming school year. We have factored in the fact that we plan to have 3 building-based substitutes in each of our schools, so that schools have a reliable substitute at all times. We also have factored in those leaves of absences that staff members may wish to take. And it may be a year-long leave of absence. It may be a shortened leave of absence due to childcare issues. So we have taken into consideration the varying lengths of leaves of absence that may come into play. And then finally, we have also factored in the possibility that we may need 2 additional substitutes at each building for those shorter term leaves of absence, such as if someone needs to quarantine for 14 days. So we have taken all those calculations into account and have created what we think are good numbers for right now. However, they are always a moving target. So in Northborough, we're looking at about 506,000, Southborough just under 400,000, and then at Algonquin, 446,000. I've also been working with Mary Ellen Duggan on our nurse substitutes, and she does plan to have additional nurses available on an ongoing basis in each of her districts. And so that's what these numbers represent, our expanded nursing services during this school year. We're also looking at contracted personnel. We have many staff who are right now working 16 hours a day. And so to help out in some areas of the operations, we are pulling in some assistance to help out so that things do not fall through the cracks. We're also looking at PPE. We have already purchased quite a bit of personal protective equipment. We will be replenishing that stock throughout the year, but this right now is an estimate by district as to what we will need on an annual basis. Our transportation company has also approached us for an additional cleaning fee for our buses. So those buses will be cleaned each day after each run in AM and PM. We have outside cleaning personnel who will be brought in to assist. We are working right now to work with an outside company for Northborough. Right now, we only have outside cleaning personnel in Southborough and at the region. So I do expect that number to change also in Northborough. And then facility cleaning supplies. This is hand sanitizer, electrostatic backpacks to clean the rooms, you name it. It's a number of different items. And then finally, our some of the impact bargaining costs from working with our associations over the past few days. We will be bringing in HEPA filtration systems to certain classrooms that our consultant has identified to make sure that the air is being cleaned appropriately. And then finally, the 2 last numbers are for our tuition-based programs. Kindergarten, if we were to move into a hybrid or into a remote, it would be our proposal that tuition not be collected for kindergarten in Northborough. And so this cost right here would represent the salaries that are currently being paid out of that revolving account. And for preschool, we are changing our plan, and I know Greg has already talked about preschool, but if we were to move into a remote setting, this could be a possibility where we would not be collecting tuition. At this point in time, with a hybrid, we would continue to collect tuition. And so you can see what our projected expenses are and then what the differences are between those 2 additional funds that have been made available to schools versus what our added costs would be for FY21 due to COVID-19.
So obviously, Becky, these are projections. And one of the challenges is really trying to get a sense of what is the impact going to be on staffing costs. And that's something that we're spending a lot of time analyzing and evaluating. So the next part of the presentation really is talking about the hybrid and remote learning schedules. And at this point in time, I will turn it over to Dr. Reinhorn, who will just briefly give an overview of the models.
Thank you. So I'm going to give the big picture overview, and then some of the principals will share with us more specifics to give us more of a vision of what the day of a student might look like in each of these models. On the hybrid learning model side, the students would be divided into two cohorts, cohort A and cohort B. On Mondays, all students would be remote, working with their teachers throughout the day, facilitated learning, some of that live learning, some of that asynchronous, independent activities, but a full school day. Tuesday through Friday, the two cohorts would alternate. So while cohort A is remote on Tuesday, cohort B would be in person in school, and vice versa on Wednesday, and then alternating again for Thursday and Friday. Throughout this type of schedule, there would be a limited number of students based on their individual needs and criteria that would be coming to school more frequently than just the 2 days. And the exact schedules would be based on individual needs. For all of the days in the hybrid learning schedule, it's a full school day. So it's the same hours that it would be if they were in person every day, regardless of whether they are remote or in person. And they would be addressing the full set of learning standards from the Massachusetts Learning Standards and the full time on learning. They would also be getting all of their courses and all of the disciplines, which you'll hear more about from the principals. On the full remote learning model, this is when the majority of students are in remote learning mode. So they are learning from home every day of the week with a limited number of students, to the extent feasible, depending on the health metrics, receiving in-person services for IEPs or English language learners based on individual needs. Again, it's a full school day, 8:30 to 2:30, Monday through Friday. And throughout the day, there would be live interaction with teachers. If at the secondary level, there would be interaction with teachers on a daily basis per class. And at the elementary level, it would be, a balance between live through Zoom lessons and asynchronous lessons. In both of these models, or actually all three, the hybrid learning model, the full remote learning model, and the standalone remote program, they are full-time school. Attendance will be taken. All the time on learning will be the full time on learning as if it were an in-person year. The standalone remote program will mirror the schedule of whatever level the student is. So if it's an elementary student, their schedule would look like the elementary schedule, meaning that they would start at the same time, end at the same time as their peers who are in the hybrid model or the full remote learning model. They would have specials and all of those things scheduled into their day. So they would have the same approach to their learning, just in classes with other students who are in the standalone remote program. At the secondary level, same thing. Standalone remote program would have schedules that mirror either the middle school schedule or the high school schedule, just in a way that allows those students to be completely remote, regardless of what the majority of the population does. I'm going to turn it over to the principals who have been, well, a representative group of principals, and our school leadership teams, along with teacher representatives and other providers in the schools, have been working incredibly hard to specify what does this actually look like for a day in the life of a child if they were a high school student, a middle school student, or an elementary school student.
So I'll introduce Principal Sean Bevan, and he'll speak to the high school schedule. And I just want to acknowledge Sean's very difficult time to transition into a leadership role in our organization, and he has done it with skill and tact and thoughtfulness. And I thank him for going on this journey with us. So welcome, Sean, and I'm going to open up the schedule for you.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for that lovely introduction, Greg. It's been a busy first 6 weeks here, or 2 months, and but it's been enjoyable getting to know my staff and my colleagues. So I'm happy to present some of our work here tonight. So my team, I've had a really wonderful team of staff who've volunteered their time to help me develop a variety of different approaches to reopening school, and have helped me look at all the different features of what that will look like. And so what I'll talk to you first about is our fully remote schedule, which is on the right here. And the reason why I'll talk to you about that is because that ends up being the base schedule for the Monday in the hybrid as well. So if you can understand and get your head around the fully remote model, and it's pretty simple, it should be almost self-explanatory. You're able to understand what the Monday schedule looks like in hybrid. The idea of both schedules is that they restore the basic skills and routines that students are going to need to be successful in any model, either fully remote or hybrid or fully in person, and that they mirror our mostly everyday schedule in a regular year. So what I mean by that is that they have a 7-period day that goes sequentially 1 through 7, and that repeats day after day. Although in our Tuesday through Friday schedule in an ordinary year, we have a large block that shifts around the course of the week, and a smaller block drops over the course of the day. What this schedule provides for us is a significant increase over the spring remote program, a significant increase in time on learning, which is exciting. So instead of 2 25-minute blocks of time, we have 40-minute blocks of time each day, 5 days a week for every class. So the resulting time on learning goes from 50 minutes a week in one class in the spring program to 200 minutes in that same class in our fully remote reopening. And yeah, that does not achieve the same amount that you would get in a regular typical school year, which is more like 225 minutes in a week. Additionally, what we're looking to do is increase the rigor in the classes, where students are submitting work that will be graded, and they'll receive feedback on that work. And that sense of accountability and is highly motivating for our students, who are eager to learn and also eager to get feedback from their teachers, and also interested in being in having their successes be noted in grades that reflect that. Each of these models is easily adaptable to one another. So if we needed to go from fully remote to hybrid, that's a very easy switch. And then if we had to go from, or were able to be fortunate enough to go from a hybrid to a fully in-person, which is the hope, that that would be a pretty easy switch as well. The Tuesday through Friday remote in-person, the hybrid schedule there that Greg is hovering over. The only differences there are really primarily that you have to extend the lunch period to feed 3 shifts of lunch, 3 shifts of students in lunch. And that the start time and end time reflect the need for our bus routes to come and go. Otherwise, the time on learning is pretty close to the same, and for our teachers and the delivery of their instruction shouldn't be too much different. I will just speak to the fact that going from 50 minutes a week of instruction in a remote environment to 200 minutes a week feels like a real, will be, I think, experienced by kids and teachers and families as being a major benefit. I do think our educators are going to need to work through the challenges that will also represent. that I think there's a high appetite for in-person instruction by our families and by our kids. And I think our teachers are eager to deliver that. I do think that they're going to have to balance that out with time where students are working independently and applying some of the skills they learn. Because if a student is in-person direct instruction learning for 40-minute blocks over and over again for six periods in one day, that's going to be a great deal of screen time, and we want to vary their experience as learners in the remote environment just as we would in a regular typical school day. So what I would expect is that a student could very easily have a widely varied experience from class to class, but most classes would have some teacher portion of introduction and synchronous learning and interaction with students. And then students might work together in a breakout room or something like that, and then might work independently on a skill. It's that gradual release of instructional control that has been a real hallmark of strong teaching. And I think is when it's done really well, students respond to it. I think when it's not done terrifically well, when teachers give a student a great deal of independence and go days and days without interacting really directly with them, students have a hard time. So that would be, I think, what our instructional day would look like for teachers. Oh, and then I should add two blocks that I didn't speak to in here. There's a break in after the third period. And what that would do is exactly what you think it would do, is it gives a chance for students who might have been on 3 Zoom calls or classes in a row, a chance to stretch their legs and get away from their computer, and then come back for 2 more periods, a lunch period, then 2 more periods. So that breaks up the rhythm of the day in a way that I think students will respond to. And then at the end of the day, we have what we call the what I need block, the win block. I didn't make that up. I wish I did, but there are other schools that do that, and that's an opportunity for students to identify what it is they need to be successful, and what they might need is one-on-one time with a teacher to get extra help. And so teachers would be providing office hours there. But what they might need is time to do silent reading, or what they might need is time to connect with their guidance counselor. So we're going to be working with families and students to understand that that's time for them to work toward their own goals, and that teachers will be available for one-on-one time with students at that time. I think that is a very brief overview of a kind of a moderately complex schedule, but it's simple in its own way. So I hope that helps.
Thank you, Sean. So we'll move to middle school, and we'll have Gary Hershek, principal of Trotter Middle School, present Trottier's schedule.
Thank you. Mr. Martineau, if you could show tab 3 of the first link, that would be great. The full remote. So just to echo what Mr. Bevan said, one of the things that went through this process is we had the good fortune to work with Algonquin and Melican, as well as our building-based team, which had consisted of 18 teachers from various disciplines. So you're probably going to see a very similar model between Algonquin, Trottier, and Melican. A driving factor in this work were the DESE guidelines. We needed to make sure that our school day was commensurate with the hours that we've provided in the past. In addition, we wanted a schedule that looked and felt like as if we were in the building, and even in a remote setting. As Mr. Bevan had mentioned, we have learned a lot from the spring in the Northborough Connect 2.0. We reflected upon that experience. We looked at the positives and the areas for growth. We also wanted to capture a platform which would reflect that would capture our robust curriculum. We wanted to make sure we had a remote schedule that had a nice blend between our core, specials, and elective offerings. And lastly, as Mr. Bevan had mentioned, the important thing in our work is that our schedule can be transferable from a remote setting, a hybrid setting, and eventually to 100% all-in setting. So for folks in Southborough and for students in Southborough, what you're seeing is our mosaic, and this should look and feel very familiar. Just to remind folks is that our mosaic is that we transfer our classes, our content area classes throughout the week. So for example, if you look at period 1, that could be a socialized class that meets during that first period block, but on Friday, it would meet during period 4. We want to continue with that because we think it's healthy for students, and our students are familiar with that. So we will transfer our Mosaic schedule into a remote setting. What you'll also see is that we will provide 40 minutes of teaching time during the remote setting, and you can just follow the schedule as is. We think routine is important, so we also built in grade level lunches, 8th, 7th, and 6th, that mimic our in-person schedule as well. In addition, we also have 10-minute of tech transition built in between each period, and also to give some screen respite. Now, I think, as Mr. Bevan said, what's going to happen in that 40 minutes is going to change, from period to period and from class to class. It's going to, I think one of the approaches that we're working with teachers is almost that formula of I do, we do, and you do. So that direct instruction, that collaborative experience, and that independent work. So now that we have, ideally, I know this is not etched in stone, but this is a draft that kind of captures our thinking and where we want to move forward. So, Mr. Martineau, if you could please show the hybrid. Oh, excuse me, the Monday. That's our hybrid schedule, very similar to that of what Mr. Bevan had shown. Excuse me, on our remote days and our hybrid days, Mondays will be a little bit different. We are going to reduce our period times from 40 minutes to 33 minutes. And Mr. Martineau, if you could scroll down for 1 second. It also mirrors what Mr. Bevan had shared about at the end of the day of that extra help time for students and time for teachers to collaborate. And then lastly is our hybrid schedule. I know there's a lot of colors here, so I apologize for that. I think one of the things that we did build in with our hybrid schedule is that we will have 40-minute periods, and then we also built in a 9-minute transition time between periods, because we will have students moving throughout the building. We're going to have staggered transitions where 1/3 of the students will be moving, to their class. The next third will move to their class, and then finally the last third. So this kind of captures our thinking at this time, and I'm going to turn it over to Mrs. Carb.
All right, thank you, Principal Hershuk. So Principal Carr will present the Melican Middle School schedule.
Okay, thank you. And a lot of this is going to seem similar to what Mr. Bevan and Mr. Hershuk shared. If you could click on our in-person schedule first, that would be great. So I won't go through the entire schedule, but this year, in working with our K-8 colleagues and in working with our Trotter colleagues, we've decided to start the year with a 5-day schedule. So each day is day 1, day 2, day 3, rather than a Monday through Friday schedule. So that will be a shift for us, but we believe it will allow the kids to have the most exposure to the most variety of teachers and courses. That way, if, for example, band meets on a Monday, it won't matter because it will be worked into our 5-day rotation. So all students will have that on every 5th day in our rotation. So this is our in-person schedule. If you could scroll down just a little bit, Mr. Martineau. We are starting this year with an afternoon homeroom. So whether we are fully in person, which we hope we get to eventually, or if we are in the hybrid, when our kids are in the building, we want to have them end the day with homeroom at least to start, so that we can continue to reinforce social distancing and safety protocol, and so that students can get back into the swing of school. And continue to build their stamina. We also think this will help us with a staggered dismissal at the end of the day. So that is our in-person schedule. One of the things that you'll notice, we have 7 periods, 3 days a week. So day 1, day 2, day 3, and then lunch is included there as a period, but we have an additional period for days 4 and 5. So those class times are just a little bit shorter there. If you could just scroll down, Mr. Martineau, just if you could stay in the in-person. No, actually you don't. Well, yes, if you could stay on the in-person, I'm sorry. If you could just scroll down, keep going, and just kind of enlarge one of those schedules. This is actually like a student schedule or a staff member schedule, and this might be helpful for people to understand. So we also have a mosaic schedule, as Principal Hershuk mentioned. So day 1, for example, first period, if I'm a student, it could be math for me. Second period could be ELA. Day 2, first period could be social studies. Second period could be art. This is why we think it's important to do a 5-day rotation schedule rather than a Monday through Friday schedule. That way students will have the same access to special classes. Some classes that meet once a week or twice a week typically would meet once every 5 days or twice every 5 days. So we think this will be helpful as we get started. Okay, thank you, Mr. Martineau. If you want to go to our fully remote, that would be great. So for our 100% remote schedule, it is exactly like our in-person schedule, except we have adjusted the times. So the day 1 to day 5 rotation is there. We have 40-minute teaching blocks with a 5-minute break in between. And then after second period, there is a 10-minute break for all students. This is consistent and mirrors our in-person schedule, which offers a break after second period. So we wanted to keep that in there. As my colleagues mentioned earlier, the 40 minutes of teaching in the fully remote schedule is going to vary. Some will be asynchronous, some will be synchronous. And we know that at the beginning of the year in particular, there will be a lot of teacher-led learning where we are helping students with routine, and we are really working on building up their skills and their stamina for being students again and for the learning. We know, just like when we're in person, when we start fully in person and during a typical year, there's often a lot of teacher-led work at the very beginning, just to set the foundation for students and to help them with protocols and with routines. This is an 8th grade schedule. If you scroll down, Mr. Martineau, just one more. That's fine. So 8th, 7th, and then 6th. The only difference with these, with each grade is when they eat lunch. All the other periods remain the same. So students would have their typical schedule, and they would be able to mirror it with this schedule. The only thing that would be different between the in-person and their remote schedule is just the times that each of these periods runs. Okay, and then if you want to just click on the hybrid, that would be great. And I think people have seen this, and this is actually, this sort of shows how long it will take to get through a 5-day rotation. So you can see that on Monday, if that is a remote day for everybody, Tuesday, cohort A would have a day 1 in person, while cohort B has a remote day of learning. And then Wednesday, cohort B would have their day 1 of in person. Cohort A would have their remote day. So this will allow, if you keep scrolling, by the 3rd week of this, we would be on Thursday, we would start back with our day 1. And all of these schedules work together, so we'll be able to go in and out of these schedules pretty easily. Once the students understand their initial schedule, they'll be able to easily transfer them either to the hybrid or to the remote. We have also worked really closely with our elementary colleagues, and our Monday schedules are going to vary a little bit, and we're going to rotate our Monday schedules to make sure that students have access to all of their specialists, all of their supports, and all of their academic courses. So hopefully that gives you a little bit of insight into what we are thinking about at Millikan. And I do have to thank our faculty and staff as well, and our administrative colleagues. It's been really wonderful working with everybody. If there is a silver lining from this pandemic, for me, it's been working with my administrative colleagues more than we usually have time to do. So that's been really great. So I want to thank them, and also our faculty and staff who've been very patient and very supportive of the work.
Thank you, Principal Carr. So next we will transition to Northborough and Southborough elementary schools. And to present this information, we have Amy Souls, principal of Z School in Northborough, Kathleen Valente, principal of Neary School in Southborough, and Alana Sear, principal of Proctor School in Northborough.
So I'm going to start us off, and thank you for allowing us to share this information with you. We just want you to know that these schedules have been developed through cross-district collaboration with all elementary principals. And as Principal Carb shared, it's been wonderful to be able to collaborate, have great conversations, and get together way more than we typically do. It's also important to note that both the hybrid and remote schedules that we've developed are fluid, and we are continuing to refine within the individual schools. And they were designed with great intention to have the ability to move in and out of either at any time based on the health metrics that we have at the current time. Because of the design of the schedule is so closely aligned, both the hybrid and the remote, it will allow for seamless movement for teachers, students, and families while holding on to our time on learning standards. One of our primary goals when we began this process was, and always will be, is to design schedules that are developmentally appropriate for our students at every grade level. Both schedules are designed to mimic a typical day's master schedule and are anchored in our time on learning standards across the content areas, as well as inclusion of all special subjects. And we too, as Principal Carb had shared, will be working on a day 1 through 5 model, similar to Trotter and Millikan. We recognize that each year, and even more importantly this year, building relationships with students is vital to creating a classroom community of learners. And although students in each classroom this year will be in separate cohorts, it's even more essential to establish relationships between the two cohorts. So we'll be utilizing our remote Mondays to assist in accomplishing this through whole class meetings and remote team building activities. And we'll also use the structures of Open Circle, Responsive Classroom, and Second Step curriculum as tools to build our communities. Alana?
Thank you, Kathleen. As Kathleen stated, building these connections and building strong routines for our students and our family are very essential and important. We recognize that our students have been out of the classroom setting for a long period of time, and reacclimating our students to the routines of school and building learning communities is going to be one of our top priorities as we enter back into the school year. In each of our schools and across schools, we're going to be working very closely with our classroom teachers, our support staff, school psychologists, and behavior specialists in order to assess and support the needs of our students. We want to make sure that as our students enter back into the school year, that they feel physically and emotionally safe so that all of this great learning can happen throughout the school year. And we want to meet the students where they at with their individual needs. We also want to place a great emphasis on directly teaching, modeling, and practicing learning routines in order to build independence and build stamina both in the school experience and in the home environment as well. We want our students to be independent learners and to access this learning on an independent level and advocate for their needs. And lastly, we want to make sure that our routines and our schedules are very predictable for both students and families. Amy?
Thanks, Alana. So the next kind of pillar of building the schedules and kind of the foundation of our thinking is making sure that we keep communication at the top of our minds, understanding that that's a key component to communicate with one another, with our students, and of course our families. That will be essential as we move forward. Some of the feedback we've heard over time has been the platform, that we needed a consistent platform. So communicating using the Google platform, we'll be using that consistently, K-8 for all families, and it will help us to keep those routines and building those routines for accessing learning materials consistent using that familiar platform. Also the communication that this is going to be a phased approach to building appropriate routines and behaviors that enable students to access and engage in all learning opportunities. And then in addition, communicating and working towards a really solid partnership with our families towards the communication of the successes and challenges that both yourselves and your students are experiencing at home. That will assist in the creation of a personalized approach from our faculty within your home and to suit your family's needs. I'll start by just reviewing a little bit of the remote the fully remote schedule learning model. Again, as my colleagues have mentioned before, it's really built on a balanced, the schedule is designed to provide a balanced and consistent approach across the district elementary school. The schedule is meant to be a guide and is flexible for students, staff, and families. So as we enter into school for our professional development and collaborative times with our teachers, we'll really fine-tune these schedules to make them look grade appropriate. But these capture, as others have mentioned, the DESE guidelines for time on learning standards. The timeframes are ranges that were developed by DESE. The staff will work to maximize the learning blocks to utilize a balanced approach, which will incorporate live instruction, small group instruction, times for feedback, times for one-on-one consultation, and also independent work by students. If we take a peek at the schedule, it is not in any type of order. So the first block that you see that is approximately 30 to 45 minutes with a live teacher. Doesn't have to work in this order, but these are the activities and the time frames that students and teachers will engage in these types of things. So we've built in our academic blocks, again, to mirror the schedules that we use in school. We want to build that in to make consistency and engage students in the learning. We've also built in time for different types of breaks, whether it be a math break, having snack, a lunch break, and then also for our specials. You'll notice on Mondays, we have built in time for asynchronous learning in the afternoons that all teachers, students will engage. Greg, if you could just pull that up just a little bit for me. Project-based learning, independent practice and reinforcement, and assignments that are based on choice for all students.
So Greg, Alana and I are going to present on the hybrid. If you scroll, yeah. So the sample hybrid schedule for our Mondays is very similar to what Principal Souls just shared. In the morning, we will start with it's a virtual learning day for all students. We start with a class meeting. So that's an opportunity for all students within the classroom, both cohort A and cohort B, to come together to build a classroom community, launch new learning for the week, build team building activities, and that will be designed at the building level at each individual school, what that time looks like. We'll take a 15-minute screen break, and then we will launch into 90 minutes of teacher-directed, both asynchronous and synchronous learning. It could be ELA, it is include reading and writing. Then we will take a break from our screen, have snack, and then come back together, and we will have 60 minutes of mathematics. And again, teacher-directed asynchronous as synchronous learning. We'll take a 45 to 60-minute lunch recess break, similar to our in-school schedule. And then the afternoon will consist of science or social studies, another screen break, a special subject area, specialist area, PE, music, art, library, band, orchestra, and then at the end of the school day, the last 90 minutes will be a time where it will be asynchronous learning blocks, project-based learning, independent practice, reinforcement of skills. And this will be a time where teachers will have the opportunity to work in building-based teams, professional learning communities, looking at student data to identify and drive daily instruction.
I'm going to speak to the hybrid days, the Tuesday through Friday. As my colleagues have shared, students would be in cohort A or cohort B. So we wanted to show a comparison between what they would be doing if they were in their school-based learning days, and then the comparison of what at-home learning would look like. So those would be 2 days in school and then the 2 days at home. And we tried to really model our at-home days in the learning that students would be doing to look like our in-school days. So for example, if you look at the top block, you see we start the day with a class meeting when students are in school, community building activities. When students are home, we'd like them to might check in via a ticket to enter through their Google Classroom platform. They might contribute to a shared Google Doc. There might be a question of the day that they answer, such as, tell me about your favorite book. Something very simple that students can respond to each other on. Following that, we would enter into our content blocks in teaching. So in school, we follow a sequence of a mini lesson, direct teaching by the teacher, and then small group or individual practice with feedback from the teacher. And what you would see in the home environment is that students would have a video that they might view, or they might view a Google slide presentation, and then they would have independent practice off screen related to what they had just viewed and worked on. We also want to incorporate screen breaks and break times into both environments. And then again, you see that continued sequence of looking at our content, of what it looks like in the school day, and following that same process in the home environment. We've built in a lunch and recess block, obviously both in school, but out of school, we feel that's important for students to have that break, to get some fresh air, to stretch, as my colleagues have discussed. And then we would also be working with students both in and out of school on inquiry-based investigations, hands-on activities. We've spoken about choice boards, experiential learning, such as virtual field trips. We feel like these activities and these learning opportunities are very important for our students, both in and outside of the school environment. So what we're really trying to do is keep our students into a routine, both when they're in the school environment and they're outside learning at home.
I think I'd just like to add the description that Alana gave for the hybrid model during the remote learning mirrors exactly what we would do in the 100% remote. Her description of each block and how teachers would interact with students, whether it be through video on the hybrid model, but in the 100% model, they would have more interaction with their teachers as well as pre-recorded type lessons. But that gives you a little glimpse into the day as well to a remote learner.
So thank you for the detailed presentations and a lot of information. Last week, when the school committees voted the district reopening plan, the next layer was really to layer on the detailed schedules. And this was to give parents and community a better sense of what a student's experience would look like in a full remote model or a hybrid model. So a lot of information was presented. Again, at this point in time, summarize. So I am recommending to the school committee that the school committees approve a differentiated and phased reopening strategy, leading to all students being in a hybrid learning model by October 13th, 2020. And again, it's a reopening strategy that includes clear medical criteria for moving in and out of learning models, and is differentiated and phased approach based to reopening schools across the district. And lastly, we feel that it is a model that prioritizes the physical, social, and emotional well-being of the school community, students, and staff. And lastly, next steps. So in terms of communicating to the community and our educators, so tomorrow, August 13th, we will be communicating more information with families about the standalone remote program. On Friday, we will be sending out the plan to the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, and we'll be communicating to families the detailed phase reopening model. We will also be launching our reopening website and updating the district reopening plan with school schedules. And I just want to add that the due date for opting in for the standalone remote is August 18. The week of August 17th, 2020, we will be sharing with families cohorts. So each family will receive the cohort that their children or child is in, as well as students who receive student support services or English learners, what the additional frequency of learning will look like. And then lastly, we'll be releasing that week the school-based plans that parallel the district reopening plan. And then the first day of school for our students is September 16th, 2020. And that concludes my presentation at this time, and I'll turn it back to Chairperson Challen.
So Greg, are you ready to take questions from the committee members then?
Yes, we are.
Paul, I saw your hand go up and come down. Technically, you were the first person I saw. So do you have a question?
Yeah, I do.
Paul
Thank you.
Bucket.
Thank you, Roger. So I'm Paul Bucket with the Regional School Committee. Greg, just to confirm, I like the staggered approach of the different grades at the beginning of the year as we come out of full remote and the 10 days of PD. I see you've got 2 weeks between the grammar schools and the junior high, but then only 1 week between junior high and the high school. And I just wonder if there's enough time there for any and all of the learnings that may come out of it, and enough time to kind of adjust and fix. And if you do have some concerns over it, but don't necessarily want to change it, as part of this activity tonight, how difficult would it be, or how amenable would you and your team be to pushing off the high school start by another week if enough issues came up in either the grammar schools or the junior high? And before I get off, because I think there's so many people who want to talk, congrats to you and your teams for both tonight's presentation and all the incredible amount of work that's clearly behind these presentations and plans. So thanks to all of you for that.
So I think we, as a leadership team, talked a lot about what a phased-in approach could look like. And we spent a lot of time talking about what is that window that would allow for a very thoughtful and thorough and mindful implementation, phased-in approach. So we, in all honesty, we had a plan that was a little more accelerated based on the feedback that we received from school committee members, also the community. We extended that phased-in approach at the middle school level and the high school level out a bit. We are able to accommodate the schedule that we proposed, but if it's the will of the committee to extend the high school another week or change it, it is a conversation that we would entertain. The only thing I would caution the committee is to really look at the metrics, the health metrics that were released, and what the health data metrics are in our local communities in Northborough and Southborough. And my only fear would be there could be the risk of losing a potential window to getting into that hybrid model. And I'm not sure if Principal Bevan wants to comment on what impact that might have, bringing it out another week.
Yeah, I hadn't really considered that, Ms. Martineau and Ms. Bucca, but I do think the schedule as you're presenting it, I think is doable. I think a week, if we were to return kids into the school in a hybrid model at the time that the schedule says right now, it would permit maybe some outdoor opportunities that maybe we would be delaying and not being able to access if we were in a week later. So I think that would just be one consequence, I think, of pushing it out even farther. I think I'm confident our team and our teachers will be ready by the time that it's is on the phased reopening plan.
Just as a follow-up, if I could, I mean, I'm less concerned with the teachers and their plans and presentations as I am with, the busing and some of the kind of ancillary support systems around it, and just hoping that, there's enough time to learn and adapt, or if things do, go a little sideways with the earlier groups, then you have the flexibility to delay a week or two to straighten things out before you start the high school.
So just a comment, Paul, that again, the design approach across pre-K through 12, the coherence that we built in was to be able to move in and out of models because the schedule is parallel. So again, as Principal Bevin shared, the remote model can easily is very similar to the hybrid model, to the 100% in person. Again, with the intention, the goal to be back 100% in person at some point during this academic year.
Okay, all set, Paul?
And thank you.
Kelly, Gwinnett, you are next.
Hi, thank you. So I have a few things. So I'll just start with the first thing is 5 minutes between Zooms. Is there going to be grace periods for people and stuff like that? I know some of us between meetings, we have challenge in getting between Zooms in 5 minutes. So I'm just curious, if there's going to be flexibility. I'm assuming there will be, especially because some of these kids are going to be very young and doing like that. But so that was just one of my concerns, looking at the schedules. Another thing is, even though we're not expecting the kids to be on screens all day, 100% of the 6-hour block, there is going to be an extensive amount on it. So what are we envisioning for homework after all of this stuff? Is our teachers going to be working to reduce that? Because I just feel like that's going to be, it's tiring. I've been in meetings all day, sitting on Zoom, and the last thing I want to do is go open a book and do homework after it. So that was another thing. And then my last thing for the moment is I appreciate that everybody is looking at the adjustment and the different variability for the different grades in the schools. And my big concern is for the littles, for the K through 5, sitting wearing masks all day. It just seems it's a lot. It's excessive. Has there been any thought about potentially phasing in to the 6-hour day by starting with half days or something during this transition period, during the phase in approach? So the kids are going to be then building up to the wearing the masks and the new changes and stuff. Kids, they don't, especially K through 5, they don't have a lot of stamina sometimes. They're going to be getting used to the sitting still. The half days would alleviate the lunch issues, the lack of recesses and the movement breaks and things like that. You could start with, in person, and then at the, everyone goes home before lunch and then goes to virtual in the afternoon, something like that. So anyways, that's it for now.
So the first question was around transitions between classes, so the 5 minutes. So obviously we will allow, I think there is some flexibility. So Kelly, we've given you great flexibility in between meetings to get to meetings on time. So we will continue to do that for students. And again, this is a plan on paper, so we will also evaluate and make sure that the plan is realistic. Homework, I think it's a great point, Kelly, that that's part of the professional learning that we need to do. How does this environment, this hybrid model and this remote learning model impact the amount of homework or the type of homework that we give our students? The last thing we want to do is give 5 hours of homework, which requires 5 additional hours of screen time. So it's something that we are looking at and we'll adjust accordingly. And then phasing in approach. So, we did look at many other districts' models and thinking about phasing in. And really the conversation that we had was, if we are transporting our students to our schools, whenever we have a half day or a shortened day, it's such a logistical challenge because of the shortened day that we thought it was better to have them stay that whole day. And we decided not to go to that phased and half day approach.
And can I just add that However, I think your question is rooted in the concern for that transition back to school and building the stamina and sort of what, as you said, the littles can actually handle. And that is a significant part of the conversations that are happening. And their teachers are going to have a nice amount of time to work on these things and are already thinking, as are the school leaders, about how we break up the day, how we get kids outside for those mass breaks as often as possible. If it's a remote day, there's, that 5 minutes may be much longer than 5 minutes because they may have been on Zoom for the first chunk of the period, and then they may have been writing on their own or sent to collect something in the house that they were bringing back. So, the teachers are so acutely aware, and the school leaders, of the developmental needs of the students, and working to create the experiences. So, we've sometimes been talking about it as the on-ramp, right? So what's the on-ramp to bring our kids back to school and to bring our teachers back to school in a way that they can move into the learning? So it looks like a lot when you see it on paper, but know that they are planning within those blocks exactly the kind of phase in that you're talking about.
And I can appreciate that about the transportation and the faculty and the staffs, and everybody's going to be working with them. I just, if there's going to be that week to 2 week period when it's just K-5 going to the schools, I don't see how that's going to impact the other schools with transportation if we're just transporting the K-5. And so I'll just say that. So that's just, as I said, the middle schools aren't going to be transported at the time in the high school. So even if it's just those 2 weeks or weeks, whatever it is in your plan, I could see that helping a long way, as I said, especially for the little kids. So thank you.
You're good, Kelly. Next up is Jen Primack. Jennifer?
Thank you. I have 3 questions. I'd like to ask each one and then get a response and then ask the other, if that's okay. My first question is related to the metrics and the phase, pushing the opening back for in-person component. Can someone speak to the possibility that we would basically start to see potentially a continued spike in cases in the state? And so by waiting to bring kids into school, is it possible that we run into the possibility that they're basically going to go back to a full remote anyway?
So thank you, Jennifer. Mary Ellen, Duggan, do you want to take that question?
Sure. I wish I had my crystal ball to tell us what we could do. There is always that potential. Massachusetts is doing really well, and we have been doing really well. So we can hope that we'll continue on this path, but there's always the potential. And, we have to remember all those things that we've been doing to keep our metrics low.
And is it not true over the last 2 weeks that we've actually seen in the state an increase in percentage of positive cases?
I think we will look locally, and our local numbers have been historically very low, which is a great, outlook for what we have going locally. And then we'd go to the state, but our numbers in the state have slowly increased, but they're still hovering right around 2 or less. So I think it bumped up and now it's coming back down again a little bit.
My second question actually might be for you too. My second question is, can someone explain why these alternating days were picked, the Tuesday, Thursday versus Wednesday, Friday, and specifically why there wasn't a break maybe in the middle of the week, or why we didn't consider 1 week on, 1 week off in terms of health and safety, please?
So health and safety, no matter what remote plan whatever hybrid plan we did, the risk didn't change any, is what the model showed. That when some of the infectious disease doctor that's been working with us and her team ran the models, it didn't really change the risk factor having that day off in the middle. I think educationally, to have the students in there, this is where it goes from health to the education reason. To have them off for a week and then to come back in, we all know what it's like once students come back from vacation. It takes 3 days to get them back into a routine of being in school in person. So having them in at that every other day seemed to be what was best for them.
And it's correct that we're doing deep cleaning every night in addition to Mondays?
Yes. So having the day off would not change. I mean, the cleaning is being done every night. I mean, right now in the summer program, it's done in between the sessions. So it is being done.
Thank you. My final question is about the potential. So if we do this hybrid mode and we have a large percentage of parents who opt to do the standalone remote or who opt not to send their child in, I'm thinking about working families, families of essential workers, those kind of things. Is there a possibility if we have low numbers for our hybrid that we could bring some of those families who need it the most into full-time learning?
Yeah, I think that as I mentioned, one of our concerns are for families and students who, working families or families who may be struggling. Once we have a sense of the numbers for our standalone remote program, it potentially could free up space. And the other position that we're going to be looking at is how can we do some networking across our communities. In the survey, one of the questions was, would you be willing to support other families and with childcare? So we have a number of families who are willing to help. And so the short answer is yes, that is an opportunity that we'll be looking at.
Thank you. Those are all my questions for now. Thank you.
Sean O'Shea, you're up next.
Thank you. First, I just want to acknowledge, I think as Paul did earlier, all the work that the admin teams across the district, from high school to your office to all the way down to the elementaries have put into this. It's a tremendous amount of work. It's all consuming, I know. So thank you. I have a couple of concerns and a question. So, building meaningful relationships and connections with teachers is critical. The most important factor for success for students is the teacher standing in front of them. As Jennifer mentioned, I'm worried and very concerned about missing the opportunity, high school students missing the opportunity to meet teachers and build relationships with them. Secondly, for students with executive functioning issues, starting the year remotely for that long of a period of time, I think is a great difficulty and challenge, and not having some in-person time to kind of get on track and again, build those relationships with teachers. Did the administration by any chance consider maybe phasing in to work out the kinks, as Paul said, bringing in like half of the grades 9 and 12 or 9 and 11 or something like that, cohorts over a couple of weeks, or phasing, kind of staggering the start of, instead of bringing all the high school students in on the hybrid model, and maybe that way working out kinks and bringing them in earlier?
I'll start, and then
yeah, go ahead, Greg.
Sean and Stephanie can add some details. So we looked at many models, the pros and cons, and we tried to evaluate each of those models with a set of criteria. So yes, we did look at that, and I will have Sean and Stephanie maybe elaborate a little bit around the schedule and why, and some of the building relationship work that will be done.
Yeah, I will just pipe in that at the high school, many of our classes are mixed between grades, and so establishing a classroom community from day one is a goal of every teacher. And for some, I don't know what the percentage is, I apologize, but some large percentage of our classes do feature different grades, and I think that would present a pretty significant challenge there.
Mm-hmm. I can see that. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I so yes, scheduling wise, I think it would get very complicated, because we found also for teachers, there's not clean cuts. The teachers teach across grade levels, and so things become sort of split. just making the AB cohorts is incredibly complicated, much less than making AB cohorts with staggered entry. You end up with even more cohorts. The other thing I will say is that there is also the element of being able to see each other's faces remotely. And one of the reasons that we really wanted the Monday as the full remote day was to be able to start the week with your whole class and have that sense of everyone together. And while that doesn't replace the in-person and some of the things that support the relationship building, there are elements of the relationship building that are actually going to be less constrained in the remote in terms of making student groupings and putting them into small groups and some of those things. So I think teachers are going to be working very hard to build those relationships, but in new ways than they have in the past.
Can I just ask Marie Allen, just to speak a little bit about executive functioning and some of that work in terms of what that will look like for students who struggle with organization of time, resources, and materials?
Yes, yes, I can speak to that. There is time set aside for students to learn how to organize their day, and that can be done with students that have education plans, but it's also done for our students in the gen ed environment as well. And in the schedules, I noticed there is teacher check-in time, and teachers do help students organize their days and their work. But specifically, if a student is on an education plan and needs executive functioning assistance, we do work through planning out their day, planning out their schedule. In a typical in-person environment, we would look at all of the activities that they have planned during the week after school. We'd look at their homework for the week. We'd look at their test schedules, and we'd work with the student to plan out a system that works best for them. And of course, that looks very different at the elementary school than it does in middle school and high school. So there are different techniques that we use for students. As the students get older, it's more technology-based, if that is their method of organization. And at the elementary school, obviously, it can be more paper and pencil, but we do have strategies to assist students with organizing.
Yes, and I realize there's tremendous amount of supports. I guess my concern, and I'm going to listen more after this, and is not like Paul's, where considering working out the kinks and going longer. I would like to see it sooner. I think the longer a lot of students go without being in person, I think the less chance we will be in person, and I think the less chance some kids are going to be fully engaged, and it's going to benefit them. So I'll stop there.
Next up, Lauren Bailey Jones. Lauren?
Thank you, Roger. So I think I'll start off sort of piggybacking what Sean was just talking about. I think that I worry about some students in a remote model that are still developing their executive functioning skills, still developing their discipline to do work that maybe is asynchronous. So maybe one of, especially for our elementary students, but even our middle school students and potentially high school. So I don't know if some of our principals could speak to how that synchronous versus asynchronous education will be working in our remote days when it's 100% remote. Because I guess, as a science teacher myself, I could picture some days me having a full, 45, 90-minute block with my students face to face, but then other days I may set my students up and say, okay, remember tomorrow you're doing your science experiment on your own, check in with me if, you have questions during our science block. But I think some students might really benefit from, hey, we're gonna meet for the first 10 minutes of the block, we're gonna check in, we're going to make sure we're on the same page, and then you can go work on your own. So I guess just what supports are in place for students who really need that rigid schedule.
So Amy, Alana, or Kathleen, do you want to respond to that question?
Sure, I can start, and then if Amy and Kathleen want to jump in.
Sure.
Lauren, I think you bring up a great point, and something that we've been talking a lot about is that we have a wide range of learners across all grade levels. And I think that's the important part about the communication, the partnerships, and knowing our students, in that we want to set our students up for success. So those live interactions and provisioning them to be successful is going to be key. So it might be that at the elementary level, that live mini lesson, teaching an explicitly teaching a skill, and then having follow-up later on for further review, for questions, making time for students to do that. Students who require services through their IEPs, making sure that they have their supports through our ESPs and special education teacher and other support staff. It really needs to be that team effort to ensure that our students are getting their needs met in order to, work with those kinds of challenges or struggles that students may experience.
Mm-hmm. And I think that time on Monday afternoons on the remote learning day, that 90 minutes is critical for teachers to be able to come together and collaborate and examine student data and determine what students need extra supports, what students need to be challenged, what is the data telling us, and then able to plan together for the following days that within the week.
I can speak to middle school a little bit. I think we've talked a lot about sort of the idea of if we were in our hybrid, for example, that the Monday remote day would be really launching the entire week. So students would be in and out of synchronous and asynchronous learning. And the whole group would be together to start, but the teacher might launch something for 15 minutes or so and then have students work in breakout rooms where they could work in groups, and the teacher might stay with a small group of students who really needed that kind of support. Maybe there is an ESP in the classroom as well that would be in another breakout session with a handful of students who needed that. So I can see that happening on the Monday remote day, but I can also see that if we are in a fully remote sort of environment to get started, I think the teachers are really excited about learning how to do this work better. I think the spring was a challenge for everybody. We know that it happened very abruptly, but I think the teachers are excited about really working with kids, meeting them where they are, addressing different kinds of needs by doing different kinds of groupings. I think there may be a time when a teacher spends 10 minutes with a class, and then most kids are off on their own working, and he or she is with 2 or 3 students that really need some different kinds of supports. But each Zoom session will start with attendance, so there will always be that. Even if students are really working on their own, as you explained, like doing an experiment or something like that, and then maybe they would get back on at the end to sort of share their results. Maybe the teacher would stay on with 2 or 3 of them and help them through it. Maybe an ESP, or if there's a co-teacher in the class, would work with a smaller group. So I can see a lot of variety in terms of synchronous and asynchronous, really depending on the students.
Thank you. That really paints a much clearer picture. So thank you, Alana, Kathleen, and Michelle. I do have one more question and then a comment. So my question, I guess, maybe would be for Keith or our principals. I think my 2 schedule concerns for in-person learning is transition time and lunches. So just sort of being aware of those challenges with so many students. So could someone speak to that, please?
I can say that each of the principals have thought long and hard about the lunch waves at their buildings and are taking great care with that, looking to creative ways to get the students spaced in the cafeterias as best as they can, and when needed, going to auxiliary spaces as well to have lunchrooms. Also really thinking hard about the cleaning protocols, ways students will be entering the space and exiting the space is all age appropriate and will be differentiated. I can say for sure it's going to be staggered. I think I spoke to Principal Mucci for a while on how he was planning on making sure that the first group that entered went to the far side, or even going so far as to assign seats in the cafeteria to assure that we were keeping things as tight as possible. So a lot of different variations are being considered, and I'd say that each of the buildings are going to have their own twist on that for an age-appropriate implementation.
Thank you, Keith.
Welcome.
And then finally, I do just have a comment going off of what Kelly said. So I do think that stamina is really important. It's something that our students have lost over our remote learning in the spring and then throughout the summer. So that's something that I'm sure all of you are aware we're going to need to be building gradually throughout the school year. And so I'm actually very intrigued by Kelly's idea about having our younger learners start with maybe a few days of half days as they get used to just being in school, if that's the will of the committee, wearing masks, going through different protocols, because again, that stamina, we really do need to build on it gradually. So that was just sort of my last final thought. Thank you.
So just a general comment, it is relatively, if it was the will of the committee to reduce the day for our K through 5 for a week or 2 weeks, for example, it is something we could accommodate. It's not an obstacle that we could not overcome.
Thank you.
Jess Devine is up next. Jessica.
Hi, thank you. So I have a lot of questions, but I'm going to try to, I won't ask them all now. I'll save some for later to give other people time. My first ones revolve around medical questions. So maybe Mary Ellen. One concern that I was thinking about is, yes, our COVID rate in Southborough and Northborough is low. It's 0.35% in Southborough, 0.37% in Northborough. And that's great. But some of our teachers and staff and bus drivers and, different people involved with us may live in communities that have higher rates. Is there any way that, are we thinking about that? Are we going to offer some sort of testing for people that may be coming from communities that have higher rates, or even if people are just concerned and want to make sure that they're free and clear before they come into the classroom or get on a bus as a bus driver or work as a custodian or whatever role they have?
Sorry. So just to answer the testing, we have been exploring different testing to have the availability to get results rapidly, but not having people tested before starting school, because that is just one point in time that you'd be testing. So if you tested today, I could be positive tomorrow. I could come in contact with someone tomorrow. So in order for testing, it would have to be a routine testing for that to be really beneficial to all of us. It would have to be like every 3 days would be the most ideal if we were going to do that. What we have explored is having the ability to get results back rapidly. Different ways to do that. The medical team has been exploring that through different places locally. So that is for the testing. The fact that people will come from different communities that's a fact, and we need to remember that those things that help mitigate the virus are those things that we're going to be doing all day, which are social distancing, wearing our masks, and hand washing. So those are the things that we can all do to help mitigate this virus, and those are the things that we're going to continue to have to do. So the fact that people will be coming from those communities, we have thought about this, but we haven't really explored it as to if that would factor into our metrics. We had part of our metrics will be what our local Northborough and Southborough are, and what our central Massachusetts region, the towns surrounding us, what their metrics are, and then the state metrics. So those will all factor into our decisions if we need to move from one model to another.
Yeah, that was part of my question too, because Framingham and Marlborough have much higher rates than we do. And I was wondering how that could affect us, just because, we might go to the Stop and Shop in Marlborough or the, whatever in the mall in Framingham. And that can, I'm just wondering how that kind of affects our metrics. Or maybe it's unknown. I don't know.
It's not really known, but if you are going to the Stop and Shop in Marlborough, we all have to weigh our risk factors for all the actions that we take. And am I doing the things that I need to do? Am I wearing the mask? Am I making sure I'm doing proper hand hygiene and keeping myself safe? So we all kind of monitor our own risks that we put ourselves into. And it's a whole community response that we need to do. We're all kind of socially responsible for each other. So I think that we could, the new state guidelines that Mr. Martin showed us, that we're all colors, yellow, white, green, yellow, and red. So most of our surrounding areas are white and green. I think Marlborough and Worcester are yellow right now. But we will continue to monitor all of those surrounding communities when we're deciding if we need to move into a different model. Does that answer what you?
I mean, for now, yeah, I think that's fine. And then mask breaks. So will all mask breaks be outdoors?
Not all mask breaks will be outdoors. Ideally, a mask break will take place outdoors during recess if they're remaining 10 feet apart there. But if our students will be 6 feet apart in the classroom. So if it's indoors, the windows should be open. Everybody should be seated at their desks, I think. So they can take place indoors also.
Okay. And lunches, I did read something today from one of our medical experts. I requested some info, and one of the articles was talking about lunchtime possibly being a super spreader event. I can't remember exactly off the top of my head, but there was a case where people were having a pizza party and just all ate together, and that became a big event. So I do have a worry about the kids being, even if they're 6 feet apart, being in a cafeteria indoors eating. I'm wondering if we can get kids. I mean, everybody knows on these committees that I've been harping on getting the kids outside as much as possible. Can we make lunches while it's nice out, all lunches outside, to try to reduce risk? Is that something maybe we could do?
I mean, I think that is logistics for the schools to think of. I know they've been working hard with setting it up inside 6 feet apart. We have to remember how this is spread. We're not sharing any pizzas. The lunches will be probably brown bag to go lunches, individually packaged for each person. So it's not even cafeteria style like they're used to. And if they're sitting without their masks on, we have to remember how it's spread. That 6 feet is the ideal space to protect ourselves.
So just a general comment too, that, although it might not be practical to bring all students out to lunch, we can decrease the density of students in the cafeteria. Maybe if a third of kids are able to go out to lunch, and we rotate through that way. So it is something we will look at. And also our food services department, through Keith's leadership, is really looking at lunch is going to look different for our students. It's going to be packaged differently. It's not going to be hot. It's going to be more likely to be bagged. So that lends itself well to being able to take a lunch and go. So that is an option that we will be investigating.
And I think the way that the lunchroom will look is going to be totally different also. We're used to seeing them sitting at round tables or, along a long table, however it's set up in each school, and that's going to look different also. It's not going to be as social as the students are used to.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, I read through like every single teacher comment and every single parent comment, as I'm sure most people on the committees did for our district. And, I just keep going back to is this developmentally appropriate? Can we expect 8-year-old kids to be sitting at cafeteria tables? I mean, I don't know if anybody's ever been a lunch monitor back when parents could be lunch monitors. Like, if you go in a cafeteria, these kids are like shouting, they're, touching each other. They're, kids need to move and like express themselves. And I have a lot of worries around lunchtime, around snack time, around mask breaks indoors. I mean, these aren't little adults, right? Like, they're not going to follow every rule to a T. And I have a lot of worries around this. This is something that concerns me a lot. So I'll just leave that there. Could somebody talk to, I'm trying to picture the remote days, like when maybe somebody could walk us through, like, say, for example, like, I'm not really sure who's going to be helping the kids if we're in a hybrid model, not the standalone remote days, but in a hybrid model, remote days. How are the kids, who's teaching those kids? Like, who's monitoring those kids? Who's the educator support for those kiddos that are at, remote on the hybrid days?
Stephanie, do you want to take that question?
Sure. So, that's, I know one of the biggest concerns, particularly for the parents of our youngest children, is, I had to sit side by side with my child in the spring, and I became their teacher. And how is that going to work? And I think there's a couple of different things to think about here. One is that there are some significant aspects of staffing that are not yet settled, because until we know exactly how many children are in the standalone remote program and we see all of the sort of staffing settle out around the different programs, we won't have a clear picture. However, once we do all of that organizing, we will be able to look at how we're using our ESPs, how we're using our specialists, how we're using all of the different adults who work with children. When are some of our students receiving special education services on a remote day? And that is part of what is breaking up their remote experience and helping them through some of those parts of the day. When is an ESP potentially logging in and checking in with a group of kids? So there's a lot of sort of staffing pieces that we are still looking at. The other aspect of it is that there has been a lot of conversation among the principals about it's sort of that on-ramp that I was talking about earlier, of working with parents and working with students on how we build that independence. And that's something we do at school and teachers do very intentionally, from the early days of school and throughout the year, helping students to become more and more independent within their work times, building the length of time and the set of resources that they turn to as they try to get through their work. And we're going to have to do that more than ever, in terms of students being able to navigate those remote days. And so teachers will be building them up with smaller chunks at first, and then bigger chunks and greater independence. But there's a lot of details to it that we're still working through as we lay out the staffing as well.
Okay, great, thanks.
And I guess I think the other thing I would just add to that, sorry to interrupt, Jessica, is just that I think there's no two ways around the fact that there is the partnership that is always there between home and school is amplified and enhanced. We can use all different adjectives, maybe intensified in these models. And so one of the things when we are talking, we are hard at work now, we're thinking about those 10, 11 days of PD at the beginning of the year. And as we continue throughout the year, and a whole element of that is for parents and for families, and building the capacity of the families to help their children navigate this environment, to help their children become more and more independent. We do not assume that parents have the same skill set that our teachers do to know how to help build that independence. And so that is an entire strand of what we are planning as we think about the professional learning and the supports that we're building.
And I think that's awesome. And I keep coming back to the families with working parents, that assumes that there's a parent or an adult there to guide and work on this stuff. And you have two parents who work out of the house or essential workers or, whatever, or one or single parents or, I keep coming back to this. So I'll leave that for now. And because I know other people maybe have similar questions and I'll let other people ask them, but that's a major concern for me.
So Jessica, can I just comment on that too? I think this disproportionately, this hybrid model or remote model impacts some of our families more.
Yes.
And we are keenly aware of that. And it is something that we worry about and think about a lot. So it is something that we've had a lot of conversation. The whole conversation around equity is wrapped up in these models and this work. And to Jennifer Primack's point, our intention is to try to identify those families that really need our support and make sure they get the support they need, whether it's more frequency of attendance, whatever it is, that we realize that this disproportionately impacts some of our families compared to others.
Yeah. Okay. And then I guess the last thing I'll ask, and I'll wait to see, perhaps other people ask these other questions I have. So the state, with this new thing that came out yesterday, this new from DESE, with the color-coded, areas of, it says that they expect somebody is a school district in our situation to be going back 100% in person. Because we're in that, so, and we've already talked about why we can't do that. But I'm just wondering, are we going to get pushback from the state? Are they going to be like, listen, you guys shouldn't be going hybrid, or you should have more kids in school more often, or you shouldn't be waiting so long to get everybody back because of your metrics?
So the foundation of education in Massachusetts is local control. So I did ask that question. So it is a local decision. However, I think the metrics in that decision is an important component. And I will say, although the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education released those metrics as guidelines, I also want to make sure that our local experts, our boards of health, our medical advisory team has a chance to really look at it much more closely. And they have begun that work today. So more information to follow around those metrics as well.
Okay. And then just the final thing I want to say is I just echo some people saying that I am concerned about, I would like to see us get back to school earlier than this model lays out. I want to take advantage of the low metrics while we can. I worry that, I'm not on the high school committee, but I'm a parent of a high school, upcoming high school kid. And, I worry waiting until October 13th to get them into school, our metrics are going to be too high and they're never going to get any in-person learning. And I have the same concern for the middle school. So thank you.
Okay, next up, Kathleen Howland. Kathleen?
Thank you, Roger. I appreciate all the comments and have been taking lots of meetings with regard to preparing for this. And I agree that this has been a Herculean effort, and everybody's contributions will support both the parents and children, as well as the central office and staff. I'd like to suggest, based on the executive function conversation, that habits of mind be considered now, and perhaps we can prevent some of the issues that we see if we help children now plan a workspace, plan how to organize that workspace, how to keep it separate from sleep, never use your bed, all of those kind of things that help them separate church and state, and prepare, if not, get excited for learning. I know that I like sharpened pencils and new pads of back to school filler paper. I'm 60 years old and I get excited about it every year. It gets me ready for my school teaching. I'd I'd like to say that in the model for middle and elementary school, it looks as though gym, library, art, and music are once every 5 days, which I would think that those would be prioritized in support of academics. For example, I think that the breaks that are being given could be structured breaks with movement, either movement from gym or movement through music. And that would be meaningful. I know as a college professor that my students still need breaks, and I get down on the floor in a dress and do squats and push-ups if that's what it takes to get them back. They are much brighter, much more engaged when they're able to move, and it certainly is much more so developmentally the younger they are. And I'm wondering if this is a decrease from the last year's in-person model for those to be rotated every 5. I regret the lack of frequency for those very important and de-stressing classes. I would say to Jessica's point and others that 70 to 74% of all communication is nonverbal. And for us to be masked, particularly with the little ones, they are missing cues that are really essential to being able to understand somebody's intention. Because if I said, you know, Greg, I really like that tie, you know, if you, it's everything that's nonverbal that suggests that I'm intending to say something that I'm not. And all of those cues are so important. That's why sarcasm really never has a place in teaching, because children shouldn't have to figure out the load of what you really intend to say. And masks are going to make that more difficult. And with the incidence of children on the spectrum, of course, that's going to compromise them even more. I find, after really thinking through as a speech therapist and a cognitive therapist, that being in school with masks on and the demands that will be made on them to be far more unnatural to developmental needs than being remote. I would like for Stephanie to speak to the PD related to technology for the learning management system, because I think maximizing utilization of the LMS is essential for both models and for the ability to switch. And last week in a meeting, Greg said, you know, people have a variety of competencies and comforts with those systems. I would say the same at my college, and yet, as I noted earlier in another meeting, that in a half-hour session I had last week on technology, that it really will set me free for the coming semester, that there are so many advantages that we think about what online learning means, and there's a lot of available information from homeschooling as well as collegiate efforts, how that is distinctly different. It can be less, but not if you utilize the tools, and I'd like to hear about the PD. I'm interested in whether the standalone cohorts would interact with their hybrid peers and have some sense of 9th grade interactions. And then also, lastly, as a health concern, I know that many people in my community directly are establishing the pods where one parent will have the children for one of those 3 days, which means that you've got families commingling out of necessity because of the work schedule. And I think that that would have an impact on the metrics. So yeah, those are 6 things that are starting to keep me up at night, frankly. And I would like to just register. So arts, being preventative with executive functions, what true social emotional growth can be, and what it needs to be, which in person under these restrictions is hard. PD for tech, how cohorts will interact, and community pods. And I thank you so much for everything you're doing.
Where do we want to begin?
I'd like to start with the PD, Stephanie.
Sure, I can start with the PD. So So we are in the thick of planning first the initial set of PD. In fact, I have a meeting tomorrow with the PD committee that have representatives from all of the schools and administration. And it is an unbelievable opportunity that we have, right, with the amount of time. So in terms of technology, Julie Doyle has been at work for weeks now in starting to connect with and work with members of internally members of our community who are highly competent with with the different learning management systems that we have, with the different tools that we have. We have also been looking externally at professional development offerings that we can bring into the system. And so we're going to have a mix of our own folks who will be able to put together offerings and provide those for colleagues. And we will have external providers, whether it's through webinars, and there's so many possibilities right now. And one of the key considerations as we plan the professional development is to have certain things that are required so that we have a baseline and a foundation that we're building of, these are, for example, we need everyone to have a certain level of proficiency with Zoom because it will be a core tool that we are using across the board. And there's a whole set of things that we will be making sure we have everyone at a certain level of competency. And then we will have things that you could think of as more like electives, right? And those might be things that people are, based on their discipline or their interest, opting into. And we will have things at all different levels, so that just like with kids, we're trying to meet teachers where they are. We're trying to give them some autonomy and choice. And we're trying to make sure that we meet some standards of, related to both the technology and pedagogy and health and safety and all of these different areas.
Thank you, Stephanie. And I understand that Greg suggested that I come to that meeting tomorrow, and I'd be glad to do that, make the time.
That would be great. That would be great. I will send you the information. And I don't know if in terms of the arts and the offerings, I'm not sure if any of the principals would be willing to explain, but I actually think that it was probably hard for people to follow how the Monday rotations work along with the Tuesday through Friday. And I actually think that it is different than what you understood. So Michelle, I saw you pop up, or Gary can speak to that. And this is true at the elementary level as well, but I'll let Michelle and Gary start us off.
Sure, I'll start. So currently, if we were returning to a typical in-person, return to school, students at Milliken, and I think it's similar at the elementary schools, but all students receive art 1 day a week. They receive phys ed 2 days a week, typically. They receive tech engineering 1 day a week. They receive general music 1 day a week. And then they also can subscribe to band, which meets 2 days a week, and chorus, which meets 2 days a week. So our remote and our hybrid schedules are going to actually parallel that. Our Mondays are going to rotate differently though. So Monday, like the first Monday would be a day 1 schedule. So they may end up with art that day. Our second Monday will be a day 2 schedule. They may end up with an extra band that day. So there are some weeks when kids will actually get more than what they would typically get. But currently, what we're planning is that every 5 days they will get the special, but every single day kids get at least 1 special, sometimes 2 specials. So this is typical for our in-person meetings as well.
And how does it work? Sorry, Gary, go. Thank you.
Just to piggyback, Trotter is doing the same thing. We worked with Michelle, and we have the same format. I think the one thing we did learn during Northborough Connect 2.0 is that our specials did not have the robust offerings that we're very proud of. And so that was a priority in building our remote schedule and our hybrid schedule.
I'd like to say for all of us who have been sheltering in place for all these weeks, that music, art, and literature have been primary ways for us to fill our time. And I think it demonstrates the necessity of them in addition to academics. And so I feel a little bit better that it's more frequent, and the whole band chorus playing together, singing together, I understand it's a nightmare from the research, and that's why Berkeley has chosen to go online. There was no way they could keep students safe, and they understood that. So 3 weeks ago, they decided to go virtual 100%. So thank you for that clarification.
Could we just hear from the elementary schools while you're still on that too? Thank you.
I can talk a little bit to that. So in the hybrid model, the cohorts will have specials 2 times a week when they're in person. And then it'll take them 2.5 weeks to have all 5 specials, Tuesday through Friday. But then on Mondays, we're also going to collaborate with our specialists and offer rotating specials on Mondays as well. So they'll receive a remote, virtual, live special lesson on that Monday, and then look at using choice boards for the cohorts when they're on their remote days during the hybrid model, that they can engage in some activities that might be uploaded to their Google Classroom. So having something to do daily, but live presentations of those 2 times per week. And then on certain Mondays, they'll also have a live or a posted virtual lesson.
I think when you look at specialists that, especially music, because I'm most accustomed to those positions, that they probably have more touch points with children in a day than most any other teacher does. And they also may be going between buildings. Can you tell me more about those positions, please?
So, I mean, I'll just add one thing here. I actually was speaking to one of our specialists this afternoon, right before school committee, about ideas that some of our specialists have been brainstorming about this idea that, yes, they interact with more children in a day in our elementary schools than probably any other adults. But also there's different constraints, as you mentioned, on certain subjects. There's also different opportunities. And I guess what I think is important to realize is that none of this is completely fixed yet. These are sort of sample schedules of our current thinking on how we can find the right balances. And we are ultimately, in all levels, aiming for the the same time on learning in our music or our art or our PE as we would in person. And if anything, extending beyond, but not reducing. It's just going to be in different modalities. And so there's a lot of work being done, both from the grassroots, from our specialists, and from our school leaders. And I don't think we've necessarily arrived at finding the exact right way to balance all of this, but we have ideas, and that's what we're presented today. And I think it'll continue to evolve.
I imagine we're really drilling down into the details, but I very much appreciate that specialists who know their jobs well and can make suggestions are being heard. I really admire that.
So Mary Ellen, do you want to answer the pod question?
Sure.
Neighborhood pods and.
Sure, I think if people are, I don't think pods are a bad idea as long as people are following all of the same things we're doing in school, which are, if you are choosing to be in a pod with 2 other families, you want to make sure those families are following the guidelines also, and they are, going by social distancing. You want to know, so you're trying to limit your risk. So I would choose wisely if I was going to choose a pod, and you need to know if you have 3 students together in your home, they still need to wear masks. They still need to stay 6 feet apart and social distance. They still need to wash their hands. They still need to follow all of the things that we're supposed to do. So if I had to advise, I would say if I was thinking about choosing a pod, I would choose wisely, and I would know what are the rules those families are going by? We all know that people have different sets of guidelines that they follow. And some people, like you said, Kathleen, have been sheltering in place and safer at home through all of this. And other people are a lot more lax. So I would just know who I was choosing to join with if I was thinking about doing a pod.
And I think they would benefit from the guidelines that are being followed in school being broadcast out for that pod, those efforts to create the pods.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Just as I would think that, like the habits of mind, this is something, you know, the stress in the community, of course, is extremely high, and anticipation, as I said last week, this is like being 10 months pregnant. You just want this thing to be over with. And yet there's still so much work to do, no matter what our vote is tonight. So it would be good to help people, give them tasks now that can help prepare them, and that actually helps decrease stress.
I think there was a question about the standalone remote, and I think you were asking about the interaction between, did I understand that correctly?
Yes.
So in terms of the standalone remote, and this has been a common question, there's, you know, I think a lot of people are really nervous about, is my child going to feel isolated if they're part of the standalone remote program? And the way I would think about it is that we are going to be creating classes of kids who are going to be pure remote where we are able to. So for example, if we're talking about an elementary school student, we are going to be saying, okay, third grade, we have a third grader. Where are our third graders? And we might be grouping kids across the Northborough schools to create a third grade class. And then that third grade class will have an experience just like any third grade class, following the same schedules and all of the things we've been talking about today. That third grade teacher will be planning partners with other third grade teachers. And we will, at the elementary level, be making sure that they're having the opportunities to be involved in school-wide activities, we're looking for the crossover events, and our specials may be one of those places where we're going to be able to do, when they describe some of the opportunities for project-based learning on the Mondays, those are places we're going to be looking for the crossover. At the secondary level, same thing, we're going to be looking for what are the extracurriculars, what are the clubs, what are the activities that are taking place that are purely virtual, and therefore our standalone students are able to be part of those. And the schedules will be in sync so that it works. It is, you know, there's going to be we're going to have to piece it all together once we have all the puzzle pieces, but that is a high priority, that these students are part of class communities, and those class communities are situated in school and district communities.
Well done, thank you.
You good, Kathleen?
For now, yes, thank you for letting me ask all of those questions.
So I'd like to make a suggestion, and actually I'm not picking on Kathleen. I think that it may be helpful for committee members who have several questions to identify how many questions they have, and then maybe ask them sequentially. Sometimes it's hard for me to follow. I know a couple of folks have asked multiple questions, and it's hard for me to follow whether all the questions have been answered. So just a polite suggestion. Paul Desmond, you're up next.
All right, thank you. I think I have 4 questions. We'll see if I get to all of them. But the first one is just following up on a couple of questions that were asked earlier. And I too am not crazy about the middle and the high schools starting the hybrid model later. And I'm really still not sure I get the rationale behind that. So could you explain the rationale behind that, please? That can't be it.
That was not me.
There it was.
So the original proposal was starting 2 weeks earlier. Conversations with Director of Operations, Food Services, and just the phasing in approach to the high school and the middle school allows us to be more organized and be more intentional in how we do it. So that is the rationale. There's not a, I think there is the risk, as people have pointed out, that the longer we wait, the health metrics have a potential of changing. But again, it was some feedback we received from school committee members, conversations we had internally, by a week at the middle school and 2 weeks at the high school.
Okay. Well, I did a poll in my house and it was 2-0 against starting later.
Yeah, could you, I'm sorry, Paula, just to build on that, could you explain the operations in the food service, like, why do they need that time?
Yeah, it's really lessons learned from our ESY program this summer at the high school that, the first couple weeks of transitioning students back into the program, there was a lot of logistical, a lot of procedural, a lot of safety. It was, there was a lot of work. So that was part of the work that we've learned, that we want to be mindful and thoughtful. By the third and fourth week, students were more comfortable, educators were more comfortable. So one of the thoughts we had is if we phased in elementary, we'll get them comfortable, get our educators comfortable, then we can shift resources to middle school, get our middle school educators comfortable and students comfortable, and then shifting to the high school level. So some of it was kind of that phased in approach to allow us to be mindful and thoughtful and methodical about how we approach students and teachers returning to that hybrid model. And
okay,
Keith, I'm
thank
not
you.
sure if you want to add any details.
No, Greg, I think you said it well. I think one of the things that is really going to be compelling as we reopen schools is transportation, and making sure that we're doing that succinctly in the right way. And this phased-in approach would give us the opportunity to make those adjustments that Greg mentioned.
And I'll just add that I think, sort of implied in that is that all of us who are, this really the support systems to every school in a phased approach, the resources can all focus, right? So that it was with ESY, it was very much all hands on deck to get sort of things going at first, and then people, found the rhythms. So if you think about the buses and the timing of the buses and the arrivals and the dismissals, it just allows us to channel all the resources, work through the kinks, and then, sort of do the same thing as we travel through the phases.
Okay. My second question, Stephanie, you touched on this a short time ago, but regarding the at-home cohort in a hybrid model, does the schedule really mean anything to them? Or, I don't think there'll be any formal meetings during the day, will there, that they have to be there at a certain time? Am I reading that right?
So you're talking about sort of on a Tuesday, like I'm a Tuesday, it's a remote day for me on a Tuesday, like I'm in the A cohort. Right. So there's still a lot that's being figured out about that. There is interest among teachers still to figure out if there are ways to have connections between the kids who are at home and the kids who are in school. So there may be some sort of a check-in before the remote kids kind of go off to work. It may matter for services that are being delivered, so that in terms of English language education, in terms of special education services, or again, if we're working, like there's still the possibility that some of the elective courses or specialists may do more remote, like they may be meeting a class live, even though other parts of their day may be asynchronous. So some of that level of detail, I would say, is still being worked on, and there will probably be aspects of their day that they, particularly the older kids, may have more autonomy, but there will be other aspects where there may be somebody who is checking in with them, taking attendance, kind of getting them going, and then they're off to work. We're still kind of working through that staffing side of that.
So I'll just add that again, the increased accountability and attendance will be part of of that remote day. And also because of the structure of the hybrid approach, it's really a day of in-person, and then the educators framing the next day where it's application, and there will also be supports for students who need extra help and so forth. So it will be meaningful, and students will be held accountable. So that's a big difference from what we experienced in terms of pass or fail within Southborough Connect 2.0, not taking attendance. And Sean, I'm not sure if there's anything you want to add to Paul's question.
Yeah, I think the details on this will be developing. I think kids are not going to be in love with the idea if they have to wake up at 8 o'clock to check in on a class where they're not going to have real in-person interactions with their instructor. I do think that really connecting the in-person instruction to the remote instruction, which would almost be like a live streaming model, I think has some barriers. And also I think if it's done like full tilt, you end up having kids sitting at home in front of a screen just listening to instruction for hours and hours, and I don't think that will be a good experience for kids. So I'm sorry, it's a bit of a wishy-washy answer, but we're going to have to learn our way through this because we've never had one class split in two with one group of kids at home and one group at in the classroom. So my strategy will be to really beef up our teachers' skills and abilities in remote instruction, so that then we go to half of that remote instruction coming into being delivered from the classroom, they've already done that and they're good at that. So I think what we need to do is really enhance our teachers' skills and give them the PD they need to make that remote instruction really great, so that when they return to in-person, that's a comfortable place for them already, and then they're building out from a base of strength in their remote instruction.
Okay, thank you. This next question was based on something that a parent asked in the survey, which was basically, wouldn't we cover a lot more of the curriculum in a full remote model than in a hybrid one, given the kids will have teacher interaction, every day in the full remote model, but only 3 days a week in the hybrid?
Well, I'll start, and then there may be others who want to chime in. I think that depends a lot on how you think about learning and teaching in these models. I think if you think of the learning and teaching as highly teacher driven and teacher dependent, then that makes sense, right? That they have less time sort of directly with the teacher, and therefore, wouldn't they be better off with the teacher kind of driving things every day of the week? However, and this is part of what I think Sean was referring to, if you think about students, and something that came up in our Portrait of a Graduate work, over and over, was about building student agency and autonomy and ability to direct themselves, which is going to be very different with our little ones compared to our older ones. But if we think about students as the active doers of the work in their learning, and as the drivers, then I think that the onus is on us as educators to figure out, how do I set up the learning on those times when I'm in person with them, so that when I'm not the one driving and they're, it might be in person also, but particularly when I'm not facilitating the actual activity, that there is still learning happening and there is still progress in the curriculum. So I can understand where that sentiment comes from, but I think that is a lot of what our professional development and our collaborative planning will be about, which is, how do we think about the tasks that we are asking students to do and craft those tasks so that the learning is progressing, sometimes in interactions with the teachers, sometimes in interactions with the content and with peers, but not totally teacher dependent and driven by a teacher having to, give a direct lesson every single time. The other little thing I'll add to that, which is another way of looking at this, is I think it's important to also remember that when the students are in person in a hybrid model, we have smaller numbers in person. And so we have, in a lot of cases, much smaller groups. And so there's also this opportunity for really intensive small group interaction that can also be really impactful in terms of how we think about the learning over the course of a week and what then can happen in that independent work.
Okay, thank you. And the last question, it's, I know it's a bit early in terms of the science, but some studies are showing that the virus can travel through the air like an aerosol, meaning it can sort of linger in the air and travel a lot further than 6 feet. And I'm just wondering if the precautions we're putting in place will be effective, you know, if that indeed turns out to be the case.
So what we know right now, I really haven't seen any hard research saying that it is aerosolized or that because it's been classified as a respiratory droplet virus. I guess it would be that we would have to relook at what all the precautions we're doing for everything if that research does come to fruition. But as we know right now, it is respiratory and not aerosolized.
Well, that's concerning to me, and I think it is something we should keep an eye on. And
I think,
like
sorry, Paul, as you know, like things change every day, and the research comes out. So if it is classified as aerosolized, that will change everything we do in our daily lives, everywhere. So it won't just, I mean, what we do, whether we are at school or not, and the precautions we take will take place across the board, you know, if it is classified as that and not droplet.
Okay. I was hoping to hear somebody tell me I'm all wet and don't worry about it.
So, Paul, we do have a couple of our medical experts in the audience. So when it's audience sharing, maybe they'd be willing to respond to that specifically.
That'd be fantastic. That's it. Thank you.
Is that something that we can bring them in on now? Because that could affect our votes.
Good point.
I would also like to hear from the medical experts that we have, if possible, about the phased opening.
I'm not, Greg, is that possible? I mean, first of all,
Sorry, I missed the comment.
Well, I guess there was kind of a break-in that said, could we hear from the medical experts now? Because that would potentially affect some members' votes based on what the medical experts said. And I don't know who are in the audience.
So I did have an email exchange with Andrea, Dr. Ciernella, and she is in the audience, and I can promote her as a panelist if it's the will of the chair.
Why don't we go? Yes, go ahead, Joan.
I have a question. I mean, there's 5 of us that have been waiting for our questions. And I think it would be beneficial because people may have other questions about the medical and just—
Fair enough. I'm going to jump right on and say I agree.
Okay. And then
we have
the medical.
We can do that before the vote, but I think we really need to stay in sequence, please, folks. All right.
That makes sense. Thanks.
Keturah Martin, you are next. Keturah.
Okay, thank you. I have, I think, 2 comments and 2 questions. My first comment is just simply to say thank you so much for the presentation and for all of this information. I know that having watched it sort of unfold and fill out over the last, it feels like a lifetime, but I think it's probably only been about 3 weeks. And it's just been a lot of work, and I think we're making very good progress. My second comment was just that I had the same question about live educational time during the at-home days during the hybrid model. I do think that's a huge item to keep on our radar. And I think especially, somebody used the phrase earlier, choice board, and that just gives me sort of an anxious flashback to the spring. I think specific things to do, check in with the teacher or with an educator of some sort. things like that. I just feel that that's going to go a very long way on the home days. So I'll just put that out there, and I know that will be filled out as we go, and we'll keep an eye on that. One of the questions that I had was if you could speak to just a little bit, maybe even just an overview of the survey results as they relate to this proposal. Because I know we have a lot of audience members. I'm sure a lot of them participated in the survey, and it would be good to hear.
Sure. So there was a tremendous amount of data. So we had over 1,900 respondents. And just in we did look at it, we did disaggregate the data by Northborough, Southborough, by grade level, middle school, high school. So we had a tremendous amount of data, but in summary, I would say that there was more support for a hybrid model than a remote model in aggregate. And I would say that was fairly consistent from K to 5, as well as 6 to 8, as well as 9 to 12. I think there was about 40% of families, and it varies depending on, again, the grade span and the grade, that would prefer the remote model. And then we have a subset of families who really, regardless, would like to do the standalone if there's any in-person learning that takes place. And approximately across our pre-K through 12, and it varies slightly, we have a class or two in some instances of a standalone remote program. So a class of first graders, a class of second graders. And there are some exceptions where we might have 2 classes. But overall, I think that it was divided. No matter what choice is selected, there are people who are going to be dissenting in whatever is selected because, again, it was not their preferred choice. And Katura, I know you spent a lot of time with the data, so thank you.
I did.
You probably are seeing Excel in your sleep. So
I am. Well, I just wanted to get some of that out there, just because I think that it's important to share that the feedback is very mixed. It is weighted slightly, or I would say reasonably, toward some form of in-person learning. And I just think it's good for people to know that that's where it came out, since that's what we've all seen, and we understand that to be the results of people being asked about that.
Tura, could I also speak to the educator data as well?
Please, yeah.
I think the educator data was more split in terms of 50-50 hybrid remote. So I think it was there was a real division. There was no clear majority. It was right down the middle for the most part. And if it was, again, a very difficult position to be in, because again, no matter what choice is selected, it's not the choice of half the educators who took the survey.
I feel like that represents the world we're living in right now in general. Okay, thank you for that. My second question was just, could somebody just clarify how we're envisioning at this moment, I know it may change, the sort of extracurricular music activities, band, orchestra, jazz, all those things. I understand maybe chorus is in a separate, and it's a whole set of rules, I know, but maybe chorus is in a separate category because of the singing. But and I'm just interested in how that would work in a remote model and the hybrid model. specifically.
So do our middle school, Gary or Michelle, want to talk about it at the middle school level? And Sean, I know you've done a lot of work with the department chair and just conversations.
I can start and then Gary can jump in. At Melican, the band rehearsals during the hybrid model, the students that are in person will not be playing their instruments. They will be 6 feet apart at desks, and they will be engaging in different kinds of activities like listening activities, research, things like that. And the students that are at home will actually be rehearsing. So they will be live rehearsing. We will have 1.8 band teachers, so we're able to make that happen pretty effectively. So that is what we are working on with our music department. Chorus is a little bit different when students can go outside and be the proper distance apart. The in-person students will have a rehearsal. We are working on the plans for the students that are at home and how that will look with inclement weather and things like that. But we are in pretty regular conversations and communications with our music staff, and we are confident that we will have those rehearsals. They will look different, and there may be times when we're not able to have a rehearsal, but those teachers are working closely together and also with their peers at the middle and high school levels across town, and they're actually excited to try some things. I think this past spring, they were very successful in some cases with rehearsals. There was a lot of trial and error, but I think they learned a lot about remote live rehearsing and helping kids continue to grow as young musicians.
Just to echo what Michelle said, I think when the DESE guidelines came out, they're very prescribed and they're very clear on our limitations. So we need to adhere to those first and foremost. Just like anything, we have to adapt. I think technology is going to be, it's going to be critical for our music teachers and how they do that. And they're going to have to move in and out between the hybrid and the live sessions. Our teachers are doing some partner planning already to have more of an academic approach to music. For example, they're talking about, creating a unit on jazz, which will have more of an academic approach within the classroom with supplemental material and also with rehearsal. But this is definitely going to stretch our boundaries. And I think, our teachers have already started the process of this planning. I think when we started the initial planning, it was a bit of a moving target, but with the DESE guidelines, we have to fit it into a box that's going to, limit what we've done. And I know we're very proud of, both districts are very proud of the music program, but it will continue and it will be an outlet for our students in some capacity.
Yeah, I don't have that much more to add except that we're following the guidelines as well, and they're very prescribed. They tell us 10 feet for chorus, and they even go so far as to say to monitor for students who are singing outdoors in 10 feet that doing that kind of high vocal, putting your vocal cords through that kind of effort might be something we need to monitor for. That's how detailed the guidelines are, and we're following those very closely. Since most of our in-person planning will require outdoor performance in chorus and in instruments that require breathing, so that's your woodwind instruments and others, that really is weather dependent, and that's going to require our teachers to have a good backup plan that is probably academic for when they have come into the building because it's raining outside, or when the weather starts to turn after the fall turns towards winter. So I think to Gary's point, we need to be highly adaptable, and these are teachers that are skilled at doing that. I think our remote learners probably will be doing what Michelle's sharing, which is to be rehearsing at home and to work on their skills at home, so that when they're in as an ensemble, they're working on the cooperation together as an ensemble.
And can I just ask a follow-up question? Thank you for all of that. So does that mean that for students who are either if we're in a remote model or for the standalone remote, would those students be, would they have like music instruction over Zoom? Would they have some connection with the music instructors, or would they be on their own, or how does that work?
So I can try to speak to this, and then if any of the others want to jump in. This is one of the reasons for the standalone program to mirror the schedules at the levels, is that, some of these things like Michelle Carb described that are going to happen purely remotely like the instrumental work with the band, if we have our standalone schedule in sync with the middle school, they can be part of that and it fits into their schedule. So that's the sort of thing I was describing when I was saying looking for those opportunities for crossover and intersection. And these are exactly the types of things. The exact specifics of which ones we're doing in which ways is still to be determined, but those are great examples of that kind of opportunity that we want to seize, and the reason for having the schedules in sync.
Thank you. I just want to make a parting comment that I just really appreciate everyone's responsiveness to all of the questions and concerns and all the things that are being raised as we're going along. I have seen it and I really appreciate it. So thank you.
All right, Chris Covino, you are next. Chris?
Great. Thank you very much, Roger. I have two comments and I think two questions. The first comment is I definitely appreciate the immense work that the entire school community has put into developing these plans. I think we all understand how difficult this is and all the different nuance that has to go into developing a program like this and a plan like this. Second, the other comment would be, I actually want to echo kind of what Jess and what Sean and what Paul spoke of earlier. I think it would be better or more beneficial to get kids in a little bit sooner, although I understand the logistic challenges that might be associated with that. I think that it's possible that as time goes on and positivity rates increase in the area, we might not have the opportunity to get that face-to-face interaction, that live interaction with kids that I think a lot of students are craving at this point. And I have just two questions. First one I'll ask would be, how will the hybrid or remote schedules impact high school sports? That's the first one, please.
Sean, do you want to take that?
Yeah, sure. So high school sports currently, and it just was announced yesterday that the earliest start date went from September 14th to September 16th. And even that is a totally best case scenario if everything breaks just right. We are exploring ways to work with our Midwatch League partner schools to figure out, is there a way to get even a reduced season together? And I think that does present a great deal of challenges from transportation to staffing to cost. So we're exploring those. I am a firm believer in the importance of athletics. It's a real draw for kids. Some kids, for some kids, it's one of the maybe the best thing they get out of school in some ways, and they really look forward to that. So we're looking for ways to maintain that, but there are pretty significant barriers to doing that. We just need to maintain safety as our number one priority, and if we can maintain safety and it happens in a hybrid, we'll try to make it work.
Great, thank you very much, Sean. Actually, this question might also be good for you as well. My next question, which relates to the hybrid model a little bit. So you have obviously using the cohort model, where you have one group of students at home and one group of students in school. Is the educational plan, I guess, for that single, let's say you're looking at a single day like Tuesday, would the students at home be learning the same content as the students at school? I guess that would be my first question. And I'd be curious as to whether there has been a desire on the part of teachers to actually do almost like simulcasting, like a simultaneous stream of their class so that students at home could watch. Because I'm thinking of almost skills-based class where like math especially, it's really difficult to learn math out of a book, to follow a tutorial out of a book. But actually watching the teacher do problems and having them explain it and having that kind of interactive approach as close to live as you could get. I was wondering if there is a desire on the behalf of some teachers to do that type of instruction. And if there is, what might we be able to do to overcome some of the barriers to providing that type of instruction?
Yeah, I think that that desire is there because it feels most familiar to teachers. They can get their head around teaching half of the class in front of them and then half of the class doing what we're doing, which they also is familiar to them because they've done that for several months. So I think there is an interest in that. I do think there are probably technological barriers I'd have to we're looking into. I do want to monitor for the result of doing that and embracing it really. Fully could result in lots of screen time for kids where maybe more innovative teaching practice might be able to think around that as a problem. And one of those ways, Chris, might be to think of the two blocks of time, the hybrid block and the in-person block, as like an 80-minute learning episode where you're doing a series of different things. And some of those things can be done with a teacher kickoff that could be done in person and remote. And the remote learners go off and do a task independently that is well articulated for them and doesn't require a great deal of teacher input. Simultaneous to that, the teacher is working closely to deal with in-person questions that are best handled by an adult working right in front of their kid. So I think we've got a lot to learn in that. Teaching an 80-minute lesson and thinking of it as an 80-minute lesson where half of your learners are in two different places at one time, I think is how I'm kind of going to come at it. I think this like live streaming or kind of Zoom streaming into your home has its benefits, and I think it's most familiar, and a lot of teachers will find that a comfort. But I think there are going to be some barriers to that. That I think is going to be something we're going to have to explore and understand. The questions come up a few times in this room, so I think we need to make sure we're exploring whether or not it's good, whether or not it's good for kids. Is it doable? Is it affordable? I think we're going to really need to figure that out.
Great. Thank you very much. As I said before, I really appreciate all the work that you guys are putting into this. Thank you very much, Roger.
Thank you, Mr. Covino.
Next up, Kamali Emili. Kamali?
Yes. Hi. Thank you, Roger. I have a question. I think that it's suited for the principals, maybe Sean that was speaking, and the middle school principal, and Keith Lavoy. Maybe you could chime in from operations. The dates of 10-6, we have the 6th through 8th grade. That's two grades. And then prior to that, we have K through 5. That's about 6 grades. And I'm just wondering if on the 13th, on October 13th, which is the time that we plan to implement the 9th through 12th graders, which is just 4 grades, couldn't we say do 6 grades on the 6th, and then the K through 5, which represents 6 grades? Wouldn't that be something that helps us to lean to bringing in the high schoolers 1 week earlier? Because we have already shown that we could handle introducing 6 grades into the school system, that we could then introduce 6 grades all at once into the school system.
Greg, do you want to take that one?
Yeah, so I think I will share that our original plan was to, implement K through 5 that first week. The next week would have been middle school, and then the last week would have been high school. So it was an accelerated phase-in approach. I just would share that when we're looking at numbers, when we're looking at the numbers of elementary students pre-K through 6 or 5, it's probably equivalent to 3 grades at the middle school level. And when you're talking about the high school level, you're talking about 1,400 students compared to a smaller number at the middle school level, for example, and the elementary level. So I think if we're looking to accelerate implementation to a hybrid, that is something that, we have a plan B to be able to do that. And it basically pushes the high school and the middle schools up by a week.
Okay, so the volume is really a factor for consideration there. And so I would just offer that if that plan B is something that the bulk of the committees want to propose, the school system would have had the learnings from the summertime. They would have had the same operational staff that's, kind of, I think, most of the operational staff that's working during that time, the administrative staff that's working during that time. They have maintained that knowledge and could then translate it into that 1 week draw up in starting the time. So that's just something that I would want everyone to consider. So I started off wrong. I had one question and now I have several comments. Okay, so here are the comments. Just for, there was a...
Kamali, can I just comment on one thing too? So I just want to make sure I understand. So that the learning that took place this summer in terms of implementing the programs, is that what you're talking about? Was just a very small subset. So it's a very small proof of concept. And Marie, I don't know if you want to speak to that so you can frame it because I'm not sure every committee member is aware of what that was in terms of size of program and so forth.
And Marie, it would be the learnings from the summer plus September 16th through October 6th. Not much, but listen, we've done a lot of learning in the few weeks that we've been working on this. So, okay, but go ahead, Marie.
Okay, so for our ESY program, which is our summer programming, we identified a limited number of students with complex learning needs or high intensity, as we had described it per the Department of Ed prior to our fall reopening. And those numbers were, we had 19 students at the high school across 2 different time frames. So half of them were split between 9 and 11 in the morning and the other half between 12 and 2. And they were split across classrooms. So there were only 2 to 3 students per classroom and staff so that there was physical distancing, 6 feet minimum and more. And then we also had the same model at the Finn School for our younger students, and there were 28 students there. And again, split among classrooms, very structured. We had van transportation. We did not have bus transportation. Many of the parents chose to transport their students to school. So we didn't have a lot of buses to monitor. So, and our staff was trained completely by Mary Ellen Duggan and Keith Lavoie on building safety and health safety and PPE and all of those requirements. But it was a very small number of students, and it was good. It was a really good situation where we could assess, were we ready with our building protocols and our health and safety protocols and transportation. So it was a good start, but it was by no means anything like inviting hundreds of students back to school.
Thank you for that explanation. And I can also add that one of my takeaways from some of the feedback from the high school representative, from teacher representative, was a sense of apprehension that possibly by having the start date in October 13th, that would allow that body of teachers to, be able to use some of the PD time, use some of the feedback from, all the other schools, provide their questions and get them answered from the administrators. And so the plan A, which of the October 13th, may actually speak to some of the feedback we received from the representative from the high school. So I'll stop there. That was my question. The comment that I have, one is around, for those that might think, those that are on the call, those that are listening, if you disagree, my personal feeling is that I disagree with any potential testing of people that are involved in the school system that may come from areas that are outside of Southborough. I think that if through our partnerships, we're able to facilitate faster testing as an option, provide that to everyone and let that be something that people choose. But if you do that based on a region, location, or what that person's access to the students is, it really kind of, to me, borders on a little bit of a, it borders on sensitive area for me, seems a little bit discriminatory. And so I wanted to state that. I think also that then my next comment is regarding pods and commingling. Just like everyone else, that phrase of pods, it seems like a new term that we've learned over these few months, but commingling has been occurring from March until today. And I just think that this is a social issue and we need to adhere to whatever restrictions have been put in place. Mary Ellen has said that a number of times at this point. Someone else restated what the statistics are in Southborough, 0.325%. And that is with the commingling that has been happening. And that's been across neighborhoods, across, streets, etc., age groups. That's my second comment. Another comment is around the working parent issue. So having a dual household or a single household with working parents, working families, and those that have lost jobs or looking for jobs, looking for, are underemployed. I think that those families that have kids, they're up against a rock and a hard place, but they're the same group that are going to find very creative solutions to make sure that their students are able to get the education that they need both in person and remotely. So I think that although we all have a concern that there may be a disadvantage there, and these proposals may burden them at some point, there's going to be the same group of people that are going to find aggressively some solutions to that. That's my last comment is around the for the elementary students, I would say consider that the kids may actually do better than the adults. There's been a concern both in the survey results as well as comments made that we're worried about whether or not these children will be able to sit, keep their mask on, take proper mask breaks, play outside properly, etc. I would say consider that they may actually do better than the adults. And for example, you see how today's presentation, they provided us with the mock schedules from each school. I think that I would expect going forward, we're going to have a graphic, an image, a video of what the proper placement or footprints within the cafeteria for eating, within the classrooms for sitting, outside meeting places, and then also for the teachers, where do they go and have their common breaks, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that we have made some incremental improvements in helping the committee members as well as the community to visualize just how we would implement this. And that progress has been shown. So that's my last comment. Thank you, Roger. And thank you to the entire staff. Appreciate it.
Keith LaBelle, you are up next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have two comments, basically, or areas of concern. It'll be fairly brief. The first one is, it's something I've already mentioned last week, and my colleague Jessica Devine has also mentioned today, but I would like to still reiterate it because I'm not finding, it's just not setting well with me. It's with respect to meals. In particular, lunch and snack, when children will be unmasked and likely speaking to each other, joking around, less monitored, typically. Although I would like to hear exactly what monitoring is currently planned. But what I want to really underscore here is that I don't think we really know the research on a bunch of kids talking or yelling, or maybe not yelling, but talking and interacting and eating in the droplets. I don't think we know that that's 6 feet. And so I did hear Mr. Martineau reference earlier that possibly a larger space, additional decrease in density. I just feel, I just want the district to acknowledge that this could be a potential kind of weak point in our mitigation systems and our layered precautions. And I just would like assurance that it will undergo some additional and careful consideration with respect to the fact that it could be a bit unique.
So I think that this is called a novel virus for a reason. There's learning that's happening all the time. I can assure you that we are putting in place every safety precaution that is required and that is recommended from DPH to CDC. Can we assure that new research is going to come out and we're going to have new learning about this COVID-19? I think that is a given. I think everyone's going to be learning new information. I don't want to, I'm not a medical expert. I don't profess to be a medical expert. And we continue to take guidance from, under Mary Ellen's leadership, working with our district physician, working with the DPH and the boards of health to make informed decisions with the data that we do have. And we'll continue to operate. And if we need to shift a direction and put in new safety precautions or procedures or protocols to address new research, we absolutely will. Mary Ellen?
I feel the same way. I think that you'll hear when we do allow our expert team to speak, that what the research shows about the droplet versus aerosolized. I think that it's going to be, I think this is why the phased in approach that we have outlined will really be beneficial as we see how that works with the younger grades. And where, like the summer, they didn't eat lunch there. They did have snack. If some kids had snacks, some didn't. But to see how it actually will work and, make those tweaks as needed to adjust to what we need to adjust to and how lunch is. As for the monitoring in the cafeteria, I will leave that to the principals to address, as I'm sure they have thought about that as they have everything.
Do you want me to speak a little bit about that? Sure. Okay. So I can speak at Melican. We have desks and chairs in the cafeteria. So there are no longer cafeteria tables. We've removed all of the tables. So all seats are at least 6 feet apart. Some are further apart than that. And there will be lines on the floor that show where the desks and chairs are to be lined up. Students will all be facing the exact same direction. And they will not be allowed to talk with their peers while they're eating because their masks will be off. So we are working on sort of some of the specifics around staggering the way they come into the cafeteria. They will have assigned seats. So every 6th grader will have the same seat every day at lunch, every 7th grader, and so on. And those will be the same seats for the grade that is in there for bus duty in the morning during inclement weather. So for contact tracing and other reasons, kids will all be seated with their masks on. And when they are dismissed to go up and get their lunch, if they are getting a lunch, they will go up, get their lunch, come back, and they will take their mask off following the safety protocol and then eat. When it is time to be dismissed to go outside, they will put their mask back on and they will throw away their trash and go outside. We are hoping to utilize outside for students to eat as much as we can so that they can spread out, and we will be outside, but we can fit half of our largest grade in the cafeteria with extra room around the edges for fire code and all sorts of other things. We've also worked very closely with Kyle Parson, food services manager, to be thinking about exactly what kinds of lunches we will be serving, but kids will be seated facing the same direction, eating their lunch, and the mask will be off only when they are seated and eating their lunch. As far as monitoring, we have staff on lunch duty. We always do, and this year will be no different. We are staffing our lunch duties just like we would if we were 100% in person. So staff will be going up and down. There's plenty of space for this, and they will be helping students if they are struggling, and trying to turn and talk with their peers, because we know that's what kids typically do at lunch. But during this pandemic, the rules have changed, so we're going to have to help them with that. But I am confident that they will adjust, and I am confident that our staff on duty are up for the task. It will be an adjustment for all of us. For now, that is sort of the way we envision lunch. We are hopeful, of course, that this will not be throughout the whole year, but we feel like we can make it work.
That's very helpful. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, I don't want to spend too much time in saying all the things Michelle did a very nice job of covering. We have plans in place to make sure students are 6 feet apart or greater. We have the benefit at the high school of multiple spaces that allow for that kind of distancing, and teachers and administrators will all play a role in redirecting students who aren't doing the things that we need for them to do. I do think there'll be a significant need for training students on how to act in the cafeteria, what our expectations are, and have that training also include all the other things like walking in the corridors and all the other things that are going to be required to keep our buildings safe and keep them safe and healthy and keep their neighbors safe and healthy.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
Lonnie,
Mr.
you're
Chairman,
muted.
Sorry, I realized I was just muted. I just want to echo what Michelle and Sean said, that at the elementary level, those same kinds of conversations are happening and planning, and all the protocols that Michelle and Sean spoke of, we will be implementing at the elementary level as well, with lots and lots of practicing of those protocols and routines with our youngest learners.
thank you. I'm satisfied, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Next up, Joan Frank. Joni?
Thank you, Chairman Roger Challen. I would just like to say that when we have had numerous meetings since the beginning of August, when we look at the Zoom little squares, we always kept saying that we look like the Brady Bunch. As I look out at all of you today, all the administrators, all the principals, I don't see the Brady Bunch. I see 10 schools, 3 districts, and 1 community of learners and educators who are putting the students, their education, and their safety at the forefront. I am very thankful for all the dedication and the hours that you have put in to support that motto or that saying that was put in place a couple years ago. So thank you from the bottom of my heart for everything that you are doing. And even the school committee members that have been in attendance in these numerous meetings, got to know a lot of you, a lot more. And even for the close to 500 participants that are out in the audience watching us. Thank you for your efforts and everything that you've done by completing the surveys and giving questions to us as school committee members through emails and whatever process possible. I narrowed mine down to 1 question, and it could be either tag team by Greg or by Keith Lavoie. Greg, you mentioned about in your remarks tonight about a launching of a reopening website. So I wanted to know just a little more specifics about that. When would that get started? And you said Friday, but what is that going to be available to parents? I also wanted to know the technology support that would be available to the parents. We talked a little bit about that in one meeting. And then Keith, you also, on the August 5th meeting at Student Support Services Forum, you talked about taking pictures of the different classrooms and also putting them on a reopening website. And I was wondering if that was going to be done, because without parents being to go into the building to see what a classroom setup would look like, I think that would be a very important part.
So I'll begin, and Keith can add any additional details. So the reopening website is something that we've been working on for several weeks. We have one of our IT experts who's doing the design work. We're taking all of the district reopening plan and having the data on the website, the survey data, all the communication. So it's basically one place for parents to go to get all the information that they need. Kamali and Lauren and Joan, the work that you did on helping us with FAQs, that will be part of the website. The image, painting a picture of what our spaces will look like, from classrooms to the cafeterias. There'll be images on this website. So it's really supposed to warehouse and contain all of the information that a parent would need as they kind of start this journey of reopening schools with us. And our goal is to launch that on Friday. And again, behind the scenes, Keith has been working with one of our IT folks to make sure that is underway. Keith, I don't know if you want to add any detail.
Yeah, one quick comment, Joan, and that the images, and I do have to be honest, some of the principals have pushed back because they don't want me taking pictures of the classroom because they don't have the teacher's touch on them yet. Because at the end of the school year, we require the teachers to take everything off the walls, put everything away. It's not the friendly environment we're hoping to image yet. Most of the schools are 95% clean. Teachers are going to be back in the buildings, hopefully within, a week or so, and then they'll be able to have that, real welcoming environment. But what I'm going to do is when we put the website up, I'm going to preface it very clearly that these are, not the classrooms or not the welcoming environment that we're going to see, come September 16th. So I kind of threw the principals under the bus a little bit, but for the benefit of really creating a welcoming environment. But I think the images will show what Michelle described in the cafeteria and some of the spacing where it's going to happen. So that will be important for the community to see. And I have most of them done, but not all. I will definitely have that part of the website launch on Friday.
So I think conceptually it will give parents a nice image of what it would look like. Maybe not the bulletin boards and the organizational features that teachers spend so much time really making sure it's warm and welcoming for students. In terms of the second question, really was around tech support for our families. So we are establishing a tech center at the high school, and we are going to have the goal is to have some of our high school students support this. But it's a tech call center, a place where parents can actually drop off their laptops, any tech issues, have their laptops prepared, and that will be at the high school, and it will be district-wide. And Julie Doyle and Andy Mariotti and Thomas Karen have been working hard at that, and it's very exciting because it's an application for students as well. It's a real-world experience to help support that environment and that tech support. And that will be communicated in the next couple of weeks to families. So that is part of the tech support to families that we're launching as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'm going to just jump a tiny bit out of sequence. Karen Ayers, haven't heard from you tonight, and I see you there. So why don't you ask your question?
Thanks. I figured I was the only one who hasn't been heard of, so I thought I would just share my thoughts. I don't really have a question. I just have a couple of comments, and I just wanted to share them. And so what I wanted to really obviously still share was that I appreciate, again, I know how difficult this work is, just the diligent nature, the thoughtful nature, and the difficult work that everyone has been doing is not understated. So I just wanted to present that. There's still a lot of work ahead of us, and that shouldn't be understated either. What I do want to share some positives that I think are great, and that is what I thought I heard with the elementary school schedules, is that they're going to be the same. Is that true? And I think that's fabulous in both Northborough and Southborough for sliding in and out of remote and hybrid. That's just a quick yes or no, right? That's great. And then the other thing is the project-based learning that I heard mentioned for the end of the schedule for K through 5 is also fabulous. And I think we need to promote more of these opportunities. As Kathleen Howland was saying, with interdisciplinary, like the arts and music and so forth. And that is great. And what Stephanie had mentioned about the portrait of a graduate work that we've been involved in and that we've heard so many comments about, these opportunities, I hope get sprinkled also. I've heard them mentioned in K through 5, but I also want, we can encourage them in middle and high school as well, and possibly into those remote days that are hybrid that people are, kind of thinking about what are they going to do, and maybe we can have some project-based learning sprinkled into those days as well. I think that's fabulous. I do want to echo a little bit of a concern that I also heard from Sean and Chris and Paul about, the pushback of the high school into October. I too am concerned about that, and I hope the metrics show that maybe we can start a little earlier. One thing I do want to talk about is our kids. As Joan was saying, we're all concerned. This is not an easy decision for any of us. We're parents, we're teachers, and we're administrators. And administrators, you're parents, and you started out as teachers probably. And the nature of what we do is being concerned for our kids. And so I just want to acknowledge that and say that none of this is easy, and we have to embrace and move on and continue to be innovative. And I think we're all doing a very good job of that. And I just want to support and acknowledge that. And lastly, when I'm talking about kids, I just want to mention the fact that we also have to think about, and I want to acknowledge Kamali's point, is that they kind of they've been living their lives. I mean, I've got 2 kids who have been working this summer, and they're working and doing their protocols and taking temperatures and wearing masks and doing everything that they've been asked to do. And so I do think that, as Michelle Karb had mentioned too, that we can have faith and they can do it. And we just got to put some faith in our kids too. And so those are my comments, and I just want to appreciate the work that everybody's doing, and let's keep going. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, Kelly Vinette, you're up again.
Well, it's been 3 hours. I thought I could talk again.
Absolutely.
Just 2 quick things. One was kind of playing off the tech thing is we talked about potentially doing Zooms and things from the classrooms and the school. So is our bandwidth, are our schools, do they have enough technology and cyber, whatever? Sorry, I'm out of that too long. Keith's laughing at me. To withstand the things that we want to do. And then the second question I just have is about switching models. So
I'll start with the first question. So we have had conversations with our technology team about that. And we do have capacity. And the question that we're asking is, what if for some reason we expend the capacity we have? We can add additional capacity without too much turnaround time. And that is some work that Julie Doyle and Andy Mariotti have been doing behind the scenes. And that is a question I asked today, actually. So
great. And that's for all 10 buildings, correct?
Correct.
Perfect. And then, so the switching model things, I know I've had a lot of phone calls and emails and questions about, is it going to be possible to switch amongst the models? And how easy is it going to be? I've been kind of saying how it's, we don't want ping pongs. We don't want people to be like, oh, well, they're in school this week, I want to be here and that. But if you can just elaborate on the process and how people could go from the standalone to the hybrid if.
So I'll speak to the standalone to the hybrid to
Yep.
the 100% in person, and then probably Mary Ellen is a better person to speak to what triggering events that would go from hybrid to remote. So if we are in a remote model and we then have to transition, we want to transition to a hybrid, it most likely we'll have some time to do that, and we can do it thoughtfully and planfully. So for example, it won't be a one call that you get from me saying, oh, tomorrow we're going to be in hybrid. It'll be enough time for families to be able to plan and make arrangements and adjustments. So it might be a week phase in or a 2-week phase in. That's something that we have to look at closely. But the key thing is the core schedules are there. So the scheduling doesn't need to change, and students' experiences don't need to change in terms of what their routines are in each of the models. If we are in a hybrid model or 100% in-person model and we have to transition to remote, that probably is a triggering event of some sort, and Mary Ellen can speak to that.
Yeah, and then I see Stephanie too. Also, I know you're probably on the same mind as for opting in and out too.
Yeah, so I'll answer the opting in and out part, and Mary Ellen can answer the
Thank you.
other.
Mary Ellen, do you want to?
She's muted.
I thought you were going to go first, Stephanie. All right, so I'll do first. So the metrics, we all know that we'll be following those 7-day averages, and that's just what they are, averages over the 7 days for the numbers that we'll follow, and the daily percentage of positivity rates, and that fluctuates daily as if we've all followed the dashboard, like some of us are religiously checking it every night. But so those will lead us towards whether we have to go in and out of a model. The other, as a school, as a district, as a community, those will lead us. There are other times when, if there are multiple cases in a school, where a school might have to close and go remote, and it wouldn't be a whole district-wide thing, but those are all scenarios where we could change back
and
in a
so that's changed a little bit, because originally it was the first email I think that came out was like 1-2 cases like that, 2 schools, things like that. So that's been adjusted too.
That has been adjusted. So it will be in collaboration with our medical team and the Board of Health and the Department of Public Health as to what those guidelines are. Because if there are 2 unrelated cases or 3 unrelated cases or 1 case, like say it's a family, do you know what I mean? We know those cases are related. We're looking for spread in our communities, in our buildings. If there was spread in the building, then that would dictate a different response.
And we're kind of talking on the idea that they're mild cases, but what if, let's go there. What if it's a death in our community, in the schools and stuff like that? Are we shutting the district down? Are we shutting the schools down? Like, how are we doing that amongst staff or students?
I think that would be, how would we respond? We all have our crisis teams that we would respond to the impact that would have on our community. But I think that it would be what we had to do as a district. Do we sometimes, although it is traumatizing for everybody, sometimes the best thing is to keep in a routine for some people when we are going through a trauma and a traumatized event, that we would, that I don't think would dictate shutting down the whole district. It might be that school, it might be, it would be those kinds of things.
Thank you. Stephanie?
Yes, so I think the other question you were asking was about, like, for an individual family, if they have opted into the standalone, what are the transition or vice versa? And the short answer is yes, students can transition from standalone into the hybrid model or vice versa. The longer answer is that it might not be instantaneous, because we have to, if we're taking a student from standalone to hybrid, we have to make sure that we have We're going to be able to meet the health and safety guidelines, that we're going to have space in the classrooms to have everyone 6 feet apart and all of those things. But also really importantly, we would want to work with the family to think about the impact on the student, and how we could work out the best timing. I think a really helpful way to think about this is that it's about class assignments. If we're placing someone in the standalone program, they are still enrolled in their school, they are still a member of the community, but they are being placed in classes so that we can maximize their learning experience as full remote learners. And so that will mean that if we can group all full remote learners together, we will. And in some cases, it's going to be a mix and match of, sort of the types of experiences. Like we said, they might be intersecting with things that are happening in the hybrid cohort. So one of the most common questions that we've been asked is, if the whole district starts remote, why wouldn't I have my kid in the remote? And then when they go hybrid, I'll switch them over, right? We've been asked that a lot. The issue is, again, class assignments. If the whole district is remote and your child is in the remote with the whole district, they are being placed accordingly. And then, and if it's a middle school student, that's for every single one of their classes. For a high school student, if we then go hybrid, we're going to have to change their classes. If that's an elementary school child, it may be 2 weeks in, they're just starting to build that community, that Sean was talking about earlier, Sean O'Shea, they're just starting to get to know their peers, and now we're going to switch them to a different class, right? So that's the piece that we really want people to understand, that if you know that you want your child to be remote and the district may be phasing and maybe moving based on health metrics, then we are going to have much greater continuity of their educational experience if we can start them in the standalone program, work with the families to make sure that's working for them, and keep that consistency. So that's been one of the really common questions. I don't know if that helps you, but we're going to work with families where we need transitions to make them as efficiently, but also as smoothly as we can for the child.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, well, Jess, you are up next.
Is there anybody who hasn't asked any questions yet?
Well, there is just one person behind you. If you wouldn't mind me moving her
totally
up,
fine. Go for
that'd
it.
be great.
Yeah.
So Kathleen, let's go. You are now up next.
Okay, I don't have any questions, so this will be fast. It's really just 2 comments. The first of which is, for those of you who have been on school committee for a while, you remember the days when the central office really consisted of exactly like 3 people. And when I look at this endeavor and I look at what you all have accomplished, like the whole administrative team, every teacher, every parent, every student, it's just unbelievable. And we literally couldn't have done it 3 or 5 years ago. I mean, we couldn't have done it. So I just wanted to thank, first of all, the administration and all of you, but secondly, just the people of Northborough and Southborough. Because of their support, we were able to build this central office team. And now it's at a point where we can actually not just get this done, but this is really an outstanding set of options. So that's the first thing. Just thank you very much for all of the support in order to put this central office team together. And then secondly, I really valued hearing from the medical people in our community. And so and that'll sort of be a transition to our next, our next audience sharing section. But it really swayed me hearing from the people that are advising our central office team. So I look very, very much forward to hearing from them tonight. That's it.
Okay, Jessica.
Okay, thanks. So one thing I want to go back to, and I know we keep talking about people have been commingling and things, and Kamali, I totally hear you. My friend and neighbor who was just, brought that up, and I just want to point out, I mean, people have been commingling and they will continue to commingle, but the thing is that we've been lucky, right? I mean, we're lucky that as people have been, a lot of people haven't been following the rules. We haven't had some sort of event. I just want to point that out because it's anything that we do is going to depend so heavily on everybody following the rules in order to be getting our kids into school. And we all know, we've seen the comments, many parents commented in the surveys how they see on social media kids, not distancing and people doing things that technically they shouldn't be doing. And since our rate is low, everybody's been feeling like it's okay. But that's a lot of that's luck, that we haven't had somebody really ill come in and, mess up everything and have our rate go really high. So I just want to say that. I want to also echo, I'd like to bring in either Andrea or Safdar to answer questions, just as Kathleen just mentioned, and a few of us also, like if we can get that done at some point in this, maybe at the end or whatever, I feel like that would be really valuable to talk about the issue that Paul Desmond brought up about the aerosols and, lunch time.
Yeah, I think we're going to try to do that when we
Okay.
get the audience sharing early on in that process. I think that's exactly.
But audience sharing is after we vote.
I'm sorry?
Isn't audience sharing after we vote?
I'm sorry. Yeah, what we'll do is, you're right. No, I think we agreed that we would bring them on after all of your questions had been answered, but before we actually got to the vote. Yes, fair enough.
Great, thanks. So I have a lot of questions, but I'm not going to ask all of them. I'll hold them and get them answered over email. Can we talk a little bit more about being outside? Everybody knows I keep pounding away at this because I just keep going back to, yes, kids, I think we should have faith in our kids to wear masks and follow protocols and all that, but it's not developmentally appropriate for a bunch of 6-year-olds to be at their desks facing forward, stiff all day, looking, following those kinds of rules. I think they have the ability to do it. I don't think it's necessarily the best for them. So I would love to hear more maybe from the principals. I've heard a lot about, yes, we can, kind of anecdotally, like, yes, oh, sure, the teachers can bring their kids outside. I would like that to be a little more formalized. I really feel like this is what being outside, especially for our younger set, but even, our middle schoolers and high schoolers, it'll enhance the learning experience and make it more what they're used to and give them more freedom of movement and talking. And, I really feel like that's a really important part of all of this to be successful.
I can start.
Gary, you want to speak to that?
I know at Trotter, we're looking to designate, a few areas by grade level. And we would have, teachers, registered in advance to access those spaces. I know with a hybrid model, we're working with a smaller student population, so we probably can find more areas. But we also have to realize, although it's going to be great outside, we also have to make sure it's conducive for learning as well. And being outside is going to be variable. So, at Trotter, like I said, we're going to identify those spaces. Teachers were registered in advance. We like to share the wealth. So, all of our teachers can access those spaces on a regular basis. Jessica, I don't know if it can be prescribed every single day. But I think as a team, if we put our heads together, maybe, our 6th grade team can start looking at how we get our students outside once a day. Maybe the science classroom will access it, at one point on one day, and the social studies classroom would access it on another day. I think having those breaks is going to be critical.
Yeah, and I recognize there's a real appetite in the community for that, for outdoor learning. We've identified some spaces in our outdoor spaces that are really easily conducive, spaces that are under overhangs that require very little to turn that space into a learning space. And then we have other spaces that are less easily like key to that
Okay, you broke up. Yeah, you broke up just a little bit, Sean.
but can be, oh, sorry. Sorry if my audio cut out there. We're exploring spaces, and we have 8 or more that we have in various stages of development. So it's a priority for us, Jessica.
And I would agree at the elementary level as well, just like the middle and high school, we're identifying outdoor spaces that when it's conducive, absolutely, we want our students to be outside. So it's really working with teachers to identify those appropriate spaces and collaborating with them on how we can make that happen.
Anyone else, want to respond, or are we set? Okay. Jen Primick, you are up next.
Yeah, I just had actually comment, and this is maybe a procedural question for later on, but I'm wondering if when we vote, if we're able to separate out the model picked from the phased opening is one question. I just want to say a comment about that. I think that I'm very concerned about this idea that we're saying our numbers are low right now. I just looked at, I was on my phone earlier looking at some of the projections and models out. And I think, we either pick a hybrid model and because we say, this is good to have some kind of in-person learning, or we go full remote. And my concern is that we are right at the moment where we have our low numbers now, and to postpone that to potentially then saying we're just going to, why not vote just remote, in other words. So I think for me, they're pretty, it's a pretty important distinction. When it comes to voting, I would like to separate them out. To Jess's point, I do think, thinking creatively about outdoor spaces is good. When we talk about the lunches and the risk around eating, moving potentially lunches outside is something, but again, it's just a thought. But I think that I do have a lot of concerns about this idea of the phased distancing, and the phased entry, and also just the fact that there's been it's relatively new, because I guess because of the new guidelines that just came yesterday and the talks with, a number of reasons why it just came out. But I guess it's been not that much time to absorb this idea. The communities that I've seen around that have done, because there have been quite a few districts that have done phased re-entry, those are the rationale for why they're doing that is because their rates of COVID are higher. So I think we really have to me, it's kind of straddling this middle ground where we're not following through what we believe if we vote for a hybrid. We're voting for a hybrid because we want our kids to have the in-person interactive piece, but then we're potentially pushing it back so they don't get that. And I think it's going to be critically important. So it's really a comment more than a question. I will be curious to see if we can bring, at the end of all these questions, to bring our epidemiologist and infectious disease expert who's on our health and wellness committee, and to have them speak to this issue of why a phased opening is beneficial. And I understand the logistics, but that was my comment. Thank you.
Well, just to quickly respond procedurally, certainly any committee member can amend a motion when it gets put on the floor. Obviously, it'd have to be seconded. I think that I'll save any further comment on that, but procedurally, folks have the right to do that. So, okay, Lauren, you are up. Lauren Bailey-Jones.
Great, thank you, Roger. I, like Jen, also just have a comment because I think it needs to be said before we entertain motions. And I'm going to sound like a broken record, but after our conversations tonight and throughout the past few months, I feel ready to support a phased hybrid model, but with those sort of considerations we had talked about before. So having sort of that gradual start for our youngest learners with half days, realizing that for our youngest learners, say being pre-K through 5, we do have busing considerations for that. So that might need to be tweaked. And that also, we do have in the proposed phased hybrid model, I agree with everyone who's spoken, Sean, Paul, Kamali, and others, that it just seems a little bit late. And like Jen just said, we might just want to start everyone hybrid, or sort of bite the bullet, and make sure that all of our learners can get that in-person learning before our rates may increase. So I do have a motion prepared, and I will not say it right now because I know it's not the time. But Roger, to your point earlier, I do think that some clarification on sort of our procedure with 3 different committees and, making motions and amending them would be very helpful as we go into that next portion of our agenda. Thank you.
Yeah, and I will speak to that. Paul Butker, you're next.
Yeah, just with all the people in the audience, one topic we haven't talked about at all tonight that relates to opening the schools is athletics, and I'm hoping that maybe Greg or someone can give kind of a brief update. And then my question has to do with all of the health and safety measures that we put in place. We have some conversation about enforcing those. I mean, are we really going to expect bus drivers to refuse kids getting on the bus if they don't have a mask on? And that whole confrontation with the kid or the parents, I mean, how's that all going to work? Have we figured that all out?
So in terms of an athletic question, so originally MIA said that the fall season would start September 14th. It was pushed out to model or to parallel the start of the school year, which is September 16th. No decisions have been made about whether athletics will move forward. I know Mike Massarino is planning those logistics behind the scenes, and he has a couple of options. But again, we're waiting for MIA and the commissioner to kind of take a stance on athletics. At that point, we'll have another committee meeting and talk about whether it's the right decision for our community. In terms of, expectations of wearing masks and discipline, and there is an expectation of accountability for our students, but it's also, it's having conversations, and it's reminding students, it's having extra masks for the bus drivers to say, here's a mask. If you don't have yours, here's one you can take. So, and then for those outliers where it's really becoming an issue, then it would become a different type of conversation. But we're working with our students in an empathetic way to try to help them understand the reason why. And again, those outliers, those students who don't follow the rules, that's a different strategy in terms of ensuring that happens. Sean, I don't know if you want to add anything.
Yeah, I think as we've never had to be put in this position before. Is my audio coming through? I've been having kind of up and downs here. So I think teachers and myself are sorry, I'll try and be brief. We'll have to be ready to redirect kids lightly to start and then to escalate consequences as needed. If there's a school-wide issue,
Sean, we lost you.
I think it'll fall to me as the leader to expectations.
Yeah, we lost you. We lost a good part of what you were saying.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Roger. I might step out, Greg, and then come back in and see if my connection's a little bit better. I apologize, everyone.
Could I just add something? I think that it's going to be those 4 days when we have the students totally remote from the 16th to the 21st is going to be a lot of that front loading on what the guidelines are that we need to follow, how school's going to be. Everything about this virus, as we've said, is new and novel. So it's going to be a lot of that pre-teaching and, working with the families and with the students and just going through all of that in those 3 days, really, because Monday's just going to be starting their classes. But those 3 days are going to be key as to what our expectations are for the students. And Jess, I wanted to thank you because I think it's so important that everybody is following the guidelines. They're there for a reason. We can't lose sight that we're in this pandemic, and you know, like we all have that social responsibility, and that's what we have to embed in everybody's day-to-day routines.
Roger, can I just make a comment?
Absolutely.
So I just want to comment on the overall recommendation, which is a hybrid approach. And I just want to make sure that that I'm clear on, we are reinventing everything we do in every one of our schools all at once, and that every school has new routines for entering the building, for using the restrooms, for eating lunch, for going out to recess, for how kids are sitting. It's a completely different environment. And I just want to share that part of the phasing strategy is there's just so much happening at once in terms of our organization. I also think Kamali's point around there's the student perspective, which is why we do our work, but there's also an educator perspective. And there is that concern there amongst our educators about returning to work. So there's this fine balancing act of making sure we crawl before we walk and walk before we run, because we need to do this correctly. We need to make sure we implement this with integrity so that all of those safety protocols, all those measures do what they're supposed to do, which is create a safe environment for our students, our faculty and staff. So I just think it's important. Again, people might not agree with the phase and think that we need to get in as soon as quick as possible. I just think it's really important to think that how we enter needs to be methodical, thoughtful, and in the safest manner possible.
Thank you. Sean, I noticed you're back in. Do you want to try to see how your audio is working?
I can try again. Yes. So I think we have lots of strategies to help redirect kids when they're doing things they shouldn't be doing. And so we would apply those to mask compliance, and that would start out with light redirection and then escalating consequences as needed. If there was a school-wide issue, I think it would fall to me as a building leader to enlist families and parents to get on board with embracing that masks are important to keep everybody safe.
All right, well, you made it a little longer this time. Okay.
Oh boy, I'm going to see what I can do on the home front here. I have two teenage daughters, and I might have to boot some of the girls off of their devices here at the close of the night. I apologize.
Well, that was clear. So, Kathleen Howland, you are next.
Thank you. I appreciate Greg noting that the teachers are reticent to come back into the building. And it's really the first time we've talked extensively in this community meeting about the teachers, their comfort. I'm wondering, for the benefit of the community, if you could say a little bit more about that. Thank you.
So I will just comment I think there's nothing more than our educators want to get back into the classrooms and be with their kids and have it back to normal. But there is a level of concern amongst our teachers about returning. They too have been out of the classroom since March. And I think they have a strong sense that what they're returning to is going to look very different, just in terms of protocols and procedures and the safety that will take place and how kids are sitting. So I think they are anxious to get back in, but there's a level of concern for their own well-being in terms of their own health. And that, I think that was shared in some of the survey comments that we read, but also in the conversations that I've had with teachers. It was conversations that were clear in some of the impact bargaining sessions that we had, that there's a concern a level of concern, and they want to make sure that the way we enter back into our buildings with our students is thoughtful, is approached in a manner where there's safety with integrity.
You good with that, Kathleen?
Yes, I appreciate that.
Joan, you're next. Are you muted?
I certainly am. I didn't want you to hear the chimes of my clock because it tells you how long we've been on this meeting. I need a clarification. I hear half days coming up, and we've been in this conversation now for very long. I am concerned if a motion is going to be made with half days. So only to the chair or to Greg. What is this with half days? I know it's not in the plan, but I need clarification before I make a comment.
Well, I've heard the comment half days, but I'm not sure I can comment at this point in time. Greg, can you take this? I mean,
Yes, I think that, this is something that, again, we looked at and we thought about. So I guess what I'm hearing is that the potential of having a phased in approach at the elementary level where we begin with, a half day of some sort, pre-K through 5, maybe the first week or the first 2 weeks, as part of the phased in approach. So I think, could it be done? Yes. Is it what we as a leadership team proposed? No. But does that mean that it can't be done? No.
Through the chair, then I have a comment.
Please.
As an educator, a former educator who taught every grade from 1st to 7th grade in my 30 years of education, anytime when we have had a half day at any level, we always wish that we had the kids longer. On that half day, some part of the education is lowered from a time of 60 minutes of math to 20 minutes. We also have to look at that this cohort that's coming in is not the whole entire class. Everything that I have been hearing from Kathy Howland to other people is the social and emotional of the education, along with the education of the kids. If we bring them in for a half a day, we are reducing what we have just been saying that we think is very important. And I will defer to the leadership team who has put this strategy together and not take away quality education where we have open classrooms, we have response, we have open circles, where the kids, I think, are going to be wanting to come in and share their stories about the times that they haven't been in the class and with their classmates. This can be done, these open circles can be done with 10 kids in the classroom with a teacher at the elementary level. I understand that, but I think we're defeating our purpose if we entertain an idea of a half day. There is not that much that is going to be attained, and I'm also concerned about how the Department of Education would look at those half days. And if we're not going to be serving lunches, it would be an early dismissal, and I don't know if it would be counted as a full day. I would like to defer to the leadership team and support them in what they have given to us as a strategy. And I'll make my other comment in support of the plan when we take the vote.
Through the chair.
Yes, please.
And I ask, and again, I don't want to put anyone on the spot, but we have Principal Sear, Principal Souls, and Principal Lente. I'm not sure if you would want to comment on a half day for the first week or 2 weeks, what you think the impact would be, or positive or negative.
I can certainly comment. I don't think it's insurmountable, but we would definitely need time to plan that out because our plans are based right now on full day.
I agree with Kathleen. That's where my thoughts are, is that I think that we can do that, but we would have to engage in a lot of planning in order to do that.
Thank you.
All right, Katura Martin, you are next.
Okay, I just wanted to comment on the phased approach. My view of the phased approach is that it does make sense to me when I hear the reasons for it from the administration and the educator perspective. I do think that it's worth remembering that while a period of remote learning at the beginning of the year might seem long, even in a hybrid model, 60% of the days are remote anyway. And so it's worth, in my mind, it's worth establishing a solid routine around remote learning, getting everybody comfortable, working out any issues, because not only is that going to be applicable basically on a weekly basis, 3 out of 5 days, but it also is going to come up if we switch to remote, and also periodically for students who, anybody who has symptoms, is going to need to be home for a certain period of time, even if it's just long enough to go to the doctor and then get a COVID test so they can come back with a negative test, or if not, then they'll be out for 14 days automatically. And so I think, it's serving a couple of purposes from a couple of different perspectives. And to me, none of these things we're talking about are ideal in an ideal world, but I do think that it makes sense, and I can see the logic. I think that, and this would really be more of a high school issue, I think, in a way, but if the October 13th seems really too late, there are 2 weeks between phase 2 and phase 3, the K-5, and then the middle schools going back. I don't know if it would be possible, or if it would throw a big, be a big problem to shorten that to 1 week. And then, so it's sort of, everybody comes back 1 week apart, and we do the phases that way. But in my mind, given all the reasons that I've heard, I do think a phased approach makes sense. That's it.
Okay. Aaron Tagliaferri, you are up next.
I don't have any questions, more a comment. I feel like we've, as committees and as administration, have met countless hours and discussed all of these things. All of my questions have definitely been answered. Like Lauren said, I have full faith in our administration and the team that has worked so hard on these plans, that I, fully support their plans. And also, as Joan said, I don't think there's a huge benefit in starting in the half days for the K-5. And somewhat to what Karen said, I think we underestimate our kids a little bit, and we need to give them a little bit of credit. Many of our kids are already living this life, and I see them out in the community, and I see them at Davis Farmland and at dance and at gymnastics, and they're already working these protocols into their lives. I have a 5-year-old and a 9-year-old, and they're living with it, and they know how to do it, and it's just part of life right now, and it will be for some time. And I think we need to kind of give them a little bit of credit for what they're already doing and can probably continue to do in school. Yes, it's going to look very different. Yes, it's probably going to be hard. It's going to be harder for some kids. But I think we need to give our kids a little bit of credit and know most of them are already, like I said, I see them out in the community. They're back to their activities, they're back to sports, and they're already living with so many of these protocols in place, and they're doing a great job. And no, it won't be easy for every kid. I understand that, and I recognize that. But
thank the committees. I thank the administration. I think you guys have done a great job. And like Lauren said, I think, we really need to listen to what they've said and what they've proposed.
Okay, thank you. Sean Shea, you're up again.
Just quickly, Greg, is there a chance, DSE is giving feedback on plans. Is there a chance with such a late, an October 13th date, they would not approve it or give less than positive feedback?
So we submitted our preliminary plan to DESE for feedback and received no feedback, which means that most likely we won't. I think they are supporting districts that are working toward a hybrid. That is something that has been clear.
Okay, thank you for
I think
answering
if
that.
we were to say we're only going into a remote model and with no plan to get to a hybrid, then there would be another conversation.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm in favor of an earlier start, but I'll leave it there and hopefully we can get to comments and a motion pretty quickly.
Okay, Dan Kalenda. Dan, you are up.
Thank you, Roger. I just wanted to say, I thought Aaron's comments were absolutely spot on, exactly right. We're never going to accommodate every kid perfectly because there's so many different, I see kids all the time that are itching to get back to school. They want to go back tomorrow if they could. They missed the last part of their last year of school and they don't want to see another, delayed or further delayed, start to the school year. So, you're gonna have some kids that aren't gonna want to go back at all. You're gonna have other kids who just cannot wait to get back to school. And I think the administration has done an amazing job. Listening, surveying everyone, surveying our teachers, surveying our parents, trying to really understand exactly what is the best approach for everyone, knowing we're not going to make for the majority, knowing that we're not going to make everyone perfectly happy with whatever we come up with tonight. Kathleen, I want to reiterate what she said. We've got an incredible staff who's really done the hard work. We're here, we've been involved in it, but every day they've been doing this for months and they've put together, I think, a wonderful plan. Joan, I couldn't agree with you more. It's time, to get our kids back to school, do it safely, but get our kids back to school. I cannot tell you how difficult it has been, the remote learning for, I know for a fact, so many kids. They've gotten very little out of remote learning, very little. And they are itching to get back into the classroom and learn. A number of these kids in our later, at the high school, are looking to compete for few spots at great schools. They need to learn, and they're not doing it in a remote environment. The social aspects of it, the athletics that come with it, people are able to participate in extracurricular activities. So clearly we have to do it safely. Greg and his team, I'm confident, have given us a great plan to do just that. I know we're 4+ hours into this. At some point we're gonna hopefully vote. I look forward to supporting what Greg and his team have put together. Thank you, Roger.
I don't see any more questions. Greg, do I understand that is it Andrea who may be in the one of the attendees, and is she the one you were potentially?
Yeah, so I will promote Dr. Medina and Dr. Ciaranello to as panelists. Just give me 1 second.
And I think we have two issues that were on the table. One was this comment about is this airborne, and then I think there was also the other issue, which was I guess kind of are we going to be spiking again, such that am I stating this correctly? I mean, who should we be
I
concerned
think the
about?
risk is we know what the data is now. If we wait, we don't know what it's
Right,
going to be. in
correct.
months. Are we missing a window of time where we can get our students in?
Right, those were the two I recall.
Greg, are you looking for Amy also, or Andrea and Safdar?
If Amy's in the audience, I will.
She is. Yeah. Do you want me to promote her?
Sure, please. I just, so I think Andrea and Safdar have joined us, I believe.
So I believe Amy has as well.
Did we have to wake them up for it?
We may have. They may be in their pajamas, but.
So I hope you don't mind.
Yeah, so Greg, if you would, if it's acceptable to you, if you wouldn't mind kind of leading the, the discussion, with our medical
Sure.
team. Yeah,
So
we
first of all, any chance I get to thank these parents and volunteers who've donated their time and energy and have been behind every email and text that we've sent at ungodly hours, and so they've been incredible. So first of all, thank you. It's been very comforting knowing that we have such talented people helping us make really difficult decisions. So the first question that we're getting is around aerosolization of the virus. Many teachers have brought this up. There's some news articles in the New York Times and so forth. So if you could speak to that, that would be very helpful.
Yeah, that's probably for me, I think. So yeah, thank you so much for the chance to answer some of these questions. I had written down a couple others that came up in the conversations as well, which we could speak to. Those included sort of safety of masks for kids, lunch approaches, and then testing questions. So if we wanted to circle back to those, we could do that as well.
That'd be great.
In terms of the aerosol, I think, this has been a question that we have been following really closely as new data came out over the last 5 months or so. And I think people may understand the distinction that's made between droplet transmission and aerosol transmission, but essentially it's basically a spectrum. All of these respiratory infections that we think about are carried in tiny droplets. An aerosol is just the smallest of possible droplets. So there are certain organisms like tuberculosis and measles that really can live for a long time and float through the air in the smallest of particles. And they can stay suspended in the air for a long time and travel long distance and kind of pass around barriers. Most respiratory viruses are transmitted in larger particles, which are basically just droplets of respiratory secretions. And they do travel through the air for some period of time, but then their droplets are heavier, so they fall to the ground. And the question throughout all of COVID has basically been, how small are these particles and how long can they stay in the air? And almost all of the studies have shown that they fall pretty quickly. And that's where that 6-foot distance came from, that most of them fall by 6 feet. And so if you're not masked, 6 feet is sort of a reasonable distance. If you are masked, you could probably be safe at smaller distances. But the big question has always been, people have tried to find virus in samples from air, like ventilation ducts and things like that in hospitals. And the question has always been, is that virus that's actually alive? Because they can find pieces of RNA, but we don't know whether that virus has been able to grow on its own and replicate and thus infect somebody else. And so this new study that came out last week was the first one that sort of said, we can actually identify virus that can grow. And so that's led to a lot of interesting questions. I think a couple things about that study make it very preliminary. So it hasn't been peer reviewed yet. It was just placed on one of these preprint servers where you can post anything you want. And then it gets submitted for peer review, which is the traditional sort of scientific process. So that part hasn't happened yet. And that always brings up important issues. There's some methodologic and sort of strange things about their findings that I think will be really interesting to see, how it goes through peer review. And the other important finding was that they only found really small numbers of viral particles. So a lot of people have questioned whether that would actually be enough to cause an infection. So I think we've all been thinking about that as like really important preliminary data and something that needs to be followed up on, and we can see if it can be replicated. As Mary Ellen said, if it's true, then it will really change like everything about COVID across the world. So I think it definitely is important to think about, but we really need to find out whether those data can be replicated. And so at this point, I think nobody's saying to change any of our practices, but just to pay attention to where those data will go. So that was the aerosol question.
Thank you.
A couple other points maybe. Should I just run through some of the ones I wrote down?
That'd be great, Andrea. Thank you.
And Safdar and Amy, I think, can pipe in as well. And I know Safdar wanted to talk about some of these, but the question about masks came up, and I just wanted to highlight that from like a health and safety and physiology standpoint, there's really no, there've never been any studies that shown any sort of adverse effects to kids in terms of their oxygenation levels or their breathing or anything like that. So I certainly would, I think as we're thinking about these decisions and whether it's like developmentally appropriate for children to be communicating through masks, I just, with my own kids, came to the realization that the two options really are like school with a mask or Zoom. And so I would defer to the educators onto which one is optimal for communication and teaching. But from a physiologic standpoint, they can wear them safely. And anecdotally, my kids, when I phrased it that way, were like, we want to go to school with masks. So I know that there's a lot to be said there. The question of lunch and being outside, I think, it's important to note that really any unmasked indoor encounter is going to be the highest risk encounter that we have. So especially places where people are trying to speak loudly because they're sitting far from their friends. And so I think as much as we can have people spaced out at big distances, like fewer people having lunch at a time and in bigger spaces, as all of you guys have been talking about doing, this is an important step. And then I totally agree that wherever we could have kids outside, that's going to be a much lower risk environment. So mask breaks and eating, whatever can be done outside. If it takes pop-up tents with heat lamps, those would be really much lower risk than being indoors and unmasked. And then we can talk maybe more about testing, but maybe I'll let Amy and Safdar chat about that one, and I can just chat about the phasing in approach. And so I think the current science, I think, really strongly supports opening with hybrid models for all grade levels as early as possible. So there may be lots of operational reasons to do the phased in approach, but from a public health standpoint, the metrics that we need to open safely are really two things. We need low community transmission rates, and we need the availability of all of these mitigation strategies that the district has been working so hard to put into place. So things like masks and ventilation and cleaning and hygiene. And I think we have to assume realistically that there will be some people who come in with COVID who enter each school a few times during the semester. But what we can be confident in is that all of these prevention approaches will work to prevent that spread from going through the school. And so the metrics that DESE put forth just yesterday are actually very much more conservative than any other guideline we've seen from across the country from any other district. So most guidelines are using thresholds of like 10 cases per 100,000 and 25 cases per 100,000. So DESE picked 4 and 8. So these are much lower. And at those low thresholds, they didn't distinguish between the grade levels. And actually the only places where people have said you might do your elementary before your middle, before your high school, for example, those have been based on those different case levels. So a lot of guidance has been, if you're under 25 cases, you might do hybrid for the lower grades and remote for the high school. And under 10 cases, then you could bring the high school in. So all of those are much higher than where we are now. So I think that's helpful to remember. And like I said, there may be very good reasons to do it operationally, but from a medical standpoint, you could bring them all in hybrid as soon as you wanted to. And I do think there's a very good chance that early in the fall is our window to get these kids in to the school and have them have some contact with teachers and with each other. And we may, if the rates go up again, need to pivot back to remote. And so I think Safdar wanted to speak to sort of the harms of not being in school for them early, but I actually would say from a medical standpoint, our window is soon. And if you wanted to bring them in closer to the 16th and try to get them some time in school before potentially we lose that opportunity, I think that would be safe to do with our current metrics. So I'll stop there and maybe, I don't know, Amy and Safdar want to talk about testing or some of the medical implications of not being in school.
Sure, I'll please touch on that. And what I want to focus on is sort of the other hidden public health crisis that's emerging, and that is the ever so rising incidence of mental illness now in our children that we're seeing on a day-to-day basis in our pediatric practices of anxiety and depression that was already high, that's gotten even higher. A recent survey done in Pediatrics, which is the official journal of the American Academy of Pediatrics, they surveyed a good 1,200 people, families across the country of various socioeconomic classes and backgrounds, and found that almost 14% of parents reported some either new diagnosis or a worsening diagnosis of mental illness in their children as a direct consequence of the social isolation those kids were feeling. And that alone is one of the things that we want to focus on as we move forward, because that is probably the number one reason why we want to get these kids back in school, is to avoid this other crisis. In terms of physical things, the rise in obesity has been quite shocking, actually. Not shocking in the sense we expected it, but the numbers that we're seeing on an average of BMIs increasing almost 2 points over 4 or 5 months. And a model actually had predicted that as well over a year, because less kids are active and less kids are doing something. And for a lot of these kids, just getting up and going to school, even if it's 2 or 3 days a week, will give them some extra physical activity to avoid becoming overweight and the health consequences that would happen as a result of being overweight. Interesting, when we look at hospital admissions in pediatrics, at least at UMass Medical Center for the past 6 months, what we've seen is no hospital admissions for COVID-19 as an illness, but an increase in number of suicide attempts and eating disorders among in particular our teenagers. So I think, looking at that combined with our state's low metrics with COVID-19 and where our positivity rates are, I think it makes a very compelling case that children, need to be in school. So that's, the first thing I wanted to point out to everybody. Second, with regard to testing, our hospital systems are actually doing fairly well with turnaround time for testing. So, we are definitely going to work with our nurses in our district and our administration to try to get symptomatic kids tested as soon as possible in coming up with a flow pattern. Because obviously any child who is symptomatic who needs a test, the sooner that result is available, the sooner we can enact whatever public health decision needs to be enacted at that time. So I don't know if there were any other things that had come up along these lines, Greg, at all that needed to be addressed.
No, I think those were the topics that were discussed, but I do see Paul Desmond's hand, Roger. I'm not sure if he had I think the original question.
So you are up, Paul.
Thank you. Thank you both for being here. This has been very helpful. Dr. Ciarinello, I just had a follow-up for you. From what I heard you say, if the virus could be spread, through aerosol, wouldn't we see a far higher infection rate by now than we have seen, like from one person infecting many others that we just haven't seen yet?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. And the TB investigators and scientists have been talking about that all along, that if this really were behaving like TB, that R naught value that you hear a lot about, we wouldn't have values in the 1 and 2 range, but they'd be in the 10 or 15 range. So I think that's where a lot of people have taken reassurance from this. But yeah, that's a great point.
Thank you.
I could just say one more thing about surveillance testing too, which has come up. I think several people asked about, could we test people before they come back to school? And I think Mary Ellen's point is spot on, that was just a snapshot in time. And you could certainly have gotten exposed the day before your test and become infectious the day after your test, and that wouldn't pick it up. But there is, I think, a lot of value in trying to develop systems for what we call surveillance screening, like testing asymptomatic people at some interval. And it's probably most valuable if it were somewhere between daily and weekly. And so we've been working a lot with the state to try to encourage that, and with some of the testing organizations in town. But so far, there hasn't really been testing capacity for that. And people are trying to prioritize it for testing people with symptoms, like Safdar said, because that lets you get kids back in school faster and staff back in school faster, and you need fewer substitute days. But I'm really trying hard to see if we can get some sort of surveillance screening in place. And I think probably won't be for a couple of months that we would even have the technology that we need unless we can really work something out with one of the Boston-based organizations. But I think it adds a certain amount of value. Basically, what we think it does is it would allow you to have 5-day in-person school at the same infection risk that you'd have with an AB hybrid model without screening. So it might be a way to get to like in-person full-time school quicker. But I think the ideal test is like a cheap saliva test that you could do at home, and we just don't have that technology yet, but a lot of people are working on it.
Well, thank you very much. Greg, do you have anything else you'd like to ask our medical team to answer, or shall we kind of move to the next phase here?
No, I'm not sure if Dr. Costigan has anything to add.
Not really. I think that Safdar and Andrea did a great job sort of summing things up. I would say that, I'm an emergency physician. I've been dealing with COVID very extensively, over the last few months. And, if you'd asked me the question, should we return to school, 3 or 4 months ago, the answer would have been absolutely not. But we are in a much, much different place now. We had many, many patients admitted, in April, May. Very few patients admitted now. The rates are drastically different. And I will say, that I feel very comfortable with the plans that are put forward and the safety measures that are put forward. And I think that, it is probably the right time to get our kids back into the school environment.
Thank you.
All right. Through the chairs.
So Roger, just procedurally, I'm just going to move Dr. Medina and Dr. Cernello and Dr. Costigan back in as attendees, but thank you again.
Yes, thank you very, very much.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I am totally indebted to all 3 of you.
So through the chairs, and Keith and Joan, let's try to work through this together. The process that we had envisioned, I think, was to have each committee put a seconded motion on the floor to approve the plan. At that point, but not have any committee vote on that until all committees had heard any final statements that any of the committee members would like to make. So all committee members would have the benefit of hearing, what the other committees, I guess, were thinking at that time. And since we've been working together to get this done, I think that makes eminent sense. Now, what I'm pretty sure is going to happen is there are going to be is at least one and maybe more amendments put forward as these motions are on the floor. I want to reiterate what I said in my, I guess, welcoming comments. I believe that that our goal should be to try to have a common structure. There's no requirement, but I think that we all recognize that to try to put the district into a situation of trying to manage multiple structures at once will serve no one well in the end. Nonetheless, well, I guess I've said that. And I also would just want to repeat one of the things I had said in my welcoming comments, in that, all of our goals are to provide the best educational experience we can under these circumstances with minimal risk. Nobody knows exactly what that's going to be. So it really is a balancing act, and it's hard to determine which side of the high wire we're on. Okay, as we put forth, as we put forth our best recommendations, our best belief on what to do. So I'm thinking about how to deal with amendments that come through. And I guess I guess as we proceed through, I'm recommending as we proceed through putting these motions on the floor, that as we follow that road, we should probably put any amendments on the floor at the same time. So so all of the committees can hear any amendments. If those amendments are seconded. If there's not a second, then the amendment goes away. So that all the committees can hear all the amendments before we make our comments, and then vote. And we would then have to vote the amendments first, and then follow with the main motion. So Keith or Joan, how do you feel about that approach? Does it make sense? I see Joan has her hand up.
First of all, I think Keith has done a good job in doing research on Robert's Rules of Order about amendments, because I think the way we've been doing amendments haven't been following Robert's Rules of Order. So Keith can give an update on that about the amendments, because if you make an amendment, we have to, Keith, I'm going to give the floor to you in a minute. My feeling is, and this is not a motion, but this is what I would like to see. I think that, this latest document that Greg sent out, we have 3 versions. The last one, which is of August the 12th. On the next to the last page at the bottom, Greg put in summary what he would like to recommend. And I would like to see that to be the first motion that would be made for several reasons. We've always taken the superintendent's recommendation. He is the one that we as the school committee members have elected and appointed and put our trust into, because he is the one, not us, who has put these study teams, the surveys, and he's worked with his administrative team and the principals to know what their thoughts are and how they can do this. And I think that, one of the things that is strong in here, and maybe I'm just going to read these 2, because I think if somebody doesn't have the paper before them, and Greg, do you mind if I read that?
No.
Okay. Greg said in summary, I recommend the following. Number 1, implement a reopening strategy based on defined medical criteria for transitioning between learning models. 2, adopt a differentiated and phased reopening strategy leading to all students being in a hybrid learning model by October 13th, 2020. I think that's a good basis to begin with. Differentiated learning is one of the things that all our teachers try to excel with, because all children do not learn in the same method. I am a visual learner. I have to have tons of papers. I have to take notes. So number 2, Greg talks about that this is differentiated and it's a phased in. And my feeling, I'm not going to be able to make a motion for the region, but my feeling is to bring those 2 up based on Greg's recommendation. And I will now give it to Keith, because Keith has how we should be doing if there are amendments that are given.
Keith, if I might just make a comment before it moves to you, if that's all right.
Yes.
Well, and Keith will comment on this. I'm relatively sure that the process of now this is in a single committee vote. We're really trying to create something which will give all committees the benefit of all of our thoughts, since we've worked together through this whole thing, and that is a little different. But in standard practice, an amendment simply has to be seconded to stay on the floor, and it has to be voted on before up yay or nay before you go back to the main motion. Now, what I was going to suggest as far as the votes, I was going to charge the committee with putting on the floor a motion to approve the reopening plan as presented by the superintendent and its team. It was really simply going to state that. But Keith, comments, any and all, please.
So moved for Northborough.
So moved for the region.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. It was made by, I second for Northborough. Dan, you made the motion for region?
Yes.
Second for the region.
Paul Bucka? Thank you.
Desmond.
Desmond, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Is there a motion from Southborough?
I'll make the motion for Southborough. Skatura.
Is there a second? I'm sorry?
Second.
Jen, seconded. All right. So I guess the first thing we should do is see if, and I guess should sequence through. I'm sorry, Keith. Yes. I see your hand up.
I preempted your, I didn't comment yet on the amendment process because I wanted to get the motion rolling. So
that's fine.
I concur wholeheartedly on the process. Madam Chairman, Madam Chairperson and Mr. Chairman are both correct in that we will be, any amendments, which I agree should be very carefully thought through with respect to the impact and other considerations already discussed, will need to be seconded, debated, and voted on. And if they pass, the main motion becomes amended through that process. So we can work through our debate by committee. Is that still the plan? Our closing comments, or?
I think we should. I think we should. In other words, I think we should, because I think if, for example, the sequence was going to be Northborough, then the region, then Southborough. If there's an amendment, for example, if Northborough will be first, so there's amendment from the Northborough committee, then that would be, if it's seconded, then that would be debated. I think that amendment, well, wow.
Maybe there won't be any amendments.
Well, I don't know. What I'm trying to actually predict, what I'm trying to determine is if there is an amendment that's seconded, do we want to find out if there are any amendments from any of the other committees before we debate amendments? Keith, you think?
That's probably wise to try and
I think so.
Keep the appropriate aspects of the process and the conversation at least timed together.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
All right.
That's
so
fair.
I'll turn it over to Keith, at least from the standpoint of either comments or whatever your committee would like to do first.
And Paul just asked a very important question about whether regional would vote on K-8. And it's my understanding that would be no, that each committee is voting for their respective district. So the Northborough School Committee is voting for the Northborough pre-K-8 system.
That's correct.
On behalf of that, it's a district in its own right, correct? So we're each voting for our own districts.
You are correct.
Okay.
I have one question that, as a chair, that I'd like to ask to Greg. Greg, this plan that we vote on tonight has to be submitted to the state by Friday. Is that correct?
That is accurate.
So if there are any changes to your plan, would it be ready to be submitted by Friday?
So if it's a timing change, for example, the high school is pushed up earlier, no, but if it's a change in, to the elementary principal's standpoint, where it's a redesign of half days for the first 2 weeks, that will take some work, but we could file an extension. I think the latest we'd have to submit is Monday. But again, my preference would be not to have to redesign too much of the plan in terms of the content, the timing, is less of a concern in terms of moving.
Therefore, as the chair, I would like everybody to be aware of that, and what we may be putting in as an amendment. We think it may be something very easy, but we are now going to be adding more work and more time and getting extension for our district. And our district has worked very hard to this point, very, very hard. And everybody, I know everybody on the committee has made sacrifices. Everybody is up now at 10:52 at night, but we got to get this process going, and let's let our educators do what they're supposed to do, educate our kids. Let's get them going.
Greg, there's a request from a committee member to, if you could put up the kind of that last, what Joan read a moment ago, the very end of your memorandum, with respect to, basically it reflects the language of the motion on the table at the moment, which is your core recommendations at the end.
Right here.
Point of order.
Yes.
I don't think that does reflect the motion that was made. The motion that we made was to the effect of accept the plan as presented by the superintendent this evening.
I agree with you, Paul. This is basically it's more of a summary of the detail that was presented. I think so. I think that the plan that as presented was more specific than this as far as reopening dates for different grades or different schools. So I think that I agree with you. I mean, what we're voting on is the plan that was presented by the superintendent and his team tonight.
Well, I made the motion, and I'm actually not disagreeing with what you said. But just to clarify, Mrs. Frank read the bullet points 1 and 2 from the summary of Mr. Martineau's memorandum, which was to implement a reopening strategy based on defined medical criteria for transitioning between learning models, and to adopt a differentiated phase reopening strategy leading to all students being in a hybrid learning model by October 13th, 2020. So in other words, the motion reflects directly those two recommendations at the end of the memorandum.
Keith, are you saying, so then I followed with with my proposed, with what I was planning to charge the committee, which was the plan as presented. So are you suggesting that your motion does not embrace the plan that was presented and is more general because of that language? Or
No, on the contrary, I was just clarifying the language. I thought that was asked to be put up was that language that Joan read.
Correct, and that was.
Yes. So no, I'm not disagreeing at all. That is the plan as presented. They are one and the same. Sorry for the confusion.
That's all right. So as long as all the committee members know what they're voting on, until and unless there are any amendments to that. So I guess it's back to Northborough at this point in time.
Okay. At the moment, go ahead, Mrs. Frank.
No, I was going to say I am ready as chair to take a vote for the region.
Yeah, but we need to. We need to.
Can we have discussion?
Yeah, we will of course have discussion.
Okay.
We need to work through the sequence that we discussed to make sure that everyone does hear any of the comments and all the committee members.
Okay.
So we go to Northborough.
Okay.
All right. So Northborough committee members, we will take discussion and comment on the motion that's on the table. And the first hand up is Kelly Gannett.
Thank you. There's no doubt in anyone's mind that there hasn't been a lot of hard work done on all fronts from all things. We're never going to please everybody, but just as no family is going to be, there's no 100% perfect model for all the families. There's no perfect model for all the grades. I think it's important to remember the difference of all kids and all learning styles. And I think the only way to really know and have the experiences of what's right and the actual data from our community is by, as Greg said, a slow interest pace in. By rushing the high school in earlier, that's not going to make sense to see the progression and see how things are going health-wise, process, everything. I just think that we need to take into account for all learners at all levels. And I know you're saying people are making comments that, you shouldn't alter the plan and that people worked hard on this plan. But I think it's important to say that I think something was missed with the younger kids. The ESY was done and the kids were there for 2.5 hours with masks on. And sure, they were fine for 2.5 hours. But how were they at 4 hours? How are they at 5 hours? We don't know that information because we haven't tested it out yet. And so I think it's an irresponsible choice to rush in and have 5-year-olds, 6-year-olds, 7-year-olds, 8-year-olds being in masks for 6 hours a day. It's unhealthy. I think it's cruel, and I think it's unusual.
Anything else? Mrs. Bailey Jones, please.
Thank you. So the proposed phase reopening plan, I think it meets a lot of our goals, especially I believe Dr. Ciaranello was talking about, the health metrics show that we could go hybrid. But again, because we're a complex district, that phased approach meets our needs and our operations. That being said, I still do have concerns, and I do have an amendment. I don't know if you're entertaining amendments right now, Mr. Chair.
Yes, you can make an amendment.
Thank you. I'm going to paste it in the chat as well so that people can see it. So I move to adopt the proposed phase reopening plan as presented tonight, August 12th, 2020, with the following changes. So to give our youngest learners, pre-K through 5, time to transition into in-person learning by offering at least 1 half day at the beginning of their in-person learning, and also to accelerate the date in which middle school and high school students begin hybrid learning by at least 1 week.
Point of order here.
Keith, I think, yeah, you're managing this part of it, I believe.
Well, point of order from another committee member. I'll let you take that, Mr. Challen, from another committee.
I'm curious about an amendment from the Northborough K-8 that affects the high school.
It can't be done. We'd have an amendment for the high school would have to come from one of the regional members.
That's correct. So are you?
Okay, then
That's
I will
correct.
amend my amendment and just strike the word high school. So it would just be in which middle school students begin hybrid learning at least 1 week earlier. All right, I don't hear any seconds.
Can't copy and paste that, but thank you for putting it in the chat, which is very helpful. Any seconds on the amended motion? Hearing none, the amended motion is not put on the floor for deliberation. Do you have any other comments, Mrs. Bailey-Jones?
Yeah, I guess maybe just to explain my rationale, and maybe someone, if they choose to, might have an amendment as well. I guess, so there is a neighboring community that chose to have 4 half days at the beginning of their learning, in-person learning or hybrid learning. So I guess I was sort of going off of the idea that, again, like masks for the youngest kids for 6 hours is sort of a long time. If we're going to do a phased approach, we might as well, help those younger students by sort of phasing in even more for them. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Through the chair.
Yes, go ahead.
What I understand is that what was going to be built into their student schedule were going to be mass breaks. So I don't want it to be understood that these kids are going to be in mass for 6 hours. They won't be. I know it's going to be easier in the beginning to take the students outside, but we are going to be, I'm not going to say we, I think the administration is going to be putting in mass breaks, because I think we have the understanding that, yes, I wouldn't want, as an adult, I wouldn't want to be in a mass for 6 hours. I get into the store, I come back out as fast as I can. It's not a normal situation. But I appreciate all the comments that are coming from, and I'm listening to every school committee member, because all of our thoughts and all of your remarks are taken very seriously. So thank you for all your comments.
Okay, thank you very much. Mrs. Gannett, if it's okay, since I haven't given my comments yet, I'm going to go ahead and then actually I'll take Mrs. Tagliaferri, and then I will go and we will come back to you, okay? Go ahead, Erin.
Muted. I just again want to thank the district for going above and beyond and all the hard work they've put together to put this plan together. I am very brand new to this committee and did not think this would be my initiation into the committee. It's been a challenging time and definitely faced with difficult decisions that affect a lot of people. Aside from being a school committee member, first and foremost, I am a mom, and I have a kindergartner and a 4th grader, and I am also a pediatric nurse. I definitely support our district's phased-in approach to a hybrid model to reopen our schools. I think our district has gone above and beyond, anywhere near us to prioritize the physical, social, and emotional well-being of our students, our educators, and our staff. We know this is a continuously evolving situation, but I think with the information we have in front of us today, this is the best model to integrate our schools and our students while still prioritizing safety. I think we've heard and I've read through all of the comments from both staff and families throughout the community. We all face, balancing safety, education, our work-life balance. And again, even reading through all those, this still supports my decision for a hybrid model. I think it's the best decision for families, and they can also make their own decision within their family, whether they support a hybrid or a standalone remote. And I trust that our district, I'm proud to be part of this district, and I think that they will continuously monitor the situation and will never hesitate to take a step back if that's what is at hand. So I fully support the district's plan as it is written.
Thank you. I will go ahead and take a turn at this point. I'm going to do you guys a favor and give you the shortened version.
No.
Of my my stance. Bear with me since I'm going off script a little bit here. I do have some notes, so it won't be quite as polished, but I'm going to do you all the favor of the gift of your time in doing so.
Keith, I have to jump in and I'll let people know if it's the shortened version. I've seen the long version.
I will let you be the judge because I'm confident in that statement. All right. As most of you know, my name is Keith LaBelle. I'm the current chair of Northborough School Committee and parent of 2 students at Melican. I want to extend sincere and extensive gratitude to all stakeholders in this process. And in the interest of time, I won't list them all. What you guys may not know about me is that I have a healthcare education and technology background. When COVID hit, like most of you, we went on full lockdown in our family. And we're pretty rattled and frightened, I think, alongside the rest of everyone in the community. My company, however, provides lung diagnostic solutions to hospitals and clinics and never closed because we are an essential service. As part of the leadership team, we made ongoing shifts in our operations, carefully and delicately balancing the safety of our team with our obligations to hospitals to ensure our systems were kept online and operational for patient care. Our team never stopped traveling, myself included, or visiting customer sites. In doing so, we have learned to navigate the COVID-19 world. So what about the schools? I offer my colleagues some key highlights from the most recent available mats.gov COVID-19 data. For individuals under 19 years, 98.4% do not require hospitalization, and the pediatric case fatality rate is 0.0%. At the present time, the Massachusetts 2019 pediatric influenza impacts far exceed those of COVID-19. And of course, we want to keep it that way. For adults, the majority of moderate and severe impacts are seen in patients with advanced age and/or significant underlying conditions, with the average age of hospitalization 68 years and average age of death 82 years. Our school communities have very low case positivity counts and rates. My general assumptions and perspectives. Our schools will adhere to or exceed the DESI guidelines. The reopening panel has been very thorough in their process of gathering and synthesizing key information. The medical experts on the panel are very specialized in this issue, and we should certainly take their input very seriously. Risk to adults, we've already been over that. Risk mitigations, we will be using multiple precautions as mitigation strategies concurrently. This will result in mitigation layers and compounds. Their use in tandem compounds their effectiveness. The Northborough School Committee, I urge you to use local data and conditions to make a local decision. There is significant precedence abroad for reopening schools successfully, as well as precedence at US daycares and day camps in navigating reopening. While our community may have some division in belief about the extent of the COVID-19 issue and necessary mitigations, I maintain an overall trust and belief in our community's ability to come together and show respect for one another in order to overcome this adversity. All key stakeholders matter. Any decision made must balance the interests, benefits, and risks to all key stakeholders. While compromises may be justified, no solution should disproportionately benefit certain stakeholders at the detriment to others. All stakeholders accept an assumption of risk in their daily lives and under the novel context of the COVID-19 public health issue. Most of our district's general education teachers, merely by circumstance, and I underscore that, by circumstance, have thus far been exempted from professionally required assumption of risk since COVID-19 emerged. What I mean by that was the full remote from mid-March through the end of the year. No matter the exact outcome of the reopening strategy, this will no longer be the case. We are asking for those able to do so to make shifts in their assumption of risk, albeit calculated, in order to fulfill their professional responsibilities. As a former educator and spouse of a teacher, I'm acutely aware of the fact that this is a game changer and a significant ask. We all benefit from the calculated risks taken by our fellow citizens. It is because of this that we can go grocery shopping, go to the hospital or doctor, the dentist, get takeout, buy gas, and much more. In the case of the schools, our children are depending on us. For Northborough K-8 students under the hybrid model as presented, my benefit risk analysis reveals that educational and social benefits are significant, as are the health risks, primarily for faculty and staff with risk factors. Effective risk mitigations are feasible and residual risks should be tolerable for key stakeholders. Overall, the benefits exceed the residual risks of this model for this age group. In closing, it is my position to vote in support of the reopening strategy as presented today. That specifically includes differentiated and phased reopening strategy leading to all Northborough K-8 students being in hybrid learning by the 6th. And the reason I say the 6th is because that's middle school. So consistent with the plan as presented. I have completed my comments. Do any other Northborough School Committee members have further discussion or comments at this time? Seeing none, I will hand it back to Mr. Challen. Oh,
I see
sorry,
hand go up.
Kelly Gannett just popped up. We'll take Kelly and then go from there.
Sorry,
all
I thought you
frozen.
said after you spoke that I was gonna get a chance because you were.
Oh, you're right. You had put your hand down, so I wasn't sure. I'm sorry about that. Go ahead.
I would like to make an amendment to the motion on the table if possible.
Certainly allowed to propose an amendment.
I would move to adopt the proposed phased reopening plan as presented tonight, August 12th, 2020, with the following changes. To give our youngest learners, PK through 5, time to transition into in-person learning by offering the first 2 weeks of in-person learning half day.
Does that complete your motion to amend?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion to amend
I'll second that motion.
and a second from Mrs. Bailey Jones.
Through the chair.
Yes, in fact, you're also on our committee, so go ahead.
Thanks. I would like to ask Greg if those 10 half days would constitute, would that be counted as a full day of school? Or is
It's
that
not 10 days, it's only 4 days, Joan, because there's only 2 weeks of in-person learning because it's a hybrid model.
4 days?
4 days total.
Okay.
4 half days.
So Greg, are those half days considered to be a full day with the Commissioner of Education?
And it's not it's half day in school, half day remote. It's not getting rid of the half day altogether, the end of the day.
Okay.
It's releasing at lunchtime to go home, to finish the day at home.
Then I think you would have to make that more clear in your motion because you just say a half day. We can't assume anything.
In a half day of okay. So it's to give the youngest learners time to transition into the in-person learning by offering half day in-school learning for the 4 days. They would continue lunch and the rest of the learning day at home virtually. So it's half day in person, half day virtually for those 4 days. So the schedule shouldn't have to be adjusted too much because they're just basically going home for lunch during the middle, is what I'm saying.
But okay, I still would like to hear what Greg has to say. And the second question would be about the transportation issue.
So we do have a clarification on the amendment, which I think was very important. And thank you, Mrs. Frank.
Thank you, Kelly. I appreciated that.
So I'd like to see if we have a second on the clarified amended motion or motion to amend.
I will second so we can have discussion. Yes.
Okay, so that's settled. At the request of Mrs. Frank, we'll hear from Mr. Martineau regarding this matter.
So I think that so what I'm hearing, Kelly, what you're proposing is what's that first Tuesday? What is the date?
22nd, maybe?
The second, so September 2nd,
I think the 22nd.
September 22nd would be a half-day half-day hybrid.
Yes.
Okay. And
So-
then the days that they're home would be a full day remote.
Yes.
Okay. So it's the 4 days that you are making half days when the kids are in person, the first 2 weeks for each cohort.
Yes. So, and the half day would just be in person. So basically it's just the idea is that they still doing the 6 hours a day, but they're only wearing the masks for half of it. It would remove the lunch issue. It would remove the recess issues. That's what I was trying to get at.
So in terms of half day, by the time they wouldn't have lunch at school, by the time they got home off the buses, I think there'd be probably very little. I would not recommend remote learning for the remainder of the day. To Mrs. Frank's comment on those 4 days, to comment on Mrs. Frank's, does that count as time on learning? We would still be within the time on learning requirements. I think there is a great flexibility right now on time on learning because of the emergency order that's in place. And you are correct, Joan, if that was a half day in a traditional calendar year, it wouldn't count as a full day. But I think these are unique circumstances.
Thank you.
Through the chair.
Please.
And then to Greg, how many hours then, if the kids, how many hours would they be in school? Because they're not going to be there for lunch.
We could do, we have to look at the bus schedules. We'd have to look at what a traditional half day is in our normal schedule. So I don't have that information with me. We'd have to go back and rework that.
So to me, that seems like that would be like the day that usually occurs on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, when you have not a half day, but it's called like early dismissal, I think.
Yes.
Okay, because there's no lunches served on that Wednesday.
Correct.
Okay. What is your feelings on such a proposal? Because you have to go back and do schedules, and how's this going to work? Is it going to work?
I mean, I think the principals shared their thoughts that they'd have to go back and significantly rework some schedules. So, is it insurmountable? No, but is it, it's a change? Yes.
Mrs. Bailey Jones, please.
Thank you. So I did second the motion, but I do want clarification because Kelly, I think, we've talked it through now. When you say the 4 days, are you talking 4 days per cohort or just those 4 days? So 2 days per cohort. Does that make sense, Kelly?
I was thinking that the kids could each get a week, but at this point, I'll remove my amendment just to move on. It's going 11:30 and I probably don't have the support from the committee, so.
Well, we can just put it to a vote.
But I think, through the chair, I think we need clarification. Lauren's question,
Yes, I'm trying to find that. Greg can probably answer that. I'm trying to find the right part of the plan that shows the schedules, how many days it would be.
So it would be if it was the 22nd through the 25th. So it'd be the 22nd through the 22nd, 23rd, 24th, and 25th September, the 29th, 30th, October 1st, and October 2nd. So it's 8 days. 4 days for each cohort.
Well, she said 2 weeks, so.
Okay, that clarifies. Thank you.
Okay. Let's go ahead and vote on this motion so it's an amendment to the main motion. And just to recap, it's a motion to adopt as presented the reopening strategy as presented today, with a change in that pre-K through 5th grade for the first 2 weeks of school. On the days that they are supposed to be in person, they would be in person half day, present in the building, and 1 half day learning remotely. I'll take a roll call vote. Mrs. Frank?
No.
Mrs. Bailey Jones?
Yes.
Mrs. Gannett?
Yes.
Mrs. Tagliaferri?
No.
Myself, Keith LaBelle, no. Motion fails on the floor.
The amendment fails.
Amendment. Okay. Any other discussion, Northborough School Committee? If not, we will cede the floor to our colleagues for further discussion on with their committees. Over to you, Mr. Challen.
Thank you, Chairman LaBelle. Mrs. Frank, we'll move to the region.
Thank you very much. So we have a motion that was made by Dan Kalenda, seconded by Paul Desmond, to accept the reopening strategy for transitioning between learning models, and the reopening strategy is presented by Superintendent Martineau tonight. Discussion from regional members. I have Sean O'Shea and I have Paul Desmond. Sean.
I'd like to amend the motion to approve the hybrid opening, but to have all students back in the building by September 28th.
Second that.
September 28th.
Yes.
And it was, so that amendment was made by Sean and the second was by
Kathy.
Kathy Key.
Kathy Key.
Correct.
Okay. Any discussion on the amendment? I see hands. Paul Baca.
So, I mean, I think we've heard in the administration that would be kind of a difficult task for them to accomplish at this point in time. And you know, I also, for one, kind of like the idea of kind of staggering our launches here, because these are things we've never done before. And, you know, rather than, you know, do such a widespread launch of all the different grades in too short a period of time, you know, let's kind of stagger it as Greg and his team have proposed, learn what's working, what doesn't work, and have at least a little bit of time to modify subsequent launches. And I think this amendment takes that opportunity away.
I don't know whether I'm out of order here, but I'm going to make this comment anyway. It's not a comment on the motion itself, but I want to point out that the 28th is a Monday, which I think wouldn't be in school, and unless, you know, that would be that would not be an in-school day, right? According to.
I was trying to go with their plan B, the other plan. Starting the week of the 28th, was that the intent, Greg, of
is
or plan A or B? I don't know, the other plan you had.
Yom Kippur is the 28th, I believe, so it would be the 29th.
Okay. Do I amend the amendment? It's
okay.
the 29th.
Keith, can you help me on this one? We want to make an amendment to the amendment.
Do I withdraw it and amend again?
You know, the proper way is probably to do something formal, either vote on it or withdraw it. You can certainly withdraw it, but it's just a clarification. In the spirit of Robert's rules, I think we all agree it's a clarification.
And
It's
he made
a
it
simple
into-
administrative correction. So
I agree.
Okay, so Sean, clarification, okay, for the 20.
unless there's any objection, Madam Chair.
And,
to
okay,
the-
Kathy Key, how do you feel about clarification to make it the 29th?
Fine. I know other people have their hands raised before me. I just think it's really important to get the kids back in high school before October 13th or whatever the date, the later date was. I think it's too late to have the high school kids be remote. I understand we need a phased in approach, but I think we need to get them back earlier than that.
Okay, so
So
Kathy,
I'm fine. I'm fine with the 29th.
you're fine with the 29th. Okay, Paul Bucket, any further discussion
On the
on the
amendment,
amendment
um,
for the 29th, which is a Tuesday?
no.
Okay. Kathleen Palechko.
So, Sean O'Shea, I totally agree with you. I do think that we are going to miss a window, and there's going to be a possibility where these high school kids don't get any in-person FaceTime with their teachers. But I also realize that in terms of the administration, who has put in hundreds and hundreds of hours of coming up with their best plan, I trust the fact that if they possibly could, they would get these kids in to be with their teachers earlier. But there are obstacles that probably we don't really appreciate in terms of logistics and all that other stuff. And if they say that it's that it's optimal to wait in order to do it right the first time, then I kind of have to agree with that too. So I'm a big fan of put good people in the jobs that you want them to do and then let them do it. And I think that they're telling us this is the best way to do it. So that's how I'm gonna, who I'm gonna support.
Kathleen, Mike, can you just repeat that, the last part?
Did I break up?
On my end, you did. I don't know about everybody else's. Might have been just mine.
It was pretty clear, I thought.
Okay, let
I
it
heard
go.
it.
Do you want, for my sake as a chair, could you just the last part?
Absolutely, Joan. I think you've heard it before. Find people who do their job well, put them in the job, and then let them do their job.
Thank you. Thank you for repeating. Paul Desmond.
Thanks, Sean. I too agree with the spirit of your amendment. I was going to make a similar one, but a different time frame, with just a week earlier than the current proposal. I think that would give each cohort, give a week between each cohort, between the grade schools, middle school, and the high school, which to me, I mean, there's an extra week in there that I just kind of don't understand. To me, that would be reasonable. So that's where I'm at.
Thank you. Thank you.
Clarification, at least currently, the middle school is starting in the plan on, I believe it's the 6th, correct? So that there wouldn't be a week in between each cohort, just to
No,
clarify.
not in between each, but there is one extra week in there. I believe it's the 29th when there's nobody going back.
That's correct, but that doesn't have anything to do with the high school at this point, and at least as far as.
No, it doesn't. But what I'm suggesting is similar idea to Sean's, but not 2 weeks, just one.
Okay, Kathy Key.
I was just agreeing with Sean, and I know that we put people in place to do their jobs, and I understand all of it. I just think that we're going to miss that one. We're going to miss the window. And I just had somebody graduate, and if I had her going, I'm already dealing with, having her be delayed going to college for a month because of this. And that to me is huge for the high schoolers. I think they need to get back. And I think having them go back on the 13th is just really late. I like the phased approach, but I just don't think I think October is just a really late time frame for them to get back. And I think having a week in between everyone is better than having, I mean, that's a long time for them to be remote.
Okay, thank you. Dan Kalenda?
Thank you, Joan. So I agree with Sean. I agree with Kathy. I agree with Paul. I want to get our, well, both Pauls actually. I want to get our kids back to school as soon as possible. I'm confident they want to get back to school as soon as possible. But then even more so, I agree with Kathleen's statement that if we hire good people to do a good job and then we trust their judgment. I trust Greg's judgment on this. If he tells us now after this discussion is over that yes, that we can do those dates, either of those dates in September, I'm all in because I want to see these kids back to school as soon as possible. I had also seen, and I thought the sentiment was in Greg's proposal, that that the kids would be back into school in a hybrid mode by October 13th, meaning that if it's possible to go in sooner, that clearly is the objective for the administration. Do I understand that correctly, Greg, or do I not understand that?
That is accurate, but the plan was to begin the hybrid on the 13th. So,
and to answer,
but the way it was written is accurate.
Sean and Paul's questions, can you safely get the students back to school in the month of September, or are you confident with the October 13th date?
So I don't know through the chair if I'm allowed to.
Of course.
So if we did again, it's a week later than what Sean is saying, but if we did 10-6 and push the middle schools a week earlier to the 29th, so you move everyone back. So move the high school ahead a week or back a week, move the middle schools back a week. That would be manageable. That'd be something we could do.
That was exactly my thought.
So Greg, you're saying it would be more manageable to move the high school to October 6th.
Correct.
Than the 29th.
Then the middle schools would be the 29th.
Yeah, that'll require some procedural work here amongst the K through 8 committees, but we're listening.
So that's just an option that from a feasibility standpoint is realistic.
Through the regional chair, may I ask a question of the superintendent?
Sure.
So am I hearing you say that moving the high school back a week would be easier to do from a management standpoint if we also move the middle school back a week, as opposed to having both of them start on the 6th?
That is accurate.
Okay, thank you.
Keith, can I ask, we have a motion, it's been seconded. Can I go back to the maker of the motion for the amendment and ask them to see if they want to change it before we take a vote?
No, we need, so basically we should vote on this motion. It doesn't belong to the maker anymore. It belongs to the assembly. So even to withdraw it, it needs to be voted on. It needs to be the will of the group to either withdraw it, or it's just as easy to vote it down if it's the will of the group with the intent of making a separate amendment or supplanting it with another amendment. You can also get another amendment on the floor at the moment. It just gets confusing.
Okay.
Because you need to keep track of them. We should be writing them down. It's just going to get messy. Yeah.
It is going to get messy.
But it doesn't belong to the maker anymore. It belongs to the assembly now.
So you said the will of the assembly. So do we have to take a vote, or can it just be a consensus?
Yeah, I mean, if there's no objection, it can be that simple. You're the chair, so if there's no objection, you can.
Can I object? Because for when Lauren mentioned the high school, it was like a big thing and we couldn't do it, but how come they can do the middle school? I don't understand.
They
No,
can't,
they're
Kelly.
not doing the middle
No, they
school.
can't. Yeah, they can't, Kelly. I think I just mentioned that would be a procedural issue. We'd have to go back to the K through 8 committees to deal with that. So there's no intent for the regional to actually change anything for the middle school at this point.
That's correct.
And I think what Keith said is that if the chair, Ms. Frank, simply got agreements from everybody on the committee to change that motion, or is it to change it or withdraw it and put another one on the floor, it could be done without a vote.
Yeah, I would either withdraw it or vote on it.
Right.
Why don't we just, either way, it has to be voted on, right? If it's withdrawn.
Well, it
then
doesn't
has
have to be a roll call vote. If nobody has an objection, then she can rule.
We could have
that
voted by now. Let's just vote.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Don't we need
Okay.
to modify it so to say that, assuming that the K through 8 committees move back the start time of the junior high?
That might be the second, that might be the next motion.
Yeah, I also think that's kind of messy, right? To go,
Well, yeah, so I
assuming.
think we've got a sequence here, Roger,
Yeah,
frankly.
I think at this point, we vote down this motion, and then I'll be happy to make another one along those lines, Paul.
Okay, I agree with Paul. Desmond, we're going to vote on this amendment, but keep it in the mind that there is a potential another amendment just for the high school to not to be September 29th, October 6th. Keep that in your mind as we're voting. So we're voting right now on the amendment to change the opening day for the high school to September 29th. Kathleen Palachko.
No.
John O'Shea.
Yes.
Dan Kalenda.
Yes.
Kathy Key.
Yes.
Kathy Highland.
Yes.
Paul Desmond.
No.
Chris Covino.
No.
Paul Bucca.
No.
Karen Ayers.
No.
Without my vote, it's 1, 2, 3, 4 no's. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yet, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, okay. So we have 1, 2. I'm sorry, guys. 4, 5 no's. 5 no's, 5 yeses. The chair is voting no. So it's 6-4. That amendment gets defeated.
Are you sure about that count?
Yeah.
Are you sure? Okay, I thought I heard 4 yeses and 5. And I thought I heard 4 yeses and 5 no's without your vote, Joan. But I don't know.
And my vote. So it's
Yes.
6-4.
Correct.
But without my vote, it was 5-4.
That's correct.
Thank you. At 11:40, put my age into it. Okay. So do I have another amendment? Is there amendment or is there any other discussion?
I think we should ask the K to 8s to take over here and move the junior high start date up a week so that then we can jump into that slot that they'd vacate.
Here's what I would prefer. Here's what I would prefer procedurally. I understand that you're pretty sure that that was going to be defeated, which is why you wanted to get rid of it in some fashion. Okay. I think if there's another amendment to keep our sequence, and I know these are related, it should get put on the floor. It's not voted on, but put on the floor so we can have the all amendments from all the committees on the floor at the same time.
That's a good
Madam Chair,
idea.
I'd like to make an amendment.
Paul Desmond? What is the amendment?
You're
Paul
muted.
Desmond?
You're on mute, Paul. Paul, you're on mute. Okay.
I'm back now. I'm going to move that we amend Table 2 to read Phase 4, grades 9 through 12, begin hybrid schedule on 10/6.
Second.
Is there a second?
Seconded.
Okay,
So
so that's now on the floor.
Paul Desmond, let me just write this down, and Sean O'Shea seconded.
I'll put it in the chat.
Yeah.
Okay. Any discussion on the amendment for the region? Kathleen Highland, I saw your hand raised.
Yes, thank you.
Are we voting for the date or the opening plan or both?
This amendment is the date.
This is just the date.
Correct.
The plan has.
Just the date.
Just the date.
And by the way, the intent is that the K through 8s will make a similar motion having to do with phase 3.
You're not actually voting on this amendment now. It's just on the floor. It's just for discussion.
But we were going to vote on it.
Not now,
Well, why did we vote on the last one?
because that was a way to get rid of that amendment. It wasn't. It
That was the will of the group.
was the will of the
Get rid
group.
of it.
Just a way to eliminate the amendment, right?
Okay, so I'd like to entertain discussion on this amendment.
Correct.
Paul Bucka.
I'm sorry, I withdraw. I have no.
Okay,
I have a similar question to Kathleen's.
thank you. Kathy Key.
So I just want to ask a question, and it probably goes to Greg. If we vote on October 6th and things are going well, is there a possibility that the kids can go back earlier than October 6th?
I think that October 6th would be that week starting. Otherwise, it would be the 29th.
No, I know, I understand that. But say like we start doing these phases and it's going well.
Yep.
Are we sticking with the 6th, or is it a possibility at some point that we can be like, it's going well, we don't see anything happening, we would like to try to get them in a little bit earlier?
Just from a operational standpoint, and it would be the 6th. It would be very difficult to get everyone marshaled to get any earlier than that.
All right.
Okay, Kathleen Palechko.
So, so my experience with this virus is that nothing ever goes well. So, so that being said, I think that we have confidence in our central office and administrative team that if things were going well, and we know that they probably won't, but if they were going well, that they would move the date up. Could we just come up with some sort of consensus and keep the dates the way they are and not force the hands of these administrators who have spent hundreds of hours working out the details of these plans, and then see how things go and just sort of like trust the process and trust the people? So would that at all be a possibility on the regional school committee?
I would be in support of that because I think that this superintendent and the administration are listening to us. I hear that they hear what our concerns are, and I think that they would take those concerns into consideration very highly.
If I could make a comment, I think that realistically, and this kind of goes for this entire plan, this entire strategy. I just think that there's enough flexibility or potential flexibility so that if the administration felt that that would be the right thing to do, they would know certainly in enough time so a special school committee meeting could be called with plenty of notice time if it required a vote to change it. So I don't know that people should be concerned about that right now, because I don't think it would be a 24, 48 hour, yeah, let's flip it and move up a week sort of thing, you know? That's just my thinking on it. For the overall strategy here, there's a lot of aspects of it.
Any Dan Kalenda, and then I have Jennifer.
So if I may, I want to ask Greg again. I'm not going to say it I can't say it any more times. We want the kids back into school as soon as we can. We're talking about a week now. Is that week possible? Is it problematic?
No, it's Dan, that is possible.
But you can, then I'm with Kathleen, and I will stick with the original plan that you had laid out.
Jennifer, you're not on the region.
Yeah, I know. That's why I asked if I should say something or just wait. I had an idea that potentially would save some time. But
Okay, you're just checking to see if I knew who I had on my committee. Okay. Do we have to vote this motion, this amendment in? Paul Bucka?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I would agree with Kathleen and Dan. I mean, and I'd go back to Kathleen's earlier comment. We paid these guys to do this. We're kind of swooping in at the last minute, suggesting that, you know, we think they can do different things than they say they could do after weeks of planning by lots of very smart people. My take is keep the schedule as it is. We've made our opinions very clear, and I would trust that Greg and his team will react to those opinions if they can safely and effectively.
And the chair agrees with Kathleen and Paul Bucka.
Madam Chair?
Paul Desmond.
Yeah, I've heard the superintendent say twice now that moving the schedule up a week is not a problem. So I don't know where this sentiment is coming from, that, you know, we should just keep it as is because they put so much work in it, which I agree they obviously did. So, no, I've heard him say twice, it's not a problem to move it up a week. And I'm of a mind that the sooner we get the kids back into school, the better. And we also heard our medical professionals say the same thing, that, you know, your window could be small, short. And if you want learning time, you should get them back sooner. So, I mean, that's where I'm coming from.
Sean O'Shea, thank you.
So I agree with everything Paul just said. I also, you know, glad to hear Greg say that they could do this. It was also a plan. You've talked about all the thinking they've done. It was a plan that he put forward, and so they've given it a lot of great thought, and it's there. It's not a new idea. The other thing is, if we vote a date, it also gives families and teachers a deadline on when they know they have to make adjustments or whatever needs to be done. I think it's harder to come back in 3 weeks and throw the community a curve about, well, we're going to change it up, move it up now, or something like that. I think clarity, and I'll go back to my opening statement. You know, the most important thing to student success is the teacher standing in front of them, and standing through a screen is not going to build that. As much as they're going to work hard at it, is not going to build that foundational skills for the rest of the 160 days they're together. So.
Okay, I'm going to take a vote on this due to the constraints of time, because we have other committees that won't have to do. So we're now going to vote on the amendment. It was made by Paul Desmond, seconded by Sean O'Shea, and that was to change the date for high school kids, Algonquin Regional High School students to come in October 6th. Kathleen Palechko.
Yes.
Sean O'Shea.
Yes.
Dan Kalenda.
Yes.
Kathy Key.
Yes.
Kathy Highland.
Yes.
Paul Desmond.
Yes.
Chris Cavino.
Yes.
Paul Bucka.
Sure.
Karen Ayers.
Yes.
And the chair votes in the affirmative, so it passes unanimous, that amendment.
Joan, does your group have any other comments, any other amendments, or any other comments on the plan before we move to Southborough?
Committee members, do we have, I know we still have hands that are raised. Is there anyone else that has any comments from the region? Maybe just any other comments?
Thank you. Yeah, put your hands down if you're done. That's helpful.
Okay, seeing none, I will now turn it over to Couture Martin, the chair of Southborough.
Actually, Roger, for Roger.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's okay. I was almost going to agree. So I guess we do have a motion on the floor from Couture, and it was seconded by Jennifer. Is there any discussion? Well, are there any amendments or any discussion? And I want to talk about, I just want to talk about a potential amendment, which would of course be to move the middle school up a week from the 6th to 1 week earlier, which would, but I guess that would be the 29th. Am I correct about that?
Yeah.
Uh,
Roger, I'm ready to make an amendment if you want, if you'd like.
Okay.
Okay, so I'd like to amend the motion so that phase 3, as noted in the plan, is changed from October 6th to however we want to say, September 29th, or the week of September 28th, I guess we could say.
Does that receive a second?
I second the motion.
Okay, and seconded by Kamali. Is there any discussion on this amendment?
I mean, I'll if I may, Roger.
Sure.
I'll just note that it seems that this is a sort of necessary and reasonable shift in light of the motion that's on the floor for the region.
Other comments on this?
Sorry, I'm just trying to think about how to phrase this, because I have a couple of thoughts. I would like to just run this by. I'm not sure if this is related to the amendment. Basically, I want to know if it's possible for us to vote on these as 2 separate items. So as one to pass the hybrid model. And again, it's different than the amendment, so I'm trying to decide how I would vote on the amendment, which is up now. But and then 2, and I think one of my concerns is that, again, with this phased approach, because we just received the information relatively recently, I don't know what parents think. I don't know what teachers think. I haven't been able to collect the amount of data and information to really be able to make a decision. I mean, I think based on science, I have a clear idea of not wanting to do this phased approach, but I feel somewhat limited in being able to make that decision without hearing from these other stakeholders. And so that's why I wanted to suggest that if there was any way to get that over, and separate those votes, be able to pass the hybrid model potentially tonight and get that done, and then come back and revisit when we have more. Again, I know timeline might be quick, but that's my question before I figure out how I want to vote on this amendment.
Greg, I have a question. So if we pass the strategy as proposed, which really has the middle school starting on the 6th, and this is part of the plan that then will be submitted to the state. Would there be time to get this information from wherever we're going to get it from? And I guess we would have to then call a special Southborough meeting. I guess we'd have to call a special Southborough meeting to effectively revisit the plan, to potentially look at then amending it. It's pretty complex. I don't know. I guess I'm asking for your thoughts on this.
Can I just comment on?
Please.
Just so there is the science, and I completely understand that, but the operationalizing this is something that Andrea talked about, from a science perspective and an operational perspective. So that's some of the framing and thinking that we've done. So if you look at the calendar, the first week is elementary. That's across 2 districts. The next phase would be middle schools across the 2 districts, and then the high school. So that's the operational logic behind it. And I understand the science would say, let's come back on the 16th. But again, it's trying to reinvent everything that we're doing and all the safety protocols, and it's just a very different environment.
So are there other comments? I haven't made mine yet, I guess. I need to mention, That we only have 4 remaining members in the meeting. Jess actually had to leave the meeting unexpectedly, so we are down to 4. But are there any other comments on Katura's amendment? I guess Kamali?
Yes. I would just say that, I've leaned in, or I've listened to the voices of all the people that have leaned in and shared their frequently asked questions, either on a forum, through email, in person, stopping you as they see you. And in those conversations, even though they have not actually had an opportunity to opine on information provided yesterday, they still gave us information to help us make the decision based on info that we received yesterday and even last night. And I think that, the voices that I heard were those with children, without children. Many people are so busy that they actually don't even have an opportunity to provide input in terms of like a written email or attending a forum, but they elected us to be able to make these decisions on their behalf. So I'm willing to do that without having some secondary special meeting. The other thing that I would share is that a little bit about, I'm a resident that didn't grow up in a school district that offered the quality of resources that we provide here in Southborough. And the biggest compliment that I always give when someone asks me about our town is about the school system and the partners that are here. I'm a parent of 3 biological children and 1 that I'm a legal guardian of. She's does not live in our state anymore because she's grown, and but she had health impacts due to COVID. So this decision is not just a analytical, strategic decision. It's also very personal to me. And I just would say that one thing that I keep kind of reminding myself is that, I don't try to make these decisions with a spirit of fear, but more, I lean on this a saying of power and sound mind and with love. And based on that, it supports my decision to support the motion and the amendment with it. That's all, Roger. And
Okay, thank you. So look, I guess it would be my turn to make a comment. I think I would probably be. I was supportive of the plan that was presented tonight. That has actually been changed resoundingly by the region for a start date of the high school. So based on the fact that I heard the superintendent say, if we're moving the high school up a week, then it would be better to also move the middle school up a week, at least from being able to manage and execute this. So I would also then support the amendment. But other comments? Back, Jen?
That was loud.
Another comment or?
No, I do want to just say very quickly that, I think our teachers, our administration, they've done a lot of work, and, my concern is not to like invalidate or minimize my appreciation for that work. I think it's more just a concern of like the impact that something like this change, which, parents were surveyed and teachers were surveyed on a model that was different than what we're talking about today. And so just, I have concerns in many ways. I mean, I think that, if this is an operational issue, that we can't change that without significant impact or problems. I think obviously I would vote in support of the proposed plan. I guess I wasn't sure why, if we were able to propose a slightly different plan earlier, that now we can't do it for operational reasons. But again, I do appreciate all the work. It's just that was where my comment was coming from, is this concern that we're pushing through what's really going to be an impact on parents and families in terms of trying to figure out their schedules and plan and have their kids out of school with the potential of them not end up getting any in-person time. So, but that's it. Thank you.
Other comments? So Keith, I'm going to ask you a question. We could not vote on this until we determine whether or not your committee would be putting forth a similar amendment, because I still feel strongly that that if we possibly can, if the committees end up agreeing, that we should try to stay with the same strategy.
Yes. So that said, go ahead.
I have point of order, and I just did some quick research. We have a policy, B220 for the region, B290 for Northborough, and B290 for Northborough. And it states it is the policy on school committee meetings. And policies is what guides us. And under guidelines, it says exactly the same thing. The regular open meeting shall not extend beyond 11 p.m. when possible. It is now midnight. Time limits may be extended by a quorum vote of the members present. I think we're going to be losing members. I think we have to be aware of that. And I think that if everybody is in agreement, we have to fall by the policy. And I think we need to have just by show of hands, that we're going to extend this maybe no longer than 1 hour or 30 minutes. We could go around the track about these amendments forever. We have to take a vote tonight. This is very important.
Joan, I'm glad you brought up the point of order. I actually think we're just about home, but I think your point of order is valid, and I think we do need the consent of the hall, if you will, to extend. I guess I'm going to recommend that I'll ask for the consent to extend an hour. I don't think it's going to take that long, but maybe just however we want to do this.
Vote or an hour for the evening? I mean, we haven't even finished the agenda. There's audience sharing still.
I think that we extend this meeting to an hour and be aware of what we are doing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
I think we have to be aware of that. If we were in a building, we would be all standing up and waving our hands because the lights are going off. And we have administrative staff that is going to go back into work tomorrow, and they're not going to have more than 6 hours sleep. Let's be aware of what we're doing. These amendments can get out of hand.
Yeah,
so if we could, Roger, could you just ask everybody if it's not a vote, it's just a quorum. Can we just raise our hands that we would agree to stay for 1 more hour?
Sure. I'd like to see if we could have the consent to do so. Well, how about this? How about making it easier for me? If anyone does not, grant their consent, please put your hand up. Hold on. I got to jump over 2 screens.
We're good, Roger. There's not.
Okay, we're good. All right. Okay. So,
okay, fine.
Back to you, Keith, as far as a possible amendment.
Yes, I would encourage the Northborough School Committee to entertain an amendment in a spirit of collaboration and with recognition that we are intertwined with our counterparts at Region and Southborough.
I move to amend the current timeline that is on the table for middle school up 1 week earlier, so that I believe Katura had said the week of September 28th, or school would be starting that Tuesday, the 29th.
That's consistent.
I second. This is Erin.
So we have a motion by Mrs. Bailey Jones, and second by Mrs. Tagliaferri. Roger, that was your main checkpoint, yeah?
Correct.
We're at the same point you are.
Okay. So I guess in Southborough, I think we're ready to vote if there are no more comments. All in favor of the amendment, which moves the middle school starting time up from October 6th to the week of September 28th or September 29th. Roll call vote. Katura,
Yes.
Kamali,
Yes.
Jennifer,
Yes.
and I vote yes. It's unanimous. I'll move back to you, Keith.
Any discussion on the amendment? Okay. So we have a motion and a second to amend the adoption of the plan as presented with the following change, where grades 6 through 8 in phase 3 will move from October 6th to the week of September 28th. I'll take a roll call. Mrs. Frank,
Yes.
Mrs. Bailey Jones,
Yes.
Mrs. Gannett,
No.
Mrs. Tagliaferri,
Yes.
myself, Keith LaBelle, yes. The motion passes.
I think we're now back to any final comments and followed by a vote on the main motion for all the committees. So Keith, I guess we'll stay in Northborough for any
Yes,
final
so we have,
comments.
yes, any final discussion from the Northborough Committee? So we have an amended main motion to adopt the reopening strategy as presented today with the approved amendment or voted amendment, where grade 6 through 8 would enter hybrid in phase 3 on the week of September 28th in lieu of October 6th. So I'll take a roll call vote on this main motion. Mrs. Frank,
Yes.
Mrs. Bailey Jones,
Yes.
Mrs. Gannett,
No.
Mrs. Tagliaferri,
Yes.
and myself, Keith LaBelle, yes. The motion, the yeses have it, and the motion passes.
For the
Yeah, for the region, right? Ms. Frank.
For the region, the motion was made by Dan Kalenda. It was seconded by Paul Desmond with the amendment about the October 6th starting date for Algonquin Regional High School. Kathleen Palechko.
Yes.
Shauna Shea.
Yes.
Shauna Shea.
Yes.
Thank you. Dan Kalenda.
Yes.
Kathy Key.
Yes.
Kathy Howland. Kathleen Howland.
Is this just for the date of start?
No, this is for the motion to accept the plan presented by Greg with a starting date of Algonquin for October the 6th.
You're saying the hybrid model.
The one that was presented, the hybrid with a phased in
Correct.
strategy.
Yes, I'm sorry, but no.
What?
No.
No. Paul Desmond?
Yes.
Chris Cavino?
Yes.
Paul Bucca?
So I thought we had said that we would all get a chance to kind of explain our votes here. And so I'm going to take a moment, because I can be pretty quick on this. You know, I've heard from a couple of members, as well as some of the medical people, that the situation and the metrics are going to worsen fairly soon. And so on some level, it was in my head, why are we bothering to go with the hybrid when we're going to have to revert to remote so quickly? I know that remote will cost us less. We're looking at hundreds of thousands of incremental costs. There's more risk to our students and our staff. And there's just some consistency of just full remote. But that being said, the final remarks from our medical folks who talked about, you know, mental and emotional health issues actually outnumbering COVID virus infections in young people I found to be very compelling. And so I too will vote yes.
Thank you, Paul. Karen?
Yes.
As the chair, Joan Frank, I vote yes. It passes unanimous, 9-1.
Not unanimous, but it passes.
All
Thanks.
right. So for Southborough and certainly as you vote, if you have a comment about your vote before you make it, it's certainly acceptable. But is there any more discussion? We're back to the main motion, which has been amended to move the middle school start date to week of September 28th. Any further discussion? If not, feel free to comment when you make your vote. I'll take a roll call vote. Katura,
I will just simply say yes. Thank you.
Jennifer,
I had a statement, but I'm going to spare everyone and I will vote yes.
Kamali,
Yes.
and I will vote yes. So it passes unanimously for the four of us that are here. I think that we thank you, everybody, for all your efforts on this vote. I think the next item on the agenda is audience sharing. The audience has dwindled significantly since we started, but there's still a lot of folks out there. I want to make just one comment, which we usually make for those that aren't familiar with the audience sharing process. This is a means of taking concerns and feedback from our constituents in the audience so that both the school committees and the superintendent can better understand and represent your interests or better serve you as constituents. It does allow the audience an opportunity to pose their concerns or questions to us at this time. But at this time, we as a school committee member group, we do not initiate any dialogue or answer any questions that are posed to us, through this process. We do record these, we write them down, and they may very well be a part of a next meeting, for example. So I just want to share that with folks that may not have been involved in this before. So I guess that if I could defer to the superintendent to, if there are any folks that do wish to share, please move them into a position where they can share.
And just to add on to that, if I may, what we're looking for the attendees is a raised hand, which there are 3 at the moment. So that's in the meeting controls at the bottom of your window. Should be an option to raise your hand, and we'll take them in the order that they were received. And I think my fellow chairs agree that we extended 1 hour, correct? So maximum would be 1 a.m.
Correct.
Yes. So it's 45 minutes.
Thank you.
All right, so the first person, if attendee could state your name and address.
Hi. Apparently I'm unmuted now, so my dog is freaking out. Can you actually hear me?
We can.
Okay, good. My name is Heather Bear, and I reside at 6 Coolidge Circle in Northborough. And I had a couple of things. I wanted to kind of respond to something that Miss Tagliaferro, and I apologize if I'm pronouncing your last name incorrectly, said in response to seeing children following recommendations. I have not witnessed that. I'm really glad you have. But, I bop around town and people are not necessarily following guidelines. I know in my neighborhood, we've had 3 positive COVID-19 tests in the past 10 days. I don't know if they are reported to the CDC or whatnot, and it's just because of what I know. I truly appreciate all of you and all of your hard work. But as a teacher myself in a different district, and it's not relevant as we will be full remote, I'm surprised to not see any conversation about the MTA recommendations and what the Northborough, Southborough unions are recommending. I'm a single mom. Remote learning was hard. I won't lie. However, I think that Northborough handled it extremely well. I have communicated that already to Greg. I have communicated that already to the building principals. My children did extremely well during the remote closure. I think my major concern is, the social emotional impact of, I think, Kelly Gwinnett said this earlier, what happens if someone dies? And it was kind of, in my opinion, glossed over. We're strong, we have different methods and ways of supporting children. But I really think that the teacher voice was missing from this conversation. And I have a high degree of respect for you all. I mean, come on, I would not still be awake at 12:18 a.m. if I did not have that. I'm exhausted. I'm sure you're exhausted. I'm a single mom raising 2 kids alone. It's been 155 days. We're tired. And I just wanted you to know that I'm kind of frustrated at the lack of teacher voice. I do not teach in town. I do not know what it's like to teach in Northborough. Hang on. Sorry, now my child is awake. But thank you for all that you are doing. And please know that there are many parents that have very real concerns about sending their children back to school, whether it be, whether it be hybrid or, full in person. But yeah, he's screaming. I know, it's late. We're all tired. Kelly, stop laughing at me. So that was what I had to say. And that was my life the entire spring, because I was teaching remotely. And guess what? My kids come up behind me and they scream, Mom. So those are my thoughts. And I just wish we had heard more of teacher voices. So I'll stop talking now.
Thank you. Is Sherry Clark the next in line?
Yes, just 1 second, Roger.
I was going to unmute her.
Hi, can you all hear me? I just wanted to say thank you very much to all of you. I've been on both of these marathon school committee meetings the last couple weeks, and regardless of how people feel about the decision, I don't think that anybody can say that our town took this lightly, or that both our schools and our community didn't care deeply about what they were deciding. I'm going to keep this really, really brief. My only concern with all of this was in when parents are making their decision between the standalone remote and the hybrid, about the 2 days during the hybrid that it is remote. It just wasn't super clear to me about how the kids are going to be interacting with teachers or not with teachers during that time. And so if that could just be clarified when parents need to make their decision, I would appreciate it. Thank you to all of you again. Hope you all get some sleep.
Sherry, what's address in town, please?
Oh, sorry, 6 River Street,
Northborough, Southborough?
Northborough.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Who's next up? I can't see.
Jamie Mead.
Okay.
Yep.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I have Jamie Meath, 11 Lovers Lane in Southborough. I have 2 quick comments. First of all, I applaud you for making the decision on hybrid. Based on what the doctors had to say, I 100% think this was the right decision. I just want to point out that if a number of people do opt out or decide not to take the bus, I hope it's looked at. If we can maintain all safety measures, that potentially we could move to all in person if we can keep that 6-foot distance, which I think is important. I was hoping to start on the 22nd. I understand the operational problems, but it seems like there is also 10 extra days baked in to work on those. I think it's already decided, and I completely understand, and I think you guys made the right decision on that. And my last thing goes way back to about 6.5 hours ago, when you showed the sample days for the elementary school. And I felt that, I believe it was the Monday sample of the virtual learning. The only actual learning time that seemed mandated was the check-in in the beginning of the day, which was 30 to 45 minutes. And the rest was a combination of teacher-directed, I'm gonna botch the words, but acrimonious or synchronous learning. I know that's wrong. It seems like there should be much more specific live learning time in that day, especially if that sample day is going to be the day we move into if we have to go all virtual, which is how I'm understanding it. And then I was a little bit confused by that 90 minutes at the end of that day. That seemed almost like a self-directed option, which for elementary school kids, I think makes zero sense. And maybe I was misunderstanding it, but I think that day needs to be seriously looked at to make sure that our kids have a lot of live learning on those virtual days. And on top of that, there was also a lot of transition time between screen time and lunch. And I'm just wondering how we're going to make it able so that parents can monitor those transitions. In other words, might there be a bell on the screen that rings that signals the kid to come back because that 10-minute break is over? I think it's going to be a lot to ask parents to monitor all those different time breaks. So that was a concern of mine. I think you guys have done an awesome job, and I just really appreciate it.
Thank you. So I think I'm back to being able to see the screen. Is it Guinevere Timpty? Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Yes, you are.
Well, I'm lucky then. I never do a good job of that. Could you give us your address, please?
Yes, 14 Windsor Lane, Northborough. I also went to Milliken and Algonquin, and I'm currently a teacher at Algonquin. And I'm just kind of frustrated and discouraged with the lack of concern for educators and their social and emotional well-being. If 1/3 to 1/2 of staff has expressed concerns about being autoimmune compromised and just not feeling safe coming back to school, it's just kind of discouraging that students socializing is more important than staff's health. Also, the last time I was informed by the high school's union was that if 2 people, students or teachers, tested positive for COVID-19, the school would shut down. And after this meeting, it kind of came about that depends on, like, even if someone dies, students still need structure and routine, so schools may still stay open even if somebody dies. So that's just like very scary and hurtful. And just like trying to mentally wrap your brain around that. And I know myself as a teacher, I haven't been commingling. I've been social distancing. I've been staying home. I've been ordering groceries online. I've been trying to social distance as much as possible. So hearing from the committee that so many people are commingling and so many kids since March have been hanging out with other kids, like that's part of the reason why teachers are, at least myself and people that I know, are concerned about going to school, is because students haven't been following social distance protocols and teachers have. And I just, to echo what other people have said in terms of like the teacher aspect and the teacher voice in this meeting. I haven't heard that much from that. I've heard more that students need to socialize, but how will students socialize if they can't talk during lunch and they have one-way hallways and their teachers who may have a kid in class with symptoms have to be out for 14 days quarantine due to that? I don't see how that can happen. So thank you for your time and thank you for staying up till 12:30 a.m. But I just wanted to kind of voice that as someone who has grown up in Northborough, works in Northborough, loves the Northborough school system. I've dedicated my life to working here, but I just kind of haven't heard that teacher support in this meeting.
Well, thank you. I see Elizabeth Bryant is next up.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, Elizabeth Bryant, 5 Juniper Brook Road. I would just like clarification on the remote standalone option and whether that's going to be teacher directed 5 days a week.
We're going to note that.
I'd like to give a shout out to Kelly for being awesome and talking about young children perhaps needing more time for mask wearing, because my family's been great. My kid's been wearing maybe 3 hours, has been in his max, but I don't know many people who are training their kid for 6 hours a day. So I think that extra time would have been awesome. So thank you, Kelly. And if you could get back to me about the remote standalone option and whether it will be teacher directed, that would be fantastic, because that would be awesome. Thank you for your time.
Elizabeth, would you mind sending an email so we can easily reach you back on that?
Yes, whom may I send that to?
You're Northborough K to 8?
Pardon?
Are you in Northborough K through 8? Well,
Yes.
I don't know what age you're.
My son's a first grader. He will
Oh,
be in
yes.
first grade.
So you can send it to NSC. It's on the district website. There's an email for the Northborough School Committee.
So you guys
or
do not know at this point whether the standalone remote option will be teacher directed.
we do.
But this is not the time where we answer questions.
Yeah,
It's,
but we would get back to you on that.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Joanna Shiner, she is, am I reading this right? I can't even see the print anymore. Hi. You are next. Johanna, let's see, are we?
Hi, this is actually Oleg Shainer. I'm here with my wife, Johanna. The
Okay.
address is 14 Thayer Lane. Thank you for staying up so late and listening to our feedback. I just wanted to follow up on something that Andrea was talking about, and I apologize, I'm blanking on her last name, but she was talking about surveillance testing. And I found that interesting because, you know, she mentioned that that's really something that could be the sort of final thing that gets us over the hump to get to a full participation. And she mentioned that ideally it would just be a home test kit, and the technology is not currently available. So I've just been kind of following recent developments on that front, and it feels like there's been a lot of sort of talk and acceleration on this front, where people are starting to understand that the kind of rapid testing that doesn't necessarily have the same level of precision, but something that can be done every few days can really stop the spread of this disease cold. There was one study from Colorado University where they showed that a test with just 70% accuracy done every 3 days stopped about 85 to 90% of the spread, versus a test that was done every 2 or 3 weeks that was more accurate only stopped about half of the spread. And I think it was replicated independently at Yale, et cetera. So I saw that, you know, school superintendents in Florida are kind of banding together to see if the governor can set up mobile labs to, you know, enable this type of testing at schools. And I think I also saw that, you know, Massachusetts banded with a few other states to try to place purchase orders with companies that currently produce these tests, just not in sufficient quantities. to just kind of let them know that the demand is there. So while realizing that this is not, the tests are not currently available in the quantities needed, I just wanted to keep this on your radar and perhaps, you know, work with the state and try to be, if there's any pilot programs, try to participate in them. Just really kind of be active in this direction to see if this is something that, say, 2 months from now can get us all the way to where we need to be. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up, am I going to blow this pronunciation? Kami Aspazi?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
You actually did a pretty good job, so don't worry about that. So I just have, I have
what's your address, please?
63 Richards in Southborough.
Thank you.
I just have a few comments. I just wanted to thank the committee first off for all their hard work. I know it's not challenging, and some of us parents can be a little bit more challenging than others. I'll be the first to admit that. I was expecting Greg to laugh there, but he didn't. I do want to say that the teacher that spoke, I do understand your fears, but I want to be clear that there's many other careers that had the same fear, and a lot of us have had to go back to work and do the things that necessarily we didn't sign up for, we weren't comfortable doing. It's not just being an educator. There's so many other industries that have had to face the same difficult decisions. So you're not alone. There's a lot of us that are done it. There's a lot of us, me and my husband both work outside of the home as essential workers, and we have not stopped working since day one. We've had to have other people in taking care of our children. We've had to hire people. So I understand where you're coming from. It's not anything that we chose to do, but it's something that we have to do. And educating our children has to be the primary focus, and social emotional well-being of those children has to be a priority. Especially having a child that's on an IEP that has social emotional problems. It's got to be key for us. The second concern that I have is from the things that I'm hearing in town, and I'd like more clarification on, is on your slide that you showed tonight for elementary education on the remote days, it says, insert here a picture of a child without a teacher. I think that was a bad slide to show. So I'm concerned that on those 2 hybrid days, and Greg, if you check your email, I already sent you a screenshot. On those 2 hybrid days, it's sounding like there won't be any teacher interaction. It's just going to be a child alone. And I'm not sure how well that's going to be supported in your younger age groups. And then, you know, what kind of considerations are going to be made when you have this model on Monday from 8:30 to 2:30 with these breaks being in, but I'm a mom of 3 elementary school kids. In 5 minutes, I don't know how I would transition 3 children to go from Zoom to another Zoom to another Zoom and try to manage. That is, especially for 2 people. And then if I have to have a nanny do it, or my senior mother-in-law, like who's elderly and is very technically challenged. But, you know, for me and my husband, who are both out of the house, me 3 days, him all the days, that is going to be so challenging when you have multiple children in the education system. So I just think those are things to consider, and just more clarification on what those 2 extra remote days are going to look like. Those are just my concerns. And once again, I do thank everybody for their efforts. I know this is not easy, and you know, not one model is going to fit all of us, right? So we're all out to protect our kids and do what's best for our families. And I know there's no one size that fits all.
Thank you. Seth Bassler is next up.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I would love to see the feedback that you received from the Northborough teachers as to what their feedback and thoughts were about going back to school. That hasn't been shared at all, and I totally understand the teacher's perspective of being afraid and not being supported, because as far as I know, there was no questionnaire sent out to teachers in Northborough based on the teachers that I know, at least. You can shake your head, Keith, but that's the way it's been told publicly. You guys have voted without any feedback beforehand to understand how people are feeling. Greg, Keith, I've sent both of you at least 30, 40 emails combined that you have said, okay, thank you, we'll get back to you. You haven't gotten back to me about any of my questions. You guys have deliberately skimmed over the concerns of teachers and a lot of the parents in regards to what's happening. And I think it's shameful. So I'll leave it at that.
All right, well, we'll note your comments. Thank you.
That's about right.
Do I see Ryan Steele?
No, it's Seth again, but that's the same response I keep getting. So,
Oh, by the way, could you, well, are you gone? Because I did forget to ask you what your address was. That was my fault. Are you still there? Apparently not.
4 Hamilton Road, Northborough.
Right, thank you. So now have we moved Ryan Steele into audio?
Hey, Roger, can you hear me?
Yes, I can now. Thank you.
Good morning. It's Ryan Steele, 19 Kendall Drive, Northborough, Mass. I just had a quick question around the standalone remote model. I think as parents, if we have to choose that model, would like some more information on what it means. Whether it's would our kids be learning from the teachers at the schools, or would there be different third-party teachers teaching them, and how would that work? I think that's really just it seems like I think after this meeting we're going to have to make some decisions, and would like some clarifying information on what that means.
Okay, you're looking for more clarifying information. Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you. I see Karen Rose.
Hi, Greg and everybody. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. I am a Northborough educator, and I just wanted to say that I do feel like we have been continually updated on what's happening with the district, all 3 districts. And I feel like the administration has been supportive, and they have been asking us for feedback, and we have been able to give feedback. And I do think that they are looking out for us as much as they are looking out for students, and we're ready to go back.
Well, thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to share? There are no more hands up that I see. Well, let's see. I see a Kathleen. Nope. I see a Kathleen Clark.
Looks like there's one person Allison Chan, who's muted and had their hand up earlier, maybe. Is she
Kathleen
admitted?
Clark.
Okay, I do say, go ahead, Kathleen. Yes, we can hear you. What is your address, please?
Hi, my address is 192 West Street in Northborough. I've been a teacher at Algonquin for 25 years. And I just wanted to share, maybe this is obvious information, but hybrid at Algonquin is 900 people in the building. And I just wanted to share that fact. Additionally, I had a question. What will happen to the teachers who are high risk that are not chosen for standalone remote?
Okay, so we're gonna make a note of that and get back to you in some fashion. Are we looking for an email to come through on a question like that, or do we just have a note of it?
It's just a little, unclear about the standalone remote, and it's kind of impacts the teachers a great deal. And I don't know how it will be communicated to us, what will happen if a third party teaches the standalone remote, or if 40 teachers have health risks and would like to be standalone remote, but you only need 3 teachers. I'm just wondering what will happen to the other 25 or 30 teachers, or whatever the number is. That was all. Thank you.
Fair question. Thank you. So I want to focus on, so Allison Chan, who looks like she's muted, but I think she has to unmute to come into this session. Is that true? Oh, there she is. I think you are in.
No, I think that was, I pushed it by mistake. I don't want to speak.
Oh, okay. Emily Robinson.
Hi, Emily Robinson, 92 Coolidge Circle in Northborough. First, I want to say thank you. I've sat in, or I've watched some of the school committee meetings in the surrounding towns, and it sounds like you have put a lot of thought and planning into what's been prepared, and I appreciate that. I too would like to see a little bit more information about the remote learning plan and how that will work. I have a kindergartner, a first grader, and a fourth grader, and I just can't see my very, very wiggly kindergartner being able to sit like in the cafeteria facing one way, and I know that for safety reasons some of those things are necessary, so I'm not arguing that point. It's just I will likely choose to have her do remote because I don't think that she'll be able to tolerate it well. So, but I feel like I need more information about how that will work in order to make an informed decision. So if us parents could have some more communication on that, I think a lot of us would really appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna probably fail on this pronunciation. Jennifer Robo, am I close?
I think that's correct.
I don't see her yet. Jennifer, are you with us? One more time, are you there? All right, I guess we must have a connection problem. I'm sorry. Michelle Mendelson? And Jennifer,
yes.
Jennifer, if you can hear me, I'm sorry, Michelle. If you can hear me, come back in with your hand up. We just couldn't make that connection. I'm sorry, Michelle.
That's okay. So I'm at 48 Pine Haven Drive in Northborough. And I just want to echo what a couple of the other people had said about getting additional information about the standalone model, because we are going to have to make a decision on that coming up very soon. And I'm particularly interested in how special education services and other services connected to IEPs will be handled in the standalone cohort. So, just as others have said, thank you very much for all the work that you've done. No decision was going to be the right decision for everyone, and I just appreciate all that I've heard tonight. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Alex Silva.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
How are you?
First off, I want to thank all of you for, staying
I'm
up.
sorry. Could you just state your address? I'm sorry.
Yes, it's 117 America Boulevard in Ashland. I'm also an educator at Algonquin. I've been through the circuits over the past 3 years through some of the middle schools, and I've met a lot of great people in the district. And I have to believe that the district has the teachers' kind of, best intentions in mind. But to piggyback off of Kathleen Clark's comment earlier, as somebody who does work at the high school and who is immunocompromised, it is extremely difficult for me to hear that while I'm hearing these sentiments echoed, and I, along with many of my colleagues, would be first in line to want to get back to school. I think there's something to be said about how many educators are pushing back against this model and largely being ignored, or at least it certainly feels that way. I wake up every day and love to go to school, so it's very disheartening and challenging to think that I'm going to be able to do my best when I'm asked to choose between my personal health and my job. And I know that there's at least a third of my colleagues that are in that boat, in addition to other kind of tumultuous issues unique to each family set. So I'm not expecting a major impact to kind of hit home here, but just for you to all kind of reflect on that notion that I've heard the sentiments repeated that you trust the people that you put in place to do what they do. And I think that no matter what we do, whether we have the support or not, because if not, we would do another job. And I think it's important to note that.
All right, thank you. Tanya Taylor.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. What
Okay.
is your address, Tanya?
71 Mount Vickery Road, Southborough. So my question is regarding kids in the hybrid model when they're doing assignments and they're supposed to be logging on from 8:30 to 2:30. And my question is there flexibility to be able to get homework or projects passed in by the end of the week, kind of how you guys did it in the springtime, or is it these homeworks and assignments have to be strictly passed in each day? And what is how is that going to look? And I just wanted to say you guys are doing an amazing job, and I appreciate all your hard work. Thank you.
Okay, we'll note that and thank you.
Roger, just point of order. We have 10 minutes left.
I got my eye on the clock.
I don't know how many other people are in the audience.
Well, I do see Ana de Lima, if I'm doing that right.
Hi, yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
I can. What is your address?
My address is 12 Wolfpen Lane in Southborough.
Welcome.
And thank you, everybody, for staying on. I have a couple of just questions or points that maybe we could have information on. And the first one, it really hit home when the lady said she is a single mom and her son was calling for her, or her daughter was calling for her. And it just really drives home the point that everybody's in such a different situation. My husband and I, we work both from home the whole time, but we have 3 young boys who are also on the remote model. So it was just very different. So what I was wondering, if there is any way as a district that we could get more information on how to come together as a community to maybe try to help people who need help and say they have to go to work as an essential worker. Is there some way where we could just have a district website where people could sign up and at least monitor if other families are struggling, and maybe for one day they could just drop their kids off at somebody else's house? But that just seems like it would maybe helpful for the community. And then my other question, if there is some way to have communication out to the community that the teachers, I mean, we know there is the MTA, whereas the parents, this is our opportunity to also voice concerns about the kids, and both sides are, I mean, just extremely important to society. Is there a way that we could get some information or confirmation that teachers who may not be able to go to work physically because they're immunocompromised, like some reassurance that the district will ensure their jobs over time? Or maybe that's something that the MTA is working on, but just something along those lines to where we know within our district we're doing all we can for the educators. And
Okay,
that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. I think from the looks of things, we are ready to wrap it up. I do not see any more hands up. And we're about 8 minutes from the time limit we set. So I'd like to thank everyone who participated in this, not only just the folks that are, I guess I'll call it panelists, but certainly all of the people that attended. And I know that not everyone left, but this was a long meeting. And just like it's been many long meetings and many long hours of effort from everyone. So with that said, I will defer to Chairman LaBelle to ask his committee if he wants to adjourn.
Chairman Challen, I just have one thing that I'd just like to add.
Sure.
And I think maybe it was missed. And because it is posted, and just to audience sharing on my part, is that I would just like to say that it has been posted and it's been in the town halls, is that the teachers and the teacher union and the school committees, the three Northborough school committees, Southborough school committee, and Southborough regional subcommittee have been meeting with the teachers in executive session. And because it's executive session, we haven't been able to release that information until the minutes are released. So I know different questions were asked about what have you listened to the teachers? And I would definitely say that we have listened to the teachers and their representatives. So that's the end of my audience sharing.
Okay. Keith?
I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved. Lauren Bailey Jones.
Second.
Motion is moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none. Roll call vote. For the Northborough School Committee to adjourn, Mrs. Frank,
Yes.
Mrs. Bailey Jones,
Yes.
Mrs. Gannett,
Yes.
a quiet yes. Mrs. Tagliaferri, was that a yes? Oh, she's nodding, so we'll take it.
Can you hear me?
And myself, Keith LaBelle, yes. Motion passes unanimously, and the Northborough School Committee is adjourned.
To the region.
For the region, I think when Eileen Dawson is doing the minutes, she will have to note that when we adjourn, that it is the next day. That it is, we have adjourned on August the 13th. So do I have a motion from Northborough region to adjourn?
Yes, so moved.
Paul Bucka.
Second. Paul Desmond. Oh. Or Sean, take your pick.
I'll do Sean. Okay, so Paul Bucka, is there any discussion? This is a roll call vote. Kathleen Palechko?
Yes.
Sean O'Shea?
Yes.
Dan Kalenda? He has already left the meeting. Kathy Key?
He was muted
Oh, he was muted? Dan Kalenda?
or asleep.
Wake up, Dan.
Kathy Howland?
Yes.
Paul Desmond,
Yes.
Chris Cavino,
Yes.
Paul Bucka,
Yes.
Karen Ayers,
Yes.
and Joan Frank. Yes, it passes unanimous. We're adjourned.
I would entertain a motion from Southborough.
I'll make a motion to adjourn. Second that.
Moved by Katura Martin and seconded by Kamali Amili. Hearing no discussion, a roll call vote. Katura,
Yes.
Kamali,
Yes.
Jennifer,
Yes.
and I vote yes. It is in fact 8:13, 12:57 a.m. We are adjourned. And again, thank you, everyone. Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night.